Welcome. Hit the like button as you're coming in. Hit the like button. I appreciate you for being here. We're going to continue the show. Welcome. Hit the like button as you're coming in. I already found 11 likes. Let's hit the like button. Welcome, Obodo fam. Welcome. We're going to continue this this story. Wow. A lot of you guys were saying a lot of stuff that I was really interested in commenting on. But there's only so much of it that we can catch, you know what I mean? But we're here, let's just have a good time. Let's catch some clues and then also learn at the same time, if you will. Alright. Ping everybody else into the room by simply hitting the like button. JAPA marriage, call the police or nah. Before I continue, let me just quickly say what we do here at Man of Prestige is we extract life and relationship lessons from trendy topics. And we attack things from first of all, self-power, social, seduction, attraction, and emotional intelligence standpoint. Happy Sunday to you. You can download my wife and I's books for free at manofprestige.com. It's free. If you prefer to get it physically like this, then just go through the same link. You'll be able to get it from Amazon, your favorite book places. Also, it's available on audiobooks, audible.com. Okay. Shout out to my sponsors: More Fresh, Life with Natu, Adesua, Film Girl, Open Floor by Tima, Grace Corner, D Love 3000, Yes TV, Chidinma, Sparkleberry, Mary Fatona. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for being here. Shout out to Auntie B for always supporting this platform. Shout out to her. But let me see who's in the chat. So let's see who they here. Nick Deji, hello. Obiajulo is here, hello. We have Abby is here. I see Cherish, Olivia. My peoples are here. Everybody's here today, huh? Shout out to Jen. Is it GN or Jen? Shout out to my G. Black Diamond is here. Shout out to Amber Sight is here. She said, Beyond Brave, please seek help. Your husband's behavior is scary and can easily escalate to something worse. Yeah. Speaking of seek help, I am a marriage coach with my partner, my life partner, my wife, Lola. I'm a relationship, life, marriage coach. All right, so you can reach out to us. The information is scrolling on the screen through manofprestige.com or ask at manofprestige.com by email. Or you can also send an email, a WhatsApp text message, preferably. I just noticed that some people send messages to me on Instagram. For the past 2 days, I will check it now because I just realized it's my requested box. I will try to be checking it now, but honestly, we try to be as clear as possible that I prefer WhatsApp messages at this number. Send a WhatsApp message to this number, +1732 305 8577 if you need help, and then we'll set you up for a complimentary coaching session to determine if you're a fit for our program. All right, and you can also send an email to this. All right, but who else is here? Eva is here. Maureen is here. Nika is here. Michael Ade, I think that's Uncle Ade. Hello, how are you, sir? Good to see you, sir. Chidinma, my G, is here, of course. Welcome, all the Obodo fan people. Welcome. Hit the like button as you're coming in. Thank you. Bingwe is here. Woman of Elegance is here. Yes, I shout out everybody, yo. Okay. Maybe the day when we start hitting 300 per live, maybe I will stop shouting out people. But for now, I shout out everybody. Woman of Elegance, welcome. Erima, welcome. Beyond Braids, my G, welcome. Billionaire Jimmy, my G, welcome. Everybody, my G. All of them are my G. I'm just saying, no. Can't be. Some people show up every day, that's all. But I appreciate all of you for being here today. Okay. MOP, I see you're playing a defense at Antibes. Depends. Elaborate. Definitely, usually that means that we need clarification. Okay, we could talk about it, right? Soul Beauty XX, I guess box. Soul Beauty box. I heard Antibes say that's box. Does XX mean box? I'm just finding out for the first time. Welcome. Let's see. All right, so let's talk. I really want to address things from the standpoint of where Auntie where we kind of picked up. Welcome, Muniola. Thank you for your insight. I heard you're a police person. So I want us to address things from the standpoint where we are. One thing I've noticed in this kind of conversations is that these conversations, the loudest of them are the extremes of the situation. When I say extreme, I'm talking about the worst of the stories. And the problem with that is that we don't pay attention to the smaller, like the lighter version of the stories, maybe the earlier versions of the story. We don't pay attention to that. We only pay attention to the extreme cases after it's become extremely bad. That's what we pay attention to. So that's something I'm struggling to bring up to the surface, bring it to the surface. So I'll give you an example, right? When a person tends to come off as controlling, right? They come off as controlling. You already feel some type of way. You feel this person does not value your opinion. It could be a man. There's a lot of men in marriages where the wife, they feel like, listen, I have to like take the higher road every time. Like, no, I'm the husband and I can see something here that you clearly can't see. Can you listen to me? No. This is how we do it. That's how, I'm the one that understand how this works. Basically, a man that doesn't feel heard, right? Or he doesn't feel, the way he interprets that is that he doesn't feel a sense of respect coming from you. It could be that, or it could be the story that we're more familiar with, more likely, which is you as a woman, you feel like this man is in control of your whole life, and you don't have a say on your whole life. Either way, they both exist. But it starts with the feelings some type of way. That's where it starts from. The only part of the conversation we like to pick up is after Gbajumos don't enter. People are now literally doing crazy stuff, like putting marks on their own self so that they can gather evidence and put you in jail forever. That's the part that we enjoy the most about this conversation. Somebody explain that to me. What is going on? Do you guys understand what I just painted, the picture I just painted here? Do you guys understand it? Did that make sense? Right? What if, hit the like button, hit the like button. I'm here with you guys. I'm not in a rush today. I'm here with you guys. And I'll drop somebody remind me at the top of the hour, I'll drop the link so I can hear your cases, or your examples or your perspectives and insights. I want to hear them all. We're about 60 people here right now. Can we get the likes up to 60, please? Can we get the likes up to 60? Shout out to my G. Chinye is here. Chinye is on vacation. She left all of us for like a whole week. Went on vacation. Huh? Chinye, explain yourself. Right now. Left all of us. Went on vacation. How did you be that? That's not fair. Chinye, you should have let all of us know what you're up to. Okay? Black Diamonds, I wanted to ask Eva how it's going after therapy. Okay, I'm going to come backwards and read some of the comments right now. The louder ones are more prominent. Yes, all the extreme cases. The extreme cases did not start that way. The extreme cases did not start as extreme case. It starts at the point where one party is getting all their full chest out. They're saying what they feel. The other person feels like I can't get a word in. Right? It starts at a place where we don't like to call it abuse. We like to call it, it's just what it is. We should be understanding and stuff like that. That's where this issue comes from. So when somebody said they call the police on them, I have a tendency. I'm patient. I'm here, you guys. I'm here. Okay. I'm patient. Okay. I'm patient to slow it down. Let's go back to the beginning. But me, I usually inside of myself, it's taking everything in me to be that patient. It's inside of myself. I want to ask, tell me the rest of the story. How did you get there? No, but that's extreme. It's just madness. It should not be allowed. Like, yeah, I know that. But how did you get here? No. Like, I get you. I completely get you. There are also aspects of life where I feel like, no, it shouldn't be tolerated. I have those aspects of life for me personally. I don't think my romantic relationship with a wife or a husband that we plan to do life with, I don't think that's the place to do that. I think it's very risky to think in extremes when it comes to marriage, because after all, you're probably not going to go anywhere that easy. And if you could, you have children with this person. So you're either way, you're entangled with them for the rest of the life of those kids. After all, that's our prayers, that those kids will be around for a long time beyond us. So guess what? That means that's a relationship you're going to have to learn how to manage, unless you have some kind of proof, evidence against them that they are completely dangerous to society. That's the only way. If they are not dangerous to society, they will be at some point in one shape, form or the other allowed in your world. Essentially, that's your life. You have to deal with it, right? So let me see. If you have any questions or anything in particular you want me to see, put a Q in front of it before you type it, so I can set them apart from all the tags. Welcome, Yvette. Good to see you, Yvette. Let's see here. Hello, sis Monilola. I jumped into Auntie show in the middle, so I didn't get a chance to say hi. How is your lovely son? I'm sure. See how they say hello here right now, eh? We have a conversation, Obinkwe. Shout out to Auntie Monolado. We have been doing good, but I believe it's because he realized the consequences of DV since he was just in the USA just for 3 years. Now he knows better. So here's a shocker. It's not really a shocker unless you want to pretend to yourself. Here's a shocker. Okay. A lot of people have participated in one shape or form or the other before they realize that, this is dangerous. I can't do this. Okay, I speak to men on a daily basis that are saying, I regret ever doing that, but I blacked out. Like, that's the worst thing I thought I could ever do. Like, that's not, like, that was never me. I didn't see that growing up. I never expected myself to ever get into that kind of space ever. Yeah. And of course, a whole lot of men, that's in their past. They don't want to remember that ever again. Ever. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to make it an example to you. So you have a shortage of people that will actually paint a picture. Men that will paint a picture of what that looks like emotionally before they get to a place where they black out. Is that justifying it? No. What we're trying to tell you, what I'm trying to tell you in particularly, is that it starts long before that blackout moment, before that extreme moment. Let's learn how to mitigate this before it gets badly. A person give themselves blackout to create evidence against their partner so they can use it against them. I don't want to say that's a lost cause, but that message is very simple. Please don't do that. It's very simple. We don't need to spend too much time on that outside of pounding it. Please don't do that. Please don't give false reports. Please don't, right? But there's more. There is more. I just came back 2 hours ago. It was just 4 days shoot. I wish it was a week. It was 4 days. 4 days is a week, Gary. Amber says we all need vacation, you know. So bring me up to speed. The chats are moving so fast. Bring me up to speed. Where are we? What are we talking about? I'm going to try to catch this as I can, you know. Let's see here. If you have any questions, I know Beyond Braids June posted something earlier on, right? There's nothing to justify in that than to say, hey, it's very sad that a couple will get into that space, right? And it's even worse that a man would not see that a 10-year-old baby, that they can't see that, right? But what we can all agree to is that, yeah, that sounds like it was some kind of anger issues, right? Yes, Cherish. The louder ones are more prominent. Those are the stories we tend to want to talk about. So right now, I'm going to drop the link. I'm actually ready to drop the link. If you want to come up and share some stuff, some specific stories with me, I would like to do that. You know, I did have some kind of material. I'm going to drop a video. We have a secondary channel called the Prestige Marriage Academy. It's called the Prestige Marriage Academy right here on YouTube. I think we just started. There's only 26 subscribers on it. So if you want to go and find it and subscribe to it, I will drop a more abridged, consolidated version of what I want to share with you with regards to this topic up there. Because frankly speaking, a lot of people are going through it. Eva says, I called the police for my husband who assaulted me the second time for first time. Second time, first time, he was very sorry and I let it be. After 1 year, he did it again, so I called, but dropped the charges. We did therapy. All right, that's awesome. All right, so I'm glad to hear that you guys did therapy. Hopefully you guys are in a better place right now. Maureen says, I came here from Obodo Onyibo TV. Welcome, Maureen. Welcome. Chidinma says, hello from, okay, I think I went too far back. All right, so let me see here. So I dropped the link. Hit the like button. I will share some stuff. Okay. Yes, I missed you, Chi. Yeah, I did. Let's see here. Eva, happy for you, but please stay safe. Hugs and kisses. All right, good. So there's a general consensus that it's only monsters that would do something like that. I'm not here to agree or disagree with you on the labels you choose to use. That's completely up to you. All right, but I'm also guessing that you are saying it's a minority and you can always find something better. Sure, absolutely. Okay, but I'm also here to tell you, right, that some of your brothers, normal people that you never expected it, you never see it coming, right?
I never expected it.
They've participated in this bad behavior and they will never talk about it because they regret the day it happens. There are some that they have a tendency to do it over and over and over again. How do you know? Well, they did it second time. Does that mean you should wait until second time to find out? Absolutely not. Remember, my point here is don't even wait until that ever happens. Once you start to feel a sense of abuse, you feel abused. They don't have to agree that they're abusing you. You just feel uncomfortable in this situation. It's okay to excuse yourself and leave. Leaving does not have to be a permanent decision. Okay, but the flip side of it is to stay and incentivize bad behavior, right? So to what extent, how do you know what feels like abuse on your end? But let's be clear about something. Other people, if all you are doing is listening to abuse stories every day, night and day, those other people's definition will influence your own definitions or what you consider to be abusive, because you're a social human being, you're getting socialized in real time. So what do we do now? Self. We start with self. Engage yourself, right? Get to know yourself. Oftentimes, that means you have to disengage from everything, including that partner, right? And engage wise counsel, right? Because just as much as all this crazy noise on the internet can influence you, the right coach, the right counselor can also help you understand, but this time with respect to your own specific story, to your specific culture. See, no matter how much you run away from your culture, it's part of your identity. So you might be engaging the Oyinbo person's identity with full force because it soothes your feelings, it helps you feel better, but it's short term. At the end of the day, there are aspects of our culture that you love, that is part of your identity, that is part of what you like about life, right? So to every good thing in the Oyinbo land, there's also downsides. So you need to understand how this works with respect to your own specific stories. One thing I can tell you today, all right? One thing I can tell you for free, let me use my language today, right? Is that there are a couple of factors that you must consider. Either you should call the police or not. And I'm sorry, it's not as simple as don't ever call, it's bad. And I'm sorry, it's never as simple as just call all the time. No, it's not that simple, okay? If you don't know yourself, if you don't know who you are as a person, it's even worse. You'll be getting influenced all over the place by the toxiest of the stories that you relate with the most. And that's not good for you. You're going to hurt yourself. You're going to hurt yourself if you do that. So it's very important that you understand that there are nuances, right? Does JAPA scatter marriage? No, it doesn't. Can it? Yes, it can. Does it always scatter marriage? No. If you feel that way, That's the only type of stories you've been paying attention to. That's what that means. So I'm not going to disagree with you, but it just means that's the only type of stories you've been, because there are so many success stories that jackpot the same way those other stories jackpot. And guess what? With all of them encountered the shake-up, the culture shock. All of them, every single one of them. Don't let anybody deceive you, right? That's some of them, they were just so strong. Culture shock is real, okay? Not just culture shock. Just a human being evolving can shake up a marriage, right? Hey, I discovered a part of me. Hey, I just discovered that I would like to go into this kind of career. That triggers the other person. The other person's like, so who's going to take care of the baby? Are you saying now I have to sit with the baby 2 hours extra? That also we create problems. No, it doesn't matter how strong your marriage was. It's just we're human beings, okay? It does matter. Don't get me wrong. It matters only to a certain extent. The same extent that your premarital counseling mattered, right? So your premarital counseling can only go so far, because life will test you and we test that marriage. For every new phase you enter, everything gets shaken up. For every new influencer you discover that's speaking to your pain, you discover something new every time. And then you come home, you're like, I'm not going to say anything about it. I didn't bring it home, but it shows in your countenance. The other person can tell, because we're human beings and we have incredible radar for bullshit. So we can smell it when something is off. Like, okay, can we talk about it? No. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. What do you mean nothing is wrong? The babies are crying. Do you want me to go shower for them? No, thank you. I got it. Is she? Okay. Okay, I'm going to work. Odabo. We don't talk about small stuff like that. We only want to talk about either somebody don't buy somebody first or something. That's when we want to talk. And somehow you expect that those stories will stop or slow down. No, they won't. We can slow them down by addressing them as early as possible. So as early as premarital counseling, but also on an ongoing basis. There's no end to this. You continue to learn, you know. So Amber says marriage needs school of its own. We do have marriage. We have Prestige Marriage Academy here. It's on YouTube right here. Okay. Ladies, please never engage an angry man. Walk away. Lock yourself up in a room and call the police. Please stay safe. Men are stronger. That's a good point. You know, thank God I said call the police. Okay, it's okay. Let's generalize. Police are not coming to just go and take somebody away. If we're talking about Western world, they want to de-escalate. Okay, there are some crazy stories, like somebody give themselves blackout. Please don't stay there and be gathering evidence against that person. You gentlemen should be running from that crazy person. But she's not really crazy, you know, because people give excuses for their spouses too when they're participating in this bad behavior, right? Oh, but it's not really crazy. It just happened to be a bad day. You are mad yourself. Call the police, okay, so that they know that you're not going to tolerate anything that doesn't feel safe. Call the police. All right? Call the police. Just call the police. If we're generalizing, as we all do, they're not coming to take anybody away. They want to de-escalate. If you are moving mad in front of them, they will take you away. Even if you're the one that don't collect before. I know that's not common sense, but that's how it works. Okay? Auntie N shared many success stories of JAPA and imported spouse, and also shared many that didn't work. So calling cops is issue specific. Thank you, Beyond Braves. A&E is issue specific. That's very important. And how crazy or kind the individual in the marriage is. If one person does not feel safe, you should not be feeling safe. If you are feeling safe, that goes to tell you how connected you are to your spouse. Even more dangerous. Even worse. You know how people say like, oh, I didn't know that it was that bad. What?
I never expected it.
You didn't know it was that bad. It's real. It's real. Some people, the first time they realize their marriage has problems is when they got the divorce papers.
He shock you.
Yeah. Yvette says, yes, culture is vital when receiving therapy. Get a therapist knowledgeable of the culture. Absolutely. Ultimately, think about the outcome. If you falsely call the police on, be ready to deal with the consequences. If you make a genuine call, think about your next move. Is reconciliation possible? You know, Abby, shout out to you, Abby. I'm curious if you can add into the chat, right? What would be I want to use your words. What would be a false call to the police? Let's spell that out. Let's give maybe a couple of examples. Anybody can go. What is a false call to the police? And then also, what is a genuine call? Let's spell it out, right? Because those two phrases are quite subjective, as you can expect, right? So I'll come back to it. Just let me know once you put that up there. No, it doesn't. Marriage way, no good, no good. What does that mean? Every person inside of a marriage, right? No, actually, let me give you like this. Ambersite, can you spell out what you mean by that? I'm not going to assume I know what you mean. What do you mean by marriage way, no good, no good? What do you mean by that? Can you spell that out? I'm going to start that. If I don't see anything from you in 5 minutes, I'll come back and address it. Big question, my take is that calling the police on your spouse is case specific. Absolutely. Absolutely. Case specific, case by case by case. All right? Case by case by case. It's the same thing. It's very similar to asking people to just forgive and move on. You don't get to manipulate people to forgive and move on. You can try. Good luck. Some of them may be still just subjected to the culture. They're like, yeah, they start to feel guilty, and then they decide to quote unquote forgive. They didn't forgive you. They did not forgive you, especially if it's an old burning. Some elder came in, they said forgive, and you thought she forgave, right? And then 3 years later, you don't collect. And then you come back to me, and then you say she brought it. She always bring it up. I thought she said she forgave you. She didn't forgive you. You tried to manipulate her to forgiving you. And in our culture, we have a tendency to manipulate people to forgiveness. Forgiveness, yes, is good. Yes, it's good for you. Absolutely, right? But any kind of forgiveness that's done without proper healing will backfire.
You think say they're wise?
It's a backfire. Anybody can say they forgave. Did they actually forgive? That's the question. Did they actually forgive? How do you determine if they actually forgave? Right? For me, I have a generalized answer. If they are starting on a clean slate, yes, it's also subjective. What does that mean? All bygones be bygones. Is that realistic? Can you truly forget? We can break it down, what that means. We can start breaking it down. But yes, you can. But figuratively, so it doesn't mean they go inside of your memory and remove it. That's not what forget means. It means that not only did they make a choice to forget and forgive, they know it's at the back of their memory, but they're also intentional how they move forward. Right? Is that easy? No, it's easier said than done. Everything we say here is easier said than done, by the way. It's easier to generalize. It's not easy to drill down a little bit further. Critical thinking is not easy. Okay? Asking why 50 times to get to the bottom issues is not easy. It's very hard. Everybody gets tired at some point. Beyond braces, I found myself folding his clothes up his chest when he took my passport. I regret doing it. Abusive environment will make you act crazy and do the unbelievable. This is way before we start having kids. Interesting. All right, let's see. Kevy says, my husband put his hand on me once and I called the police on him, but I didn't press charges. He wants me to serve him food forcefully that his mom used to serve his dad. Lord have mercy. That one is deep. So he wanted to force you to serve him food, or wanted to serve him food forcefully. So he said, "Can you please serve me some food?" And then it became Basbos. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I just want to clarify. Right. You'll be shocked to hear what your lovely brother had done to his wife. You know how some people, Bigwe, thank you for that. You know how some people will come and say, Ola, Ola will never act that way. Huh? No, not the Ola that I raised. My brother don't act like that. And you're like, am I crazy? Is it me? And then your mind consolidates and concludes that no, they are also evil too. That family is evil. They knew their brother is like that. But you can't bring yourself to, and you know, honestly, for the most part, most people can't bring themselves to it. You can't bring yourself to say, maybe they've never seen that part of him. No, a bad monster is a bad monster. It must be a monster. They knew it was a monster all along. Listen, ultimately, I think you're right. Okay.
You're right.
You're right. You're right. Because it's your experience and it's valid, you know. But we're trying to get to a better result, a better experience, right? That's what we're trying to get to. If I say you know what it means, this one shock Ola. Listen, I get this stuff all the time. Just trying to get us to think a little bit further, a little bit deeper. Amber says, I meant you should not waste your time in a marriage that cannot be saved. Just leave before you become the aggressor. So I will agree with you, since I don't want to drill it even further.
You're right.
If that's how you feel as an individual, you absolutely should not stay in that marriage. There's no way I'm going to justify you staying in that marriage. If this is truly how, as an individual, how you feel, you've gotten to a place you concluded that a marriage that cannot be saved cannot be saved. I agree with you. There's no way to justify staying in that marriage. Because I'm not going to be inside that marriage with you. You be inside that marriage. Guess what though? Everybody also giving advices on the internet. When they say a marriage that cannot be saved, that means different things to different people, right? Just understand that they're not going to be inside that marriage with you or in your own life with you either, right? So I'm going to advise that before you conclude, right, if it's a situation where you're in harm's way or you feel like you might be in harm's way, you feel like you might be in harm's way, absolutely leave. But make sure you seek the help you need, you know. Make sure you heal. Make sure you do the work to heal. The work is not blaming the other person. The work is not concluding that it's just bad everywhere. It's just red everywhere. That's not the work. The work is going to be a lot more difficult for you. It's going to involve accountability. That's a very tough thing for human beings in general, you know. Real call, please help. My husband threatened to buy me when he returns back. What does that mean? Help me. Obìnrin, when they remember wetin happen, we were in the womb. Wahala. False calls to the police includes a retaliatory call to control or victimize. Yes, I agree with that. That would be a false call. So you woke up in the morning one day, you say,
Let the poor breathe.
all those yes, I don't collect from this man's hand.
Sorry.
It's time for me to show him some shaggy, right? I'm just gonna call the police, right? I want him to sleep in jail tonight. Well, they're gonna need evidence too.
We go explain. Because no evidence.
They need evidence. Right? Listen, those are false calls. I agree with you. I've never seen one before. I'm sure they exist. With God, all things are possible. In this life, anything is possible. That person making a false call, please don't make that false call. Thank you. Don't do that, okay? If you do enough of it, there are actually charges. There's a lady recently, I saw the case. I wish I put it down. There's a lady that actually got charged for calling emergency for non-emergency stuff all the time. So that's one repercussion. The second repercussion is that you are crazy. Your craziness will go to another level if you keep doing stuff like that. You are mad if you're doing stuff like that. You are punishing yourself so they can punish another person. It's madness. So I'm sure, you already saw yourself as mad. You're like, I don't think it's necessarily mad. I think it's karma. No. This is you manufacturing this karma. You go collect.
Sorry, yo.
Collect, let me see. All right, dropping the link. I've dropped the link a couple of times. Come up right now if you want to come up right now. All right, let's see. People said that one is revengeful and crazy. If you are revengeful and crazy, seek help. Trust me, I've seen some of them call me. Okay, some of them have called me. Okay, and I refer them to the appropriate place. Clinical treatment. Yeah, we have them. We have them here. Okay, so we have people on our team that can take care of clinical issues. That's a clinical matter. All right. We have to always give people benefit of a doubt. Some people shows you a different version of themselves depending on their relationship with you. No, that's just a fact. Bingbe, that's just a fact. Does that mean you should take risk of them? No. If you feel like you're taking risk of them, don't take the risk. What I am saying is that you should just don't walk around life thinking that human beings are just are just black and white. They're not. They come in all types of different colors. Okay. Amber says not the Kamala. Kamala is up. Let's see. Chidinma, welcome.
Hi. Good evening, Ola.
Good evening. Welcome to the Prestige stage. Yes. Shout out to you.
No delay today.
Happy Sunday. No delay. I can hear you in real time.
Happy Sunday to you.
Yeah.
I want to start from some things you said earlier when you were on Antibe's platform.
Yes.
You said we shouldn't, if anybody needs to make the call, even if you are victimized, like you really do need to make the call for your safety, for the safety of possibly children or whatever the valid legal reason is. Do not do that from a place of emotion, because then you can run the risk of making a false call. And I want to...
Oh, you're saying do not do it from a place of emotions, right?
Like you said earlier, yes. I'm buttressing that point. Like anger or...
Yeah.
Emotion, because then you run the risk of making a false call. And I want to say that is very, very true. As someone who has been there myself. And they will ask you all kinds of questions. And to be honest, it is so easy when they're asking you, did he do this? Did he do this? They will ask you, yes, he did. In fact, he did. It's so easy. But the thing is, those things you're saying are also sworn testimonies. They're like asking you, do you say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So if you are found to be lying, a couple consequences can happen. Like I think it was Monilola that said, with women go when the man is locked up, they will go and beg, oh, please release him, please release him.
Women do that a lot.
Or women end up not going, even if they press charges on the court date, the woman will not show up so that the charges will be dropped. So the husband can come home. Now, if you are a repeat offender as a woman, guess what's going to happen? You're going to be like the boy who cried wolf. When something really needs police intervention, they are not going to show up. By the time they show up, God forbid, somebody is on the other side. And then it's be like, oh, we'll be saying, why is it police always comes when after something has happened, like we see in the movies?
Right.
It's their fault. You made their job difficult for them.
You kind of call all the time, and there's been some quote unquote false situation.
Right. So if you call, make sure you are ready to follow through. I don't care if you call all the time if need be, but the issue is don't call and then turn your back. Then it will be like, just call them just to prove a point, not to follow through. Make sure you have sat down and thought through the consequences of what this calling is going to be, and you are ready to follow the consequences all the way to the end. If you can't follow the consequences, please do not call. When you are ready to follow, they will not take you serious. They may not take you serious.
So let me ask you this, right? Shout out to Amber. I have her on the stage as well. Let me ask you this question, right? How do you determine upfront if you're not being serious?
If you are not being serious, like if you are ready to follow the consequences all the way. Okay.
How do you determine that upfront?
Okay. So we didn't just, like you said earlier, we didn't just wake up and decide to call the police. Possibly we've known, from other people we've heard, we've watched movies, we've heard stories, real life, fictional, of this is what normally happens when police is called. So based on those consequences, you may have even looked up the laws in your own county, city, town, whatever, and seen, okay, police calls, this is what can happen. Or even when you call them, they'll tell you, if we come and this is going on, we're going to arrest him, we're going to do this. You can call right back and say, never mind. But don't let them come and be like, after they've told you they're going to arrest him, and you still let them come, knowing that you don't want him arrested. That's the problem.
Okay. Let me hear what Amber has to say. Amber, hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, Amber. What part of the world are you plugging in from?
I'm in California, USA.
Hey, California. We have the West Coast. You didn't go to church today. You're supposed to be in church.
It's dark.
Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Talk to me. What's on your mind?
Basically, I called to clarify the comment I made. It was based on what Beyond Braids wrote regarding her almost buying her husband. That chat, what she wrote was she got his some folded clothes up to his chest. So that means she was thinking. So I was like, it's not worth it. That's what I meant. Like, if marriage is no good. Like,
gotcha.
Just leave. That's what I meant. So if before you become the aggressor, because when it happens now, nobody's gonna mention all the things the guy has been doing to frustrate you to that
too
point.
Late. Yeah.
So if it gets to that point where you're no good, you can't save it. Just leave. Because before you become something else. So that's what I was trying to.
That's what you're clarifying.
Explain. Yeah.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. So I take my own. I agree with that point. I take my own to another level entirely. Right.
Yeah.
Marriage is moment by moment.
Yeah.
If you're no good now, leave now. That does not have to be a permanent decision. A lot of people's fear is that, just leave now. What about my children? What if I leave and then another woman has replaced me before I come back? Or another, all this kind of crazy fear of the unknown thoughts is the reason why people stay in very toxic relationship. Yeah. So in agreement with what you're saying, if it feels in this moment that this is a toxic situation, decide, just leave, right? And the worst that can happen is that this person is no longer in your life, but it's better than you're no longer alive.
Yes.
So I agree with you in that respect. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah. Hangouts, because we're still here, unless you just have to go. Chidinma.
Yeah, I wanted to add something to what I was saying earlier. Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. So, I don't know if you're familiar with VAWA, Violence Against Women's Act.
I think so. Yeah.
It's a process of abuse victims getting paper for themselves in the US, instead of having the person that brought you, who will use
file for you,
of control, file for you. And part of the control is they suddenly drop the application halfway and now you're stranded. So now you're illegal here after they've brought you, right? So now you can't work or go to school or do anything meaningful. And you basically become a slave. So through VAWA, you can self-petition for yourself and file.
Gotcha.
And based on your situation, you don't even have to pay anything. It's all free.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. I said it's a case by case basis.
Now, yes, case by case. So they do their investigation, make sure that you're actually a victim.
Right.
Okay.
So now part of the process, because they list the different forms of abuse. A lot of it is not physical, and they are well aware of that. But most people, because they are afraid that they may not get the documentation, they do the so-called false calling of police to get this benefit. It's not study. Yes, that's another thing people do. They can write up false reports, use lipstick and things on their bodies and take pictures and submit to immigration. All kinds of things people do, right? It's all part of the calling false thing. But the thing is, in this country, if you are found, so a sham filing of immigration isn't just when you marry someone for papers and you know the marriage wasn't real. This is another sham issue as well.
This is another way that people game the system.
Exactly. So you made a statement on Auntie B show. You said there's a difference between weaponizing the system to hurt your spouse versus using the system to help yourself. I'm paraphrasing what you said. So when you go and start making all these statements, like somebody said on Auntie B show, I forget who it was, they can go after the person. Their licenses can be revoked, child support, all kinds of things like custody, rights, all kinds of things that can harm them for things that didn't have to be in whatever you filed. You know, by the grace of God, I had to use this very process I just talked about. And once again, it was so easy to claim all kinds of things that did not happen. But due to the way I was brought up and God helping me, I did not do that. I didn't have any physical marks. I never encountered physical abuse in my issue. It was every other form of abuse besides physical. But,
so thanks for sharing that, right? I have a question.
That I might not be able to get what I applied for.
I have a question.
I did quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
My application was approved.
It was approved, right?
Physical. I didn't have to lie, is the point I'm making.
Right. But let me ask you a question. Do you put that in the same category as asylum? Somebody filed for an asylum?
No,
asylum is totally different.
Okay. How is it different? Tell me how it's different.
Asylum is when you're running away from your country.
Your country.
Your country is the abuser, not a human being.
Okay, so what makes it different is that the country is an abuser.
The country is like
not
unsafe.
really the country.
The country is unsafe. Maybe you are in a religious minority. And so you are under religious persecution, or we are afraid that you'll be persecuted because you're in the religious minority, or some other thing that makes you potentially a target from the ruling people in your country. Or there's war, war, like in those countries that are war torn right now. You can country is not safe for you.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let me hear you, Amber. You were saying something?
Oh yeah, I was trying to say something about the asylum. It's not necessarily the country against, like, you're running from the country. Like, it's basically anybody. It could be family, it could be religion, it could be it's all you can run to another country based on that. That's when you leave your country.
That's asylum.
You don't have safety. Yeah, that's what asylum. It's not necessarily that you're having issues with your country. It's just that you're having issues that you cannot stay in the country. I don't know how to explain it.
Gotcha. No, I got you. So tell me how, in your opinion, Amber, how is that different? After this, I want to go to Jum is on the stage. In your opinion, tell me how is different from the VAWA.
VAWA is based on the marriage itself. So if you're married to someone and he abuses you verbally, physically, or is keeping your rights, like he's keeping your passport, even as little as that, you can qualify for VAWA. It's just that a lot of people don't know. They feel that it has to be a physical abuse, whereby there's mark on their body or stuff like that. As if the man doesn't let you go to school, you can qualify for VAWA. If he doesn't let you call your family,
financial abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse
that is affecting your right as a human being, you qualify for VAWA.
On USCIS website, they list all the things and they give you examples under each category.
So you don't need to lie for nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask Jum. I'm sure you have something to get off your chest, but if Jum, if you can tell me hi.
No, mama.
Hi, mama. All right.
Yeah, that's
hi, mama. I heard you, mama. All right.
Sorry, guys. Apologies.
That's all right. So, Jum, let me ask you this question, right? Yes. If you were in that situation, and you found out about VAWA, right? It will make sense to me that it's an opportunity you can use, right?
Yes.
Let's say you're not in that situation you described earlier, but you found out about VAWA, and you feel the need to use it. How would you go about it? Your husband is not your enemy, but it's an opportunity.
I'm a very kind person. What I will not do is lie against someone, because if I'm in that situation whereby my husband is not abusive, is not giving me any problem, just that I don't have paper, or he now have paper. No, I'm not. That is why I said the individual in the marriage plays a
Specific.
Yes, in every situation. Like, we can't just say, oh, this person does this. The act of that person. For me, the kind of person that I am, I will not. No, I won't do that. It might take me forever to take my paper.
What if his own way of doing the paper, you notice that there's a block, there's a hindrance, bottleneck, and that's just an opportunity. And of course, you're not going to lie against him. That will leave you with discussing with him that, hey, we could do this, do that.
And so that will now be like we are both crazy.
No, you're not getting
crazy
it.
together.
Wait.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
No, but any lie I lied there, you agree for me to go and lie there.
To lie the lie.
Yeah,
okay.
That's why I said
So hold on, Jim. Hold on, Jim.
Something
Amber, tell me the part that I'm missing.
What we didn't tell you with the vow is that you and the partner are no longer together.
Right.
Because you have to be together for you to get your papers. Because you're still tied to him. But if you are no longer together, you're supposed to leave the country because you have not qualified for the papers. Now, in order
you leave the country in order to file for VAWA? You have to leave?
How do I put it? Like,
you don't have to leave the country.
You don't have to. You can be here.
Your papers, because you came through, you're married to the person. Like, now you're getting your papers through marriage. So if the person, you're no longer together, how now? What's your explanation? Because now you have to prove to them.
Let me not even start talking.
Hold on, let me explain. So you're either gonna divorce, you're divorced, or you guys are separated for you to now qualify for VAWA. Now, why are you no longer with the person is now the reason you come up with the VAWA and explain what he has been doing. That as a reason for you not to be together. But if you're still married, you cannot use VAWA.
Gotcha. Now, if you're still married and you choose to cook it and divorce just for the purpose of...
That's bad. And that's a lie.
Because I know it's bad now. I already know it's bad now.
That's what I said.
Walk with me, Amber. Okay.
It's bad because you're lying. And
he asked me,
can also
can I lie against him?
Okay, hold on, Jim. Let me walk with Amber for a second. Jim is at 100. Me, I am at 40. And Amber is at 10. Okay? But I don't want to assume that Amber is not at 100. Okay?
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So now let me ask you, Amber, right? I know it's bad. I know it's bad because you're lying. I know all of the other things, right? But I spoke to my sister. I said, this long route you are taking, why don't you do it this way? You just paint your face with a lipstick, right?
Blood of Jesus.
She said, "Oh, blood of Jesus." She can't help it. It's just bad for her. It's triggering her.
Oh no.
She's like, no, I'm not gonna do this, right?
You go people, they're not bad like that.
Yeah.
They are not bad.
Come closer to the microphone. You sound far away now. Oh, the earpiece is no. Ask Chinye.
And I'm using earpiece, so.
You're not supposed to tell us now. You're not supposed to tell us you're using earpiece.
No, like mine is working is what I'm trying to say.
You're not supposed to tell us. They would think they can get their own to work.
Okay, I'll switch. So
Mine is original.
I was saying that.
I'm listening, Jariamba. I'm listening. Are you there? I don't think she can hear us anymore. These are the easies. She was saying that. Okay. Anyway, but you get what I'm saying right now. Now, remember we went through this rabbit hole because I asked a very specific question. Are you back? No, that's okay. That's okay. We should have this conversation, right? We went through this rabbit hole because I was asking, is VAWA, do you see VAWA in the same category as asylum? The first answer you guys gave me is a no. And then I asked how so, right? And then you guys went on to tell me that the country or whatever you're running away from is the abuser. This time you're claiming that the marriage is the abuser. Right?
Yes.
That's the point you guys made, right?
Loosely speaking, yeah.
So I agree 100%. Now, outside of that, do you see them in the same category, maybe as opportunities?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, technically.
Right? So imagine me bringing asylum into a conversation where I'm trying to tell people that if you're in a JAPA marriage, should you call the police or shouldn't you call the police? Right? There are situations where people use VAWA falsely, falsifying, right? That is still considered an extreme situation. Especially if we're talking specifically about the case that Amber is trying to highlight, which is that person is reporting falsely just because of their own selfishness. They know that this person, they might potentially write down, you might even lie that this person touched your child. Right? This person will end up on a list of ex-offenders. Right? If you want to bring it to the conversation, I'm here. I'm patient. Watch time. But that's honestly not my, I will go there. I will bring you back to here, which is most of you are in relationships where you still like this person, but you can't stand them. You fell out of love with them. And the argument gets so toxic sometimes, and it's happened 1 or 2 times, you call the police. It got so toxic sometimes, the person broke a glass inside of a bathtub because they couldn't use their words. They got impatient. Right? Whatever they got angry. Right? That's what majority of the people. So you're talking about when they get extreme. The fewer situations that are the loudest, right? That's what we're talking about. The majority of the people that can potentially end up there, they are the most people. They're already tasting some of those bad controlling, they're already tasting it small. We need to talk more to those people. Should those people call the police or shouldn't they call the police? You see what I'm saying? Amber, are you back with your microphone?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, sorry. We were trying to get your microphone, so I went on. Yeah, go ahead. I think I asked you a question. I forgot now. Before I went. I'll be you forget too. She's disappeared. She's gone. all right. So Chidinma, how are we doing with that? So VAWA, I agree that VAWA or any type of falsifying, right? Right now, if you go on, can you guys still hear me?
Can hear you clearly.
Yeah. If you go on TikTok, there's something that's going viral on TikTok right now, right? There's an auntie over there that's making it go viral. It's a couple of them actually, right? African American that have collected shege. There's this one particular lady, $50,000 was stolen from her by a guy who got married to her. You see what I'm saying? So now the audience is growing of a lot of people who felt that they've gotten married to a Nigerian man who used them for papers, and then they found out after the fact that this person had a whole family and children. Right? So that's a 100 times bigger conversation based on reach on TikTok right now. Right? Based on the Nigerian population in the United States, how many people are actually going through that? Minority? Majority?
Majority, major.
Maybe half and half. I don't know.
No, majority. Majority.
All right. Well, what about the minorities that's not going through that?
It might be that they
I'm choosing to go with your narrative. What about the minority that's not going through that? How do you want them to feel if they stumble into this? What do they normally do if they go into that chat? The minority that's not, and they see Nigerian men being dragged as Yahoo boys, right? What do they normally do? They're like, it's a lie. Stop lying against us, right?
They can speak for themselves. They can't speak for everybody. So
why should what about their own rights to speak for everybody like the other ones?
And but they can't defend people that have done wrong for other people. Just that they will get angry because it's like they are brushing them with the same, painting them with the same brush. Of course, they will feel offended. But this is reality of other people. But okay, so for me now, the way I will handle issue might be different from the way other person might handle it. That does not make us the same. They will get angry because these people did not get their paper the right way. But we are sorry. I mean, I don't know.
You know, but again, I'm supporting your original point, Jim. It's case specific. If you're here, you come to the prestige stage, it's very difficult. It's something you just have to learn how to do. Case by case by case by case, you know? And that also means if people gather themselves somewhere and they're generalizing, just allow them be. Because like you said, you're not going to be the one to convince them otherwise. It's not going to work, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to work. So, but back to this particular topic, right? I wanted to hear what you had on your mind. Maybe you can tell us more. Maybe you wanted to tell us more about your situation that you were telling us in the chat, Junjun.
Myself? Oh God. I just come and drop small, tiny.
Hey, that's fine. That's comfortable as you are.
Because also for the security of my partner, I'm not the type that, because the way I will narrate issue will be different from the way he will narrate it, despite of us going through the same thing, right?
So you're still with that person, correct?
Yes, we are still together, but we're going through divorce. But
okay. Sorry to hear that.
No, it's okay. I mean, there is a pointer to that already. The way you, and let me say this to you. The very first time I joined your life, I like the way your mind works. And for the maybe the second time or third time listening to someone else, I feel like I'm not crazy. The way I think is very liberal, is very broad. That sometimes people misunderstand me. So like the way we're talking today now, like we can't just generalize. Like I don't like when people generalize. Like that, you don't speak for me. Like I will act different that way. You know, so I'm dealing with someone that generalized so much. And our issue is so specific. I mean, it's so complicated. He brought me abroad. He was the one that brought me. So that way, in one side of my mind, I always feel like I owe it to him to stay with him. He brought me that we should marry, and I'm here to make the marriage work. I'm not running away from you. I don't have any other person. But our issue is so much that even before we started having kids, I can tell this is a bit like from my mind. Even I'm a very good Christian. Like take Jesus away from this. What's the essence of? I'm very.
You're a Jesus baby.
Very practical. Yes, I'm a very practical person. Jesus died so I can enter heaven. Thank you, Jesus. I already received you. My heaven is settled.
But
so this marriage is for me on earth. Jesus will not come down to come and solve what I am supposed to do. This is my mindset. I'm not the type that will be praying about marriage. We are not to be. Paul Apostle that talk about marriage. He did not marry. He knows the work that required to make the marriage work. The person that is telling you that God hates divorce, did not marry, right? Because you can't be committed. I want to face the work of God. Let me leave marriage alone. But if you want to marry, and this is what you're supposed to do. So for me, it's in the doing, not praying, right? These are my thoughts. And sometimes my husband used to think like I'm crazy. Like how do I think like this? And sometimes I used to think I'm crazy as well. Like I'm too practical until I got to your channel. So back to my story.
Got you.
He brought me, and we have many misunderstandings. Like the way my mind is working, even right before I have money, because his excuse now is that I have money, I'm making money, and I don't want to.
Is your name Beyond Braids?
I'm Beyond Braids.
Wala. She's Beyond Braids. Hey, even since we got people nothing match. I know. I'm making a point. Even since we got people cannot match.
So even before I started making money, like we've been having the issue. So now that I have money now, like I have my own house, and I'm doing very well. So now it's like a very tangible excuse for him. Like
That's
I said,
threatening.
no. Yes, I said you are stifling my growth. Like I want to grow so much. I want to spread my wings. I don't want anything to be able to stop me. And it will be so crazy that the person that I'm sharing my life with will be the one to stop me. I
Yeah.
find that very, no, it's not settling with me. It does not make sense. Very simple.
Right.
So any little misunderstanding that we have. When I got here, I'm the type that I didn't have anybody tell me about abroad. I'm so very naive to the fault. I didn't hear anything like if you're going abroad, at least information travel around now. Then I just finished my core service, youth service, excuse me. I just
Your service.
said, yeah, youth service, and then I was coming here, pack my bag. I'm so excited. I'm coming here. We're going to start a family. And you know, one thing that I also used to believe is it's good that husband and wife come here together. They experience the shock together.
Right.
They adjust together. I think those people, if they are not crazy, they have chance of, you know, navigating stuff. If they are not secretive, they have the chance. I'm just speculating.
I'm hearing you. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but he's been here like 4 or 5 years ahead of me, so he already, you know, is settled. So he just brought me and all of that. And every little time he reminded me, he brought me. I said, okay, why do you? This is getting crazy. He got to a point. I'm like, I don't think we can go forward with this. It's such a long journey for us to be having problem now. And that time I said, I'm not doing it again. Can we just go our separate? I'm still very naive at that time. We don't have 8 years at that time. We haven't gotten married. We're still just dating. Backstory: we started from Nigeria. We attended OND together. We've been dating for almost 6-7 years before he brought me. So it's not like they introduced me. So what I was saying that in that aspect is I know a younger version of him, and you know people grow.
People
So
evolve.
maybe the person is growing into, and the way he received America. We also have, oh my God, I said it's so complicated because the way my mind works, I will keep, you know, but I hope
It's different angles and
it's different angles.
let me make this point at this junction, right? Feel free to share as much as you're comfortable, right? Let me share what I was saying. I knew that Jim was beyond breeze. What I was saying is that she makes money. There's a story we covered here a while back. Remember that story of that guy, God forbid, that bite his wife.
Yes.
The woman was that's what I was saying. When I said beyond breeze, like even 6-figure people cannot match that too. If they're not well secured in themselves, it's a problem. It's a problem, you know.
Because I didn't get here with any money, of course. So it's not like, you know, I work my way to this point, and I'm very diligent with what I'm doing, right? So let me know, what was I saying before you cut me?
Sorry, you were telling us that you go and it's complicated, and then you were going to another.
Yes.
You were going to 3 segments at the same time. You had to pick one.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Yeah.
I'm sorry. So what I was trying to say was, so that anytime we have any misunderstanding, he would tell me that he brought me. And so this time I said, I've joined you so long, I will not be able to continue. I'm not doing it again. Then he took my passport. So I have to lock
because he brought you.
Because he brought me, was always, and for me, I would like for us to have an issue is not a problem. Let's have this issue and sit down and address the issue and move on. Like, I'm not scared of any issue, in as much as I'm able to understand where you're coming from, why you do what you do, and we reach compromise, and then we'll continue, because there's still many fights ahead. If we can't be piling them up, it will get to a point whereby it will be too much. We will not be able to, you know, deal with them anymore. So I told him, I said, the way you walk, the way your mind works, the way you reason, it's so okay. I don't want to use irritating, because it seems like he doesn't think, he's not growing. And then my growth is becoming threatened. I'm the type that I seek for knowledge anywhere I can.
Right.
I don't just throw words around. Even if you tell me something, I will have to.
So you were moving too fast. Were you moving too fast, you think?
I think maybe I am, but I don't know. But when I first got here, I entered as a student, international
Did you
student.
feel like he might be jealous of you at some point? Did you feel that way?
Yes. At later stage, I realized that. But from the very beginning, I didn't see it that way. I see him as all these people that so I would describe him as people that just go here and listen to what other people have been saying, like, oh, this is abroad, oh, don't bring your wife, and if you bring them,
Don't
make
bring.
sure they don't have friends, stuff like that.
So the first time he get a pushback from you, you're like, I knew it.
Yes, he just threw that. So he's not.
They said it.
Okay, so
Don't ever forget I brought you to this country.
He didn't get to know me, and that hurts me so much. He robbed me of the experience that we're supposed to have. We are so good on paper, like so much. Honestly, if you see our picture, you would never believe all of this story I'm telling you. Like when we first have our issue,
You know why? Sorry, you know why? Because any one of us can be in that situation. It's not monsters that end up in this situation.
Yes.
Remember, I was making that point. All of us can be in this. You just have to be triggered the wrong left side, and then before you know it, you are the jealous one. Wrong advice. You're the wrong influence. Before you know it, because it starts from you questioning yourself. As a man, he's questioning himself. Like so he.
And he's doing well.
Yeah,
he's doing well. He have money too. He's doing well. He's not like So,
but you were moving too fast. Is the point we're making here?
I won't even say I started moving fast now. If I will put it fast, is after the bathtub issue that I have to move out of the house. Then
I'm talking about you were inquisitive. You were learning. You learned stuff.
Yes.
That's
But I don't even have
yeah.
any money at that time. But I'm just I have opinion. My mouth is very sharp.
Ellen no be razor. That man don't collect.
Sorry, oh.
Oh yeah, sorry. That man don't collect. Lord Jimmy. Oh yeah, continue.
What I mean is, and for me, I used to see it in a way that another man will see this attribute of mine and will appreciate it. It's not like a bad thing. Like no,
I get you. It's the same thing I say for the man that I say for the woman, right? If you are presented with a saucy young lady and then chom, and you love it, and it makes you get hard.
Yeah.
You're going to end up on the receiving end of that one day, and if you don't have self-control, if you're insecure, all of that is going to get discombobulated.
Yes.
It doesn't make you a bad person. It just means he didn't know what to do with that.
Person, and I understand it. He's a good person.
Yeah.
We handled the issue in the wrong way over
right.
time,
and
it has now it's so bad, but he's a good person. That is my point.
The resentment.
I wouldn't even deal with him from the first time if he's not good. We started good.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
We started very good during the time of extra cool back in Nigeria. We will call from night to the following morning. We'll call. He lives in Lagos. He comes to. I live in Ibadan. He will come from morning to night, stay with me and go back the next day. At the relationship we have before that's
what got it to where
that is why he was able to come back and brought me, like like we know each other. But I think what also surprises him again is the version that I'm growing into kind of surprises him.
Yes, it's a shock
because these are uncertainty. Like if you don't deal with very well, it might hurt the relationship. Like some people will say I learn my husband every 6 months. I desire for him.
I don't know about every 6 months, every day for me.
I desire for him to understand me.
Yeah.
To be open to what I have to say about myself. I can tell you I like this today. In the next 2 months, I'm sorry, I might not like it anymore. And it's not like that I'm unstable. It is just that I'm growing, I'm evolving. See, the very first 3 years of my years in abroad, I question myself a lot because it sounds like I changed. Anytime he call his family, tell them Jumoke to change, Jumoke change. And I kept like, I did not change. This is me.
I know.
I have all my values.
So you start questioning like, what is all this change thing? That's the first thing they report to other people about you.
Yes, that I kept changing, and all his family turned their back against me. These are people that I love so much. We have relationship. His mom, his dad, his aunties. Like we were good. I'm the only daughter in my family. He has sister that I adopted like my sister. Like there's nothing I cannot tell this sister. We're fighting till now. due to the way we have handled. So like it messed everything up. So back to what I'm saying, I'm going to be fast, so this live will not be too long. I had to.
What do you mean too long? I'm here. We're only 1 hour 16 minutes into
People
it.
are here. We are still warming up.
We're there here.
So,
but shout out to you for your vulnerability, because this will help a lot of people. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I had to lock his clothes. That is the very first time in my life I had to do that.
Yeah.
Very first time. I have never faced with any situation that will bring that. And what I used to say, you don't know how crazy you can get, or
you have no idea
that will bring that craziness out of you. I saw myself in a light that I never, ever in my life believed. Yeah. I'm a girly girl. I don't fight. I go by my way. I laugh. I smile. If you see me at any point, I wear my smile all the time. Like I'm so happy. I don't what do I say? I'm not worried about tomorrow.
So you probably don't know when he's serious. Like, I'm being serious right now. You're like always happy. Like, why are you happy?
In fact, if for anything, he's the one that is always very too playful. Like when I'm serious, he's
okay. When you're too serious, okay. Now it's on the flip.
I know. I have this thing with balance. I love balance so much. I know when to switch. I'm very good with that. So back to that, I had to lock his clothes. I regretted it. I'm being sincere. And he used to say it today, I lock his clothes. I said, why did I? Then I had to defend myself. Why did I lock your clothes? You took my passport. Why did you even think you have to take my passport? If I said I'm not doing it anymore, we should be able to talk about it. Why did you say you're not doing it again? I still want to do with you, because I believe it is out of love. Like, you can't leave me. Then I'll take your passport. You cannot go. But that's the wrong way to deal with it. Me telling you I'm not doing it again is to let you know that you're stressing me. Let us come. Taking my passport will not solve it, but that's the beginning of our problem. Oh my God! It got to the point of, let me just fast forward. I stopped going to school. To his credit, it was the one that funded my first semester of international school, and it's a lot of money, right?
Of course.
So it's a lot of money. So I had to pull out. I had to pull out and start working at 7-Eleven. You should know 7-Eleven. So I started working at 7-Eleven. From there, we got married. We have our first child. His parents came. Oh my God!
You say you started working at 7-Eleven?
7-Eleven. Yeah, I started working.
Okay, as a retail person.
Yes, and at that time I already had my social security. While I was in school, the very first semester, I was able to get my social security. Right? But I can't get any paper because I'm student. They will give you social security with condition. You cannot work more than 20 hours every week or whatever like that, because I'm still a student. I'm not a citizen or a green card or anything. So fast forward. This story I'm sharing. I hope it will not come across this time. So
even if it comes across this, you still feel like you should protect him, correct?
Yeah, I'm protecting him, and
I understand.
I'm not going to say anything bad about him.
I understand.
And this is why I used to use Jum. I don't spell all my name straight, but I believe that he will know my voice. Like, this is my wife.
Even me know your voice.
We've been doing this for such a long time. He's gonna know my voice.
Even me know your voice.
Oh my God.
But it's okay. You haven't said much.
Uncle Ben, I'm not running my mouth. What I'm saying is I'm very outspoken. If I see anything that bothers me,
this is how you know people that run their mouth. She went into the chat to go and see what Uncle Ben said.
I'm not the type that will keep quiet and be hurting inside. Like, I would let you know. Like, for me, you don't have to guess if I'm okay or not.
So Junjun, let me say this, because I have Amber back. I have Uncle Ola Kidola is here as well. Let me say this, right? Any accusations, I don't want to talk about the person that give themselves black eye to go and report to police. I don't want to talk about that person. I know that will get our platform to 50,000 overnight. I know, I'm sorry. I know. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about normal people that she just like to get her thought off. But she's been...
He's the father of my children. We have
wait now. We're talking about a situation where a normal person, right, who have watched enough Nollywood movies, 10 of them at least, if they get put in a position where they get triggered emotionally, they would do something that their brain has picked up from those movies. They would do it, they learn it somehow, but subconsciously. They would do it something such as locking his clothes. That didn't fall out of the sky. That's something you pick up from watching movies over time. You will say that will never be me. That's Raz behavior. Until you find yourself in that situation. Right? I'm talking about stories like that. We will take our time. We want to grow, but we will take our time. Okay? I don't want to talk about the person that gave themselves black eye. That person should go to Yaba left.
People are insane.
Yeah, that person Yaba left. Oh, and we have people on our team that can take care of this treatment, clinical treatment stuff. But I want to talk about you and I, normal people, where we participate in bad behavior when we didn't premeditate that we're just going to be mad people. But you woke up one day, you find yourself, your husband as a normal girl, the same mouth he loves so much, he will sit and enjoy the gist. He's now saying you talk too much, or he's saying your mouth is too sharp, you're disrespectful. When you bring that together, now you get defensive about that because you're like, no, I'm trying to tell you what I like. And then he gets triggered and saying, no, but I don't want to say that, but shut the hell up. I'm trying to say something to you. Right? Yeah. So now he finds himself in a situation where he's using certain languages against you that on a normal day he wouldn't use. He's pissed off. When you have two people like that, what do you think? You think you're that special, you put yourself on a pedestal, you fall off. All of us are weak in that way. And we're even weaker when we can't admit that.
Yeah, and this is a passion that we are not challenging the right way. Even the way we've been talking about each other, but using abusive word, it's a passion that is used in the wrong way.
Yes,
like, it's used in the wrong way.
Still abusive, not justifying it, but
I'm not
but understanding where it came from, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing, Chidinma. Thank you. I said Chidinma, Jum. It's too late.
Wow. I don't get it. Allah, please, can I say something real quick before you?
Chidinma, anytime, please talk to me. Then I'll go to Uncle Kidola. Then I'll come back to Amber. Go ahead, Chidinma.
Okay. So remember earlier, before you talked about vow, I talked about us not crying wolf, meaning if you're calling police, if you're filing power, whatever you want to use the system to do, make sure you have sat down. Jesus said if you want to build a house, count the cost, sit down, plan properly. Don't just do something and then halfway you start running, regretting, oh, I wish I hadn't done this. Another aspect of consequence.
Before you go to the other aspect, let me say this on a public platform. We do not encourage falsifying paperwork to get papers. Okay. Right. In fact, what I encourage is I'm judging you. Go back to Nigeria if you don't have papers. Continue.
Okay. Another aspect of consequence I wanted to bring in is children, right? Now, whether you are justified in calling the police, you have to be prepared for the consequences of when the kids start asking you questions. Mom, you call the police for our dad.
Yeah, they will.
That's the consequence you have to be prepared for.
It's all public records too. A lot of that stuff.
Imagine if you now lied. Guess what's going to happen? You're going to have to keep lying and keep lying. Because are you going to tell your kids, oh no, your dad didn't do anything and I called the police? No, you have to maintain. So guess what? You're going to start continuing to lie to your children now and start telling them, yes, he did whatever. In fact, I should have called them more times because he even did this and did that. You add pepper and salt and Maggie, the things. Because you don't want your children to see you as you are caught in a strait. You now have to play good cop, bad cop. So you have to be the bad cop or be the good cop while actually really being the bad cop and paint dad as the bad cop and claim he did whatever. Because how many moms are really going to come out and be honest to their kids?
And if you make mistake, be honest and take your yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Throw dad under the bus.
In our humanity.
How many of us process it with time and forgive?
Hold on, Juju. Go ahead. Sorry, Chidinma.
Yeah, I know. She's correct. We should own our mistakes, but I mean, we are humans, and these are your children asking you, and they are looking you square in the face. Maybe they have visitation with dad, and they're hearing different things from different people. You know, it's already a tough situation, even if you were justified in calling Olokwa for their father. Imagine when you weren't justified and you just trumped up stories. So that's one consequence I want us to always have at the back of our mind when we are doing some of these things. Let's always think about the repercussions on our children. You know, not saying we should go to the extreme and say, "Oh, I want to stay because of children." No. But whatever you are doing, whether you're staying or you're calling on Lokpa or you are removing yourself, these are three options. Always think about your full consequences. Think it through to the very end. Of course, we're not God, we can't foresee the future, but think step 1 to 10 as far as you can foresee before you take any action. It's very, very important. I don't only think about yourself that is feeling the hurt and the pain. Think about the kids involved.
All right, cool. Let me go to Uncle Kidola. It's on the stage. Welcome, sir.
Oh, thank you very much, my brother.
How you doing, sir?
I did fine, my bro.
Body strong.
Yeah, we thank God for everything.
All right, good. Talk to me. What's on your heart?
I hear this JAPA marriage and the calling police for the self in abroad or something like that.
Yeah.
See, our relationship as black people, as Nigerians, it is funny the way we take it, go into a relationship and be in a relationship. Not that we don't know the difference between I love you or I'm in love with you. You cannot say so. Because our people sometimes depends what to be the expectation and what to be the interest why you won't date that person. Both man and woman will be the same. You understand me?
Yeah.
See, if you marry somebody because they're America, but you don't really love the guy, or you love with the guy, but you marry him because he comes, they're America. That name America, say, this guy they're America. First of all, I feel sure I'm up. You carry me go America.
You could just fall in love.
And you fall in love on certain, or not really in love with the guy.
Or not really love the guy, but fall in love.
Kind of like, now said falling in love is different for.
I agree. It's different. I agree. Yeah.
They're great somehow. So whatever that guy is doing, all what you're seeing is the America, even when you spray perfume and other things, you like this materialistic sky.
The perfume reminds you of America.
T-shirts, all those things, you don't like it. You don't like this guy now, but in real life, but you start living with this guy, right? Doing things. Then you start, okay, this guy can be irritating you, or the guy expectation also. That woman also, you understand me? So both of them, they really know each other like that, but the guy is looking for somebody can bring in, might be to control that is also westernized, you understand me? That's his mind, The guy is looking to, okay, I'll feed you this guy, take JAPA, you understand me? My life will just better. When they start living together, because they don't know each other, this clash started because they don't really love them. Everything is just interest. Okay, everybody have interest, but when you have interest that join with you put together, there's nothing wrong. Your wife have a better job than you. Nothing wrong. You put different people. You understand me? But it's more in education wise, it's far more higher than you, or on a job maybe that pay more better than yours. Nothing wrong about it. No panic. It's a relationship where there's love. You just laugh. So wow, baby, you got a better job now. You understand me? Then you could start discussing your future. Things that you could not afford, you could start affording it together. You understand me? Because to forget that the way the woman can also betray the man, the same thing the man can also betray the woman, because we come from the same parlor. You understand me? Yeah. We they lie, they say lie. They pretend. You understand me? We they pretend well. They lie. Say, our friends sometimes have this kind of influence. See, Nigerians, they are very competitive. Anytime they sit, you have the guy you and your wife get better job. Woman rapper. You understand? So this guy, you start having things in his head like, okay, it's just more time you go shoot dump, you go carry one better bubble. You understand me? All these things started playing in their role. Woman that really love you will not do these things. You understand me? Will not do these things. This is our own cough, because not be mama will born you born. So if you get better job, now your destiny. You understand me? And I'm that person whereby I say, look, communication is very important. Even when at the best, that they talk.
When you're angry, when you're upset, or
that communication skills feed. When I feel they quarrel, we're not going to say, I leave you. After I say, this baby, you find You understand me? But because there's love there, if you let me go to the other race. The other race is this. How do you think our boys still survive for Europe? They'll come in, they don't get paper. They just come in. So I just pick them up. Okay, this guy's a good-looking guy. I like him. Let me know him. We'll start knowing each other. Okay. I'm in love with him. From nowhere, we just okay. Do you have documents? No. Let's fix your documents. That woman is already saying future, deep. But our boys also betray these women also. After helping them, the same thing. Our relationship they be between us and us. And that type of mentality would also the bring come with the other race also, the other side of the race. You understand me? So we have to improve. Really, if you like person, like person. If you don't like the person, no, not just and that person. Who are you talking? Somebody say I find pastor or a better pastor. Who are you? When person love you, say you not gonna love that person back. Who you? You be God. You understand me? You know,
Uncle Kidula, make I ask you a question. If a young man comes to you and he imported his wife, okay, and it's been 3 years, but there's now been some very toxic conversations. You know, as far as she's concerned, she's communicating how she feels. As far as he's concerned, she's not listening because she's not listening, and he's starting to feel like America is getting into her head. How would you address him? He's the one that came to you now as a big boss. How would you advise him?
I will ask him not to get panic. Look at why she's behaving like that. Put her down. Communicate with her. Say why you change. You understand me? Why is it because you have you see what change human beings will think? Okay, that's the competition coming. Okay, I get job as guy. So it being said, well, come Nigeria, come they trust me. You know, see, you understand me? You start kind of like saying things to put him down. But when he was in Nigeria, you will see him very big. But now you live with him, you see his struggle and everything, and you have a better move than him. So if I was to look, talk to this lady, look, babe, is it because you have a better job? That's why you just changed? You understand? Or you don't have no interest in me anymore? Just straight. If you're not, I can let you go. You understand me? You know, there's nothing bad about it. I can just let you go. Don't use violence. There's not going to. That is just bullshit. But this life, you can meet other people. It might not be through financial, but you can meet somebody that you really love. You cherish that moment together. You can even eat bread or fries on the pack just like that with somebody you really love. You will enjoy that very day. That go and be eating street what do you call the most expensive stream or something like that in the restaurants, and still there's no love there. You understand me? Love does not have to cost nothing. You understand me? Love is that when you feel the presence of that person, when you look at this person, wow, man, I'm blessed to have this person around me. You understand me? Because there's no matter whatever take that lady or that man head blown up, because okay, I see him struggle, I'm more better than him now. Then you say, babe, look, if because you have a better job, you want to move or roll, you can roll, you understand me? But don't use violence because they're more. She will realize it later. The better job, whatever you have, is temporarily.
So let me hear. Hang out with me though, bros. Let me hear Amber. Amber, what's on your mind? Talk to me. Amber, unmute your mic. Amber, can you hear me? Unmute your mic.
Oh.
All right. Talk to me. I'm looking at the back chat. You said something. I wanted to hear what you have in mind. I can hear you. Are you there?
You mean the ideology part?
Yes, the ideology part.
Okay,
yes. And anything else you have, because I've been waiting to hear from you.
Basically, a lot of times, people, when they bring somebody, import a wife or a husband, they don't let go of the fact of the image they create on that person. They'll say, oh, when he did Nigeria, behave like that. When he did America, I got the change. It's not true. Everybody change. Everybody grows. Everybody is going to behave differently as time, as age, as life, as environment
changes.
keep moving. Yes.
Yeah.
So first thing is, do not attach a human being with the environment. Know the human being for who the human being is. When you start to do it's because she's now going to work when she was in Nigeria, then you start to pick things that are not even there. You start to build ideologies that don't even
you
will
create 200 Nollywood movies around that one thing.
Yes. If the woman say, "Oh, help me," she doesn't even need to ask. But if you see that she going to work, she has a baby, and she asks for help, don't go. If I say you did Nigeria,
would you ask for help?
Ask me. If I say you didn't, it's because you feel that you are working now. It's because you feel you are now a nurse. All those things always, as in, you trigger. If she not talk today, she will talk tomorrow. One day she'll be like, waiting. Then you say, I
knew it.
It's because you are here. So you are the one creating a mountain out of a molehill. First thing, she only asked for help, which she even did not need to ask. Okay, now, I'm going to tell you a story. I have a colleague. He was not born here, but he's been here for more than half of his age. If you hear him speak, you wouldn't even know he's African, right? He's totally, but he has this mentality that he wants a traditional woman. And he was telling me when he was going to get married, and when he brings his wife, he's going to take her passport. He doesn't want her to work because he doesn't want her to be to get for
America to get in her head.
Yes. And I'm like, you're just going to cause a lot of problems, because if this lady who you went to pick, who has been working, she will come here, she's going to feel, first of all, she's going to feel lost.
Yeah.
And then you now feel entrapped her. When she realizes that you're enslaving her, that thing you are trying to avoid is you get it 1,000%.
Yeah. You're going to attract what you fear the most.
See, if somebody is going to change to be bad, the person is going to change to be bad. Whether you like to hide the person in a hole or not, who the person is, it does not have anything to do with the environment the person comes. If you you have a good woman or a good man, that person can even change your life for the better.
Yeah.
If you have the mentality of, because you bring this person come and it's changing because of the environment, you will not even yourself will not even grow, because you keep watching the shadow of the person, keep guarding the person, keep controlling everything. It's not going to work out. If the person wants to leave, let the person leave.
Yep.
Just put your mind that, okay, I'm going to do my best, let things work out, and just let things go. Don't, it's too much when you start saying, but to say, that's all I was just trying to point out. That ideology needs to change, because once you already have that, it's already a problem. That's it. You will not see anything good or anything progressive with that person. If the person is just saying, I want to go to school to be a nurse, you start being, and they said it, that nurses are like this. Once she goes now, you see all those things, it then becomes a problem.
That's what this book is all about.
Just trying to point that out.
Thank you so much. That's what this book is all about. People think this book is about me listing out the red flags. It's actually you not becoming a red flag. Your outlook, how you see things, you will recreate it. You'll be recreating it. Basically, what Amber is saying is that let the poor
be poor. Breathe.
if she wants to run, she might be doing you a favor. I know there's fear, that is America. See, all those things, if it's fear driven, we gotta be careful about them. Go ahead, brother, you was gonna say something.
That was what I was trying to explain ever since. You understand me? Look, you can't change nobody. When somebody's evil, is evil. You understand me? But you can also create an evil also.
You can create evil. Thank you.
So you have to be free.
Yes.
If you're not free yourself. That what she said, then you start seeing yourself, you start stalking her.
There you go.
If your wife wants to take you, okay, you go to have a nice time, okay?
Exactly.
Just have a nice time. you free your hair, whatever is disturbing you or bothering you. You understand me? Then when she's back, look, women are emotional people. You understand me? Women are very, very emotional. Don't create things that are very suspicious around them. You understand me? Don't I'm talking about the mind aspect now. You understand
The
me?
mind, yeah.
Women are like people you need to ginger every time. You understand me? Women, the more you don't, because you can be singing the sing of love to them, maybe when you were trying to know them and everything, out of the blue, you just raw. You understand me?
So you're saying this man, we don't they listen to Daddy Freeze, should drink water because he go collect if you don't refrain, because he can create what didn't exist. Because she will do certain things anyway, like she might ask for help. I mean, are you going to stop her from asking for help? Now you will interpret that asking for help that she's asking you to wash in pata.
look, I understand the culture. And that's a culture that is thick, right? The moment you're with your wife, you put that two different type of culture that will fit into you, both of you people. You understand me? Then you can have like the culture where you're coming from. But when you put together, that culture does not apply so much anymore. It might apply because that's the way that woman will see you, will study you. But the more the people from different culture, but the more you start coming together, you start forming so kind of for that type of culture that will fit on both of people lifestyle. Understand? Third party may come and say, but why you pay this woman like this? Now when you
get
you will know what your woman like, petting, crazy, hype. So women like you just.
And if you don't know, study learn
that's what I said. Then you see, I was going to say, if you give woman one love, just one single love, that one, the woman will give you 10 times that love.
Because they multiply.
But don't be greedy. Our men, once they get wife for house or woman for house, their neck go there another woman for her side.
Wala. I no go there. I no be go there. Where are we going with this one, though? Hey, our black men don't cheat. All right. Black men don't cheat.
You understand me?
So giraffe.
Yeah. So we will get one good woman for house. Now because you've been nurse, you don't know say go do nursing school before. Now we don't because sometimes with the project, what would they do for us? You could accuse one in this house. You understand? When you start repeating it, you start getting what you want. You understand me? Because now sometimes we men and now we go create things. I bet you, if you love this woman, because before she marry you, at least she might have some feelings for you. You know what I mean? Focus on that one. Yeah, ginger that one. Hold that one hand. Honorably they play with them like they play with them before. You understand me?
Yeah.
Say they go nursery, they go walk, baby can see you, and they go mad. If the children's at home, take care of these children. Cook. Let her come and say, okay, there's food. You understand me? If you want to clean the house. You understand me? You know, let us say that you care about her. You understand me? You can just wake up one day, you feel the verse of her, but you feel show your manhood or your character, hey, I'm there, hey. But pick her where she knows you're surprised. You understand me? Surprise her. Hey, come here, my baby. You have to, because real love, is a show. But our men, once our brothers get wife for house, their neck, the other one when they work for the other side. You understand me? Then they become confused. Once man don't confused, they don't finish for his house. So it go to think.
So hold tight, Uncle Kidola. I want to play this video, right? Uncle Beno made a point here. Said, let not forget some women ask for help in a disrespectful manner. There's a young lady that I follow on Instagram. I like her content. I was even going to see if we can do some business together, but when she sent the demographic to me, no disrespect to people in Nigeria or the likes, they tend to be on the other side of the clock. UK people will try. They'll work with me because they have access to easy internet, resources, credit cards, and stuff like that. For our services, we kind of need you to understand that this is business for us, right? So I won't just advertise or waste resources. I don't want to say waste because you never know, but we're very careful with how we allocate resources when it comes to advertising. That's the only reason why I haven't really done business with her, but I like her content. If you guys want to check her out, she released her name is Wives Round Table on Instagram. I'm going to play this video to Brother Ben's point, and then I want us to talk about it, because these are the kind of things, this is where it starts before it leads to somebody calling police. Now, she's in Nigeria, all right? So go figure. I'm going to play it now.
But when you ask him to do something and he forgets to do it. Oh, hi, baby, welcome. You're back.
A few moments later.
Please, did you buy the water that I asked you to buy?
Hey, Godu, I forgot.
You forgot? You forgot to buy the water, eh? This is how you forget everything every time. This thing that I asked you to buy since morning, and I sent you a text again to remind you. You still forgot. Now, what are we going to use to eat this night? Eh? This is what you do all the time. It's just so annoying. No, don't do that. Instead, hi baby, you're back. Welcome. Please, did you buy the water that I asked you to buy?
Hey, Godu, I forgot.
Oh, now wow, you must have had a headache.
Yes, Chidinma.
Because I actually sent a message to remind you.
My day was crazy.
Hey, yeah, sorry. Kai, and it's that water that I really wanted us to use this night. There's no water in the house. What do you suggest we do now?
No wahala, let me run down to the supermarket and buy now.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Babe, that's okay.
I really appreciate
I'm so sorry
it. I'll wait for you to get back. Thank you. How you talk to you?
All right, so that's that video right there. Let's talk about it. I want to go with Chidinma first. Chidinma, with respect to what Uncle Beno said on the comment on the screen, let's not forget some women ask for help. Again, shout out to Wives Round Table. That's her name on Instagram. Okay. And based on what she just said, what are your thoughts around that?
I mean, I like the second approach a bit better. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you in real time.
Because, I mean, the man already came in. You could hear, like, tiredness in his voice. You teach us about emotional intelligence. You could hear tiredness in his voice. And then her first question, I don't even remember if she said welcome properly or she just went straight into, did you buy the what I told you to buy? And immediately, in a soft tone, you could hear, like, almost shame and, like, pain in his voice and, like, oh, I forgot. His voice was very subdued, and she went from 0 to 100, while his voice was like at a 10. So, so the energies were not even matching. That's the first thing I noticed was tone of voice, because that's something I've been told myself to watch and be careful of. So because I am now trying to work on it for myself, I can pick it up in others to help me work on myself and see, oh, so this is how I can get it wrong. You see what I mean? So I picked that up immediately. That's the first thing. And before he could say one or two things, she kept going and going and going and escalating. She didn't even let him explain. She didn't want to hear anything. And so they're bringing in you always, which is a no. That is the worst way to escalate any conflict, to say you always.
Always, or you never.
Right, those two. And again, that's another thing.
If you use the word always and never, or everything, or everybody, or 90%, or 80%, or almost all, you're a liar.
You're capping.
You're not just generalizing, you're a liar. Okay? You know, I try to sugarcoat it for them sometimes. They don't get it. You're a liar.
Stop the cap.
Continue, sorry.
Right.
I felt triggered.
Now. I think I'm knowing you well. The way your eyes were just shining, I said, a lot of trigger.
I don't care what anybody say. It's 80%. Auntie, go and drink water. It's not 80%. We don't know the numbers. You need to tell us the rest of your story. Yeah, sorry, Jerry, continue.
No problem. So yeah, that's one of that's like I already said, like 3, 4, 5 things I noticed, and it was very, very wrong approach. Very, very wrong approach. Like, and let me say one final thing. Is your purpose of communication to tell the person they are wrong or to solve a problem? Has she solved the problem? No. But the second example, he said, oh, let me go and get it. Problem solved. So do you want the water or do you want to argue? What do you really want?
Right.
That's a question we should ask ourselves.
Shout out to Gracious Greatness. Hang in there. Don't leave anywhere. Unless somebody is calling you to, for, you know, the other room. All right. Shout out to Gracious. Me, I don't know. You're a grown woman. You can do whatever you want. Shout out to Gracious Greatness. Thank you. I appreciate it. He said it's all in the approach and how you speak. Are you speaking down to the other half or are you edifying them? I beg, help me to be liking this video. Greetings to all of Una on this Sunday. Shout out to you, bro. Thank you. No, that's not enough. Since it's the only one that sponsored this show. Hold on 1 second. All right, that's for Chidinma, who was asking me jump question in the chat. So let me go to Jum before I come to Amber. Jum.
I'm right here chilling.
What are your thoughts around that video we just saw?
God. It's not that easy. That's the first thing I would say, and depends on if you wake up on the right side of the bed that day or you wake up on the, because I mean issue like this, they make it look like, oh, welcome my husband, did you buy that water? Excuse you. When I just first shout over these 3 children, you think, well, I'm just saying that every day cannot be like that, and it depends, right? Approach definitely matters a lot, regardless of what we want to say. How we say it is so important. We can, regardless of how important what I want to say, I can't say it in a disrespectful manner and think I'm going to get the best from you. But we can cite another example of, I've asked you, that the very first example that she said might be true, right? But I asked you to and either of those, for me, I don't know. I don't want to sound. I always no. Go for it. You know me. I will find it. You see, is if you're being honest. Being honest, is the only way to get to a solution here. Yes.
You know, being honest with ourselves is the only long-lasting solutions here.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. When we paint a picture of black and white, it's not black. We're not being honest with ourselves.
Exactly. That is my point for concerning that. And that lady make it look like black and white, and it's not always like that.
And she needs to be protected at all costs. At least she creates a conversation for us, right? Yeah. And she shows a picture of what it should look like.
Should be.
But
considering that these are two people that their head is correct.
Okay, no problem, Chidinma. Yeah, I'm listening to you.
These are two people that their head is correct. To know that, because the effort of the one that is trying to be right at all times, to do the right thing, approach you with respect, make sure I'm not raising my voice. If I'm not if it is not reciprocated back to me, it will get to a point where I will be tired and raise my voice, even though I'm naturally don't raise my voice. You know, that is all the speculation in between the grays and the grays. But the right thing to do is the second one. Hello, sir. Monica, buy me ram. I asked you to buy me water. And then, I forgot. I'm sorry.
That hello, sir, shocked me. That hello, sir, I felt it in my spirit in the wrong way.
He shocked you.
The way I felt that hello, sir, it's supposed to be respect, but I felt something else.
I mean, it's kind of disrespectful, condescending. No.
But can you tell me,
no, I use hello sir for my husband. Hello sir.
Oh, use hello sir.
Yes, I use hello.
So maybe I'm projecting on you. I felt it wrongly here.
Projecting on me. Yeah, you're projecting. I mean it in a very real sense of it.
In the real sense of it.
Yes.
Right.
Hello sir. I asked you to it gets to a point whereby I have to walk on eggshell.
But that's but Jum, that's the problem with generalization. In my own world, the Elosa sounds like, babe, the thing, did you forget? That's what it sounds like. Yeah. If I hear Elosa and I don't finish hearing your full story, you see how I felt that is different, right?
Yes.
That's the changing in times, how people call themselves pet names and what word they're coming. But what people do on the internet is they gather together and create a black and white.
Because it is not black and white. It cannot be. If I use Elosa, and my husband is the type that is very traditional, is very extremely traditional. So using Elosa is because it works for him. If I use Elosa, he likes it. Asa, you said you want to do I use Sa a lot, like Elosa, Sa, and all of that. So for me, the second one it will be the right approach, but it will not be happening like that every day, based on situations of life.
Depends on how we got here today. Because it's the story that is being told.
So it's not that easy. That is where I will use your word. It's not that easy.
Yeah, it's not that easy, and that's the reason why I say it. Yeah, we agree with her 100%, right? Yeah. But we want to spell it out how it plays out in real life.
Yes, so real life will not always be like that. Is my point.
Yeah. You know, some people call their husband Ogade.
See, one of the
you won't carry the garbage out.
One of my kids' name is Beloved, and he called me Ya Beloved. I said, I'm only 35. At that time, I'm not even.
You don't want to be Ya Beloved?
No, never, ever.
You want to be a glamour.
I said that you call me by my name, Jumoke.
Emurasi. Continue.
That is very local.
Continue.
Did you
call very local.
Did you call somebody Ya? Can you call your wife Ya? Or am I overreacting?
No, you're not overreacting. Again, in my own word, if I call her Iya, something is wrong.
Something is wrong. That should not be what you'll be calling me all the time.
Yeah.
No.
So it's either something is wrong or I'm bantering some kind of corny joke or something stupid. It's not normal.
Default. No.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You see, I like to spell. You see, the video she did in 30 seconds that will go viral to 14,000 people because they don't think deeply. We are taking 2 hours to discuss it. I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
And see a man that will be showing his wife. Did you see your fellow wife? Did you see your fellow woman? This guy is supposed to talk to me.
And then they'll be surprised. That she does the opposite of his desire.
Okay, like that too.
You know, gentlemen, listen to me. When you take this kind of video and you go play it for your wife, she's literally going to do the opposite of your desire.
Because how dare you compare me to her?
She will feel some type of way. She can't even explain what she felt, but it's wrong. Even though that's not your intentions, I get it. Okay, but let's check them. Let's hold them accountable. I'm doing it now because the point of all of this is that self-awareness is deeper than black and white. You need to understand what you're capable of as a human being first before you can get to the level that she painted on that second picture. You need to first of all
are dealing with.
Yes. I asked my wife the same question when I played this video for her. Right? I'm gonna go to Amber real quick after this. I asked my wife a question. I said, "What do you think about this video?" Guess what she said? Some of you know my wife. She's like, "It's not that easy."
Thank you.
She said, "It's not that easy." She said, Benny. She said, "You're not going to tell the story of all the time that I have to remind you every time, and now I'm frustrated." Right? She's not saying the second part is not right. She's saying there is a reason why the first part is happening beyond a person being an evil wife to you. Right? The first part, and just comparing it to the second part, is saying this person just wake up today and they just want to be mad. That's unrealistic. That's not what happened. So you need to understand how it works, and then beyond that, you need to take it down to your specific story, because what works for my wife does not necessarily work for your wife. Right? In terms of how you communicate with her. But one thing I can tell you across the board is that when you compare people, it creates negative results. Even though your intentions were positive. Right? So we always talk about that here when it comes to most people's idea of being intentional. You know, it belongs for the most part in the poto. I'm not gonna lie to you. The truth is that you will wake up some days, forget woman for a second. As a man, you feel some type of way. You have no idea how you're feeling. You can't put a finger on it. It's it's a gloomy feeling. You know, you know how they say be intentional. Just say positive. It's true, but you're gonna have to repeat that positive yourself 100 times. That takes a certain level of intentionality, understanding how the human mind works before you even engage. Or you can tell yourself like a typical African American, what's all that nonsense? Repeating one to myself 100 times. Well, you can at least understand that there's some days you wake up, you have no idea. It's just not, and it's not raining outside, it's sunny, summertime, but somehow you just feel funny, you know. It could be an array of different things. Human beings are capable of fluctuations in how they feel in that manner. So while I agree 100%, we should do the right thing, do the right thing, do the right thing. You are absolutely right. But you're not going to be able to do it if you don't acknowledge how we are as people first. Let me go to Amber. Amber, what are your thoughts around that video we watched? I know we've influenced your thoughts already, but go for it.
Well, for me, I'll say this marriage of the thing, it's not cut in stone. Everybody is different. The way people answer to things or react to things can be influenced by the way they feel at that particular time. So, like for me now, I'll say there are a lot of things that you need to factor in marriage every time, like understanding who you're married to, respecting the person, loving the person. You know, there's some things, because there's sometimes you question that, why is this person saying this? You go calm down first, and then you realize it in just tire. Do you understand? So now I'm going to answer what you said, and I'll give you a couple of answers my husband might give. Now, he might come back and be like, oh, did you buy that thing we talked about? And if he say, oh, baby, I'm tired, he can say that. Or he can say, you know I had a long day, why didn't you go and buy it? Or you might just say, oh, okay, let me go and buy it. So you cannot really know how he's going to answer. You just have to know that it's coming from a place of love and understand that, okay, he actually forgot, but he's tired. Because if you're going to be judging every statement on every way, it's not easy like that.
That's another. I like that angle too.
You go there crazy, because sometimes my husband can tell me something, I'll be like, baby, you said to go and do it. It's not because I don't want, maybe I'm just tired. He has to sometimes read into the fact that, okay, maybe she's just tired of that, and then maybe later on I can be like, okay, that thing I should do, let me go and do it. You see, we can't really eat. Well, even sometimes.
So you're kind of supporting her, but you're also spelling out that you might be presented with a situation where it might be difficult to do that.
Yes. Because if I'm going to say, oh, that's how it is, or it has to, it's not always like that. All of us did this marriage. We didn't know. Sometimes, they be like that. Sometimes you don't even want to talk to nobody. Yeah. Even the kids, you want to hide. And it's not like so, and somebody comes and just say, I beg, go and sit down. Is it because you don't love your kid? No. We just need to read between the lines. Sometimes it doesn't have to always be the way it is. The person, all these influencers, they say this, but you can understand what she's trying to point out.
I get what she's saying, and what I'm picking up from what you're saying is grace. Whoever can pick up grace first should pick it up. Right? The language I use here is that assume the best case scenario, unless of course there's a series of things that led to that and you guys are already in Gbazbos. But if it's a situation that's confusing to you, assume the best case scenario. In this situation, let's isolate it. Let's say somebody's life is like that moment she's isolating, right? Assume that he was tired, as opposed to assuming that he was trying to punish you. Or assuming subconscious. Sometimes we assume subconsciously. Our brain just goes to the worst case scenario, right? Like, you must be trying to hurt me because I've been telling you about this thing for 3 days and you still did not buy it. You can assume that worst case scenario, or you can say, no, this is marriage. I'm assuming the best case scenario. You're tired. Baby, are you tired? Oh, but I've been telling you for 3 days. There's a way to deliver that, right? It still involves the assumption of the best case scenario as opposed to what most people do, because we tend to gravitate towards negative, right? Assuming that this person is just out to get you, to hurt you. So I like that angle that you brought into
let
it.
me quickly say something to this.
Yeah.
Oh my God. See, anytime I meet you, I owe you money.
Before
Yes.
you can send it PayPal at Zelle at Cash App.
This same thing that you said, I have said it 1,000 times. Like, if I send a text out and you really could not understand, or if you see me move in any way you cannot understand, assume that I mean the best, I mean good. Give me benefit of a doubt until I prove to you that I am really out here to do you bad. I have said this. See, the way your mind, I connect with your reasoning so much.
You connect with me.
I'm
Hey,
like,
oh.
no, I hope I'm not trespassing. I'm just
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
I'm
You
saying
know,
this same thing.
maybe God will bless you with a good husband.
Look like I'm crazy, and I'm not.
No, you're not. You're not. But me, I always like to also whatever side you fall on, I'm probably going to give you the devil's advocate version of it, right? Remember what I just said. Grace. Whoever picks up grace first should offer the other person grace. Right? If you are complaining, that means you are forced. Right? If you are complaining, what we do on the internet is that means you're a victim. That's what we do.
And if you're complaining, that means you know a better way of doing it. So
that means you can learn it.
Yeah.
At least.
Ooh.
You know, that means you can ask questions. That means you can say, Baba, Oku Kidola, I feel funny. Oku, you know, you've been through this part. This is how I'm feeling. As opposed to just make assumption off of clearly a negative feeling because you feel some type of way. What kind of assumptions or conclusion do you think you're going to? I mean, I see people justify taking kids away from the fathers just because they feel completely feeling. They feel it might hurt the children. There's no evidence, nowhere, nothing. They just feel. And when you're telling them that you need help, they're still justifying the BS. You see what I'm saying? Off of feelings. I see men say, no. This is how these women act. I'm like, what women? Are you married to all the women? Let's talk about your wife. Well, I brought her to the abroad. And were you doing somebody a favor? You brought her to the abroad because you were doing yourself a favor. Let's go. The point that Amber was making earlier on, you are attached to BS. You brought her abroad. And listen, I understand how that feels. Like, okay, but what do you mean? That's a big deal. Yeah, it's just a big deal. But it's even a bigger deal. It's even a bigger deal that you're married to a person and you don't see yourself as that person. You don't see that this is your bones of your bones. The only reason why you will be bringing up that you imported the person is that you don't see them as your bones of bones. Why are you punishing yourself? Why don't you just let them go?
You're good, my brother.
Just let them go.
my brother. I don't
hear you. No, come in, sir. I didn't hear you.
You see, I will tell my brothers because you see, we men, if you live so long in this Western world, your ear is picking more the Western world sound. I mean, we're talking about accent now. The feeling of the accent you're hearing there is different. Then you can't go Nigeria, you can't go marry one girl. You'll start be when you say good morning. You'll start be you don't used to good morning, right? You used to sweetness. And you brought that over to somewhere, possibly to America. And you thought that woman would just change his accent. Accent can also irritate people also. You know what I mean? Because we have to be very careful about it because most men they get irritated because of accent. You understand me? The accent you get used to, especially if you don't work out with a lot of these Western women a lot. You understand me? Now used to the way they play their games, the way they talk, the way they do all kind of something, right? Then you're not going to meet a Nigerian woman, right? Somewhere in the village. Why you do look for a wife in America, whereby they have the same rhythms with you. Then you now went to Nigeria to find so maybe looking to call that word imported. She's not going to give you the same sound. You understand me? her sound of speech will be rude to you. You understand me? The way she would talk will irritate you because it's not that she mean it bad. You know, our women say, what did be all this one self? To use an insult because you're not used to it. You understand? So these are the different things we they get if you go marry a imported woman come. Whereby you don't already date, maybe you don't date 20-something years for America or whatever it is, London or something like that. You go back and marry somebody that will just have the way we talk to you. Maybe it's not our fault, but that's just the way she talk. You know what I mean? So you start falling. These are the things. Then this person irritates you. The nuances. You understand me? So what
I can see what you're saying, sir. It can happen because you are saying that long distance before, but when you start to live in the same house now, you start picking up some things and you're like,
So you might, okay, she went to school, she went to university, but her way of life, her nuances, like you will surprise like somebody say, I don't tire, but not they come here, I don't tire, you to the disturb me. You must see it as because Nigeria sometimes we they're a little bit aggressive the way we speak, loud emotions.
But Baba, that's still his fault, though.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. It's his fault because he went to look. If you married to some of these, maybe in long time Nigerian in America or some of these white or black Americans, right? There's ways you're already used to these people's sound, right? You're already used to the way they play love. You know what I mean? Your expectation of love is
no. I think stop you for a second. Engage me, sir. Engage me.
Okay,
but why you not marry the people where you don't used to the accent now?
Yeah, let me give you an example. Right? When I came to Western world, right? I've never been hugged before in Africa. I've never been kissed before in Africa. You understand me?
You've never been what? I didn't get that.
You have to kiss somebody. You understand?
Okay. You never kissed anybody in Africa.
Okay, like hugging also. You
hugging. Okay.
But when I met my wife, this thing started coming in. You understand me? Hugging, showing some kind of affection that I'm not used to. So I become stiff.
Okay.
I become stiff. When you want to talk with me, I become stiff. Then she asked me to hit my hand and put your hand. Relax the hand.
Okay.
Slowly,
so she was trying to get you comfortable with some PDAs.
Yes. Slowly. Used to it. It takes years. My brother. It takes years.
So wait, you imported her or she imported you?
No. I meant she's a Western woman,
Western woman. Okay. Got you. So she was trying to be you to get comfortable. You be African boy. She was trying to get you.
Okay.
Got you.
Because I've never been. I don't know. You have to hug somebody. I've never. You have to show kind of like affection or all these things to somebody. I mean, we stand, we talk. You understand me? So their own way of talking to you to show they love you is to come close to you.
Right.
Kind of realization. You are mine. I feel you. But because I'm not used to it, anytime somebody she want to talk, I become stiff. Very stiff. They shall hit your hand and put your hands down. You should have just relax. Let me come into you. Let me just hold you. It takes years. You understand me? It takes years. Okay, just imagine. I'm an African man, right?
Right.
I might not have that kind of patience with Nigerian woman. The way she talk, the way she move, the way she do things. But because I want a Nigerian woman to marry, and I brought her in. Then at the end of the day, if you're not patient enough for this woman to come to your level, who you are, it will take some time. You have to be very, very patient. That patience sometimes can cause irritation.
Okay, I understand that. So circumstances made you marry somebody internationally speaking, and then now you have to get used to some differences. Your example being PDA, right?
Yes.
And for example, if you've been living here for years, you go bring some girl from the village, and you for somehow she's gonna be a good wife. Maybe you are the person that Amber was giving the example earlier on. You say, you're gonna go bring a traditional girl. You brought the traditional girl, and then you discover like, wait, there's more to this than just being traditional.
Yeah,
I have to like this person.
That's what I'm talking about, because you're gonna find this is very, 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 very difficult, because you're not used to good morning. You're not used to how you there now. You're not used to I beg, give me that water. Why they do like this? You understand me? You know, used to some of this things anymore. Not like you're not used to it, but you're not used to from a woman's perspective mouth. You know, I'm from Edo State. You know, I swear to God, throughout my life, I've never really dated it because I don't have that money really.
Okay. At that time, you talk about that time.
At that time.
Yeah.
So me coming in, into United States.
And you be tall 6'5" guy.
No, 6'8" without
6'8", and you know, and America will say, now handsome man be this. You know what? I beg, grab something. What is wrong with you? Grab this part.
I'm not basketball in Nigeria. You understand me?
Right.
I play with the national team in Edo State national. Nigerian junior national team, you know, before I left. So me coming to the United States, this affection, I'm not really used to it. You understand?
Yeah.
Agree you understand? So
yeah.
I it. And the same woman that showed me that affection is with now since 1997 when I get married to her.
You've been with that woman for 26 years, right? You said 20.
With the ghost 27 years now.
27 years now. Yeah. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you.
So I learned a lot of things. But what I learned is if this woman can be very patient for me, man, who is me to say, man, what am I really looking for when I have this one? So that's what I'm talking about. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy.
They said 6'8", brother Kidola. Are you polygamous? They want to know something.
No.
No, they are trying to find out there's a place for them.
No, I'm not polygamous at all. I came out of polygamous home. I don't.
You don't want to do that.
I feel don't want to do that at all.
Yeah, yes. but to your point, I want to go back to your point, right? Which is this bringing people abroad. It's another factor. It's another factor that I guess can affect people that didn't really get to know themselves. You know, obviously, Jim's story is not that because she said they knew each other very well, right? But there's some people that actually do go to Africa to go pick up wife or even husband. I've told you guys here before. I have success stories around that. I have also stories that are not so well from that, and what the one that has the bad stories, they tend to blame it on JAPA. So when you say it's JAPA, but what about this other one? Like that one is just lucky. The same thing they say to people that say, hey, there's a method to the madness that we call marriage. They tend to say, no, you just happen to be lucky. They say the same thing about parenting. Say, hey, there's a way to parent in 2024. Like no, it's just because you're lucky. It's only God that can help anybody, right? So we hear all kind of stuff, right? But then when people come behind the scenes and they engage me and they become a client, they're creating certain type of results, right? But then the same people also go to their jobs and they follow a set of principles, a standard operating procedure, but they are disrespectful to their own marriage, calling it is whatever. You see where we're going? So anyway, back to your point, Uncle Kidola. I think unfortunately, those people need to hold themselves accountable. And there are, if you I've seen people brought their wife home and they say, I didn't realize she smelled like that. Good. What did you realize about her that made you marry her? Okay, now let's engage that. Let's spell that out first, because those things are still there, right? The other things that you want her to work on, maybe smell nice, maybe do her hair, maybe you're taking her to church on Sunday, you want her to like sharpen, like there's a way to communicate that, there's a way to influence that, there's a way to help her in that regards. You're not going to turn around and blame that on her. You're going to have to, if you have to blame, you have to blame yourself for that, you know. So, but nowadays, even when people say they go to village to go and bring somebody, I'm like, what village are you talking about? If you bring somebody from our village, that person is more westernized than those ones that are here yourself sometimes, you know. But I know what they mean. Let me slow the cap. Anybody can jump in. I'm going into the chat. This comment section is wild this evening. Chinye, because you're there. Because you came back. That's why. Life with Natu don't come too. See? Sister, don't collect. No polygamy for us. No polygamy. Sorry. Tonia, my sis in the Lord. Are you sure you want to make heaven? Tonia, what do you want, Tonia? Shout out to Tonia. That's my G. She probably just woke up in the middle of the night in the UK. Ola, please ask him if he ever had sex in Africa or not, without hugs and kiss. Wait, what? I just want to complete my thesis with his case study. I beg, bro, answer us. Thanks. Uncle Kidola, you don't have to answer that, but if you want to, feel free.
No. Look, look, my brother. You see, to talk about no. I did date.
Okay, but you were a virgin when you came fresh that time.
Oh, yeah, because what happened is, at that time, you see, at that time, during my time, you see, I was reading a lot of news watch magazines about the diseases, AIDS, and everything, you know. So I get scared. I started having phobia in some of these diseases at that time.
Really?
Yeah. So I didn't just want to go to near any woman or be with any woman. I just focus on my school, University of Benin I went to, and the same time focus on my basketball, because I wanted to come to America Valley to play basketball in some of these colleges here in the United States. So I didn't have that time to. Doesn't mean that girls they like me or something like that. They do, but I was not really too interested.
You weren't interested,
you know. So what happened is when I came here, I went out to some date, but they really worked. So the one I just met, I said, yes, this is the one, and that's the one that I get married to, and that's the one that I'm living with. You understand me?
Right.
But I don't get panic. I'm not scared. You understand me? You know, that's what meant.
No, but you were scared back then, right?
Yeah, I was scared.
I mean, you're talking about in the 90s, early 90s.
Yeah.
Right?
I was scared back in Nigeria because
that thing was spreading at that time.
You start hearing about then in TV, stay outside, stay that.
But let me say this, Uncle Kidola. Hold on, let me say this.
He shock you.
All of you that were shocked by that story, are you going to make heaven? What have you been doing for? How long have you been doing what you have been doing? Those of you that were shocked by that story, just nah. Are you going to make? How long have you been doing what you have been doing? You were not scared. I wasn't scared too. Maybe me too, I won't make heaven. I wasn't really scared. but how long have you been doing the nasty?
So I think so. What you don't taste, you don't miss it. You know what I mean? What you don't taste, you don't miss it.
That's it. That's a fact. Because somebody Eita says never kiriwa, never believe that.
So you don't really miss
What do you mean?
So when I came to United States, I did it. So I maybe have a couple of dates, but not really nothing happened. But the one
Uncle Kidola, sorry, those people turned you out. They turned you out.
Yeah, good people.
People, these Oyibo people, Oyibo Dudu people, they turned you out.
Yeah, but not.
They show you the ropes. Is that what it is? Yeah, they show you the way now. They show you the ropes.
Because yeah. They show.
No, but you say you are married to that same person. But you say you married to that person to today, right?
That's the same. Yeah, that's the person I choose, that I fall in love with. That was there for me. That was very patient for me. That's the person that I'm married to today. Give me a very beautiful kids. You understand me? And we grew. We do things together. You understand? We build house togetger. You
have a whole life together. You got children.
Yeah, I can never leave this person in my life. I will die there. You understand me? You understand me? That's just the truth.
No, that's beautiful, bro.
That doesn't mean that you don't have temptation, but you have to control your temptation. You understand me? You understand? You have to control your temptation. That's what I say. If you live in a place like in America for too long, you must have to look. If you're looking for a wife, look for the one in the United States that will fit into you. You understand? You don't have to be. You have to go and be importing them. It will not fit into you because you're total.
So let me ask you this question, Brother Kidola. God forbid bad thing. If you happen to be single today, you're saying you will never go back to the village to go and import a person. That's what you're saying?
No, it will never happen. You understand me? It will never happen. For what? You have to understand. Like you have to understand. Personally, if I went to Nigeria alone, right, I just stay inside my house alone, my room alone. You understand me? And there are people who might find through my sister say, this is your brother self. They all they go the same self. You understand me? I don't have interest because I have nothing to offer you. I don't want
That's
to
true.
deceive.
For such a long time too. Yeah.
I don't want to deceive you. I don't. When I went to Nigeria with my wife, I was in the church. There's no woman that said, "Oh, he dated me before. Now he forget about me." It doesn't exist. You understand me?
Right. Now, I would say to my other brothers listening that might not be in your position, you're a blessed man, right? Keep an open mind. I would definitely say keep an open mind. I would also say manage your expectations. The same thing that all of us have to do, right? Manage your expectations. Don't go and think because you're imported somebody from village, they should be traditional and they should just listen to everything you have to say. And you're now thinking you will seize their passports because they disagree with you one time or two times or three times. You now think the first thing you're thinking is seizing passports. It's going to backfire. You're going to hurt yourself. I just say keep an open mind. But I also want to acknowledge that it's true. Some people, they just can't. It's two different worlds, right? Majority of your life has been overseas. This person, there's going to be friction. If you're going to do that, you need to be prepared that there will be some friction that will come from the fact that you guys live different worlds, and you need to be prepared to handle that when those things arise. But Uncle Kidola, let me get your last word, and then I want to jump around the panel and talk to everybody else.
Okay. For my brothers and sisters,
call the police or JAPA marriage.
Now, there's no need to call the police. Paper is not important. Paper is just maybe for you to stay and work and pay your taxes. Understand me? You should not threaten your partner because you're giving him paper or her paper.
Threats.
It's now become like a lord, like a big thing. You understand me? There's nothing on it. Paper is not going to give you no good health. Paper is not going to give you nothing. You understand me? So if you have a problem, but you have to be. Life is patient. You have to be patient. Life is all about patientness. You know what I'm saying? You're patient because, also if you're young, you become so hot-headed. Maybe but if you have to stretch life out, you see that this life, if you're not patient, you will lose. You understand me? So know who you're dealing with. If you think you're too westernized in your head, because some people might be too westernized, say, no, I'm not too westernized. I'm not too westernized, but you're too westernized, but you say, no, I'm not too westernized. Then you go and marry a Nigerian woman that live in Nigeria, when you're supposed to marry the Nigerian woman that live in the United States. Then you start saying, oh, now true, I'll be American now. They'll say this guy did it. So we just have to balance it. If you marry one in Africa, be patient, because it's not going to be like you. It will take some time.
Yeah.
It will come to your level. But make sure you really like that person. You love that person.
Make sure you like that person. Make sure you love that person. Like that.
Because you can't bring her come for business. They can't work for you. Because a woman be. She will figure out, say, oh, you might not love me. You just carry me, come here, come to work for like cow. That's just all good. God bless you, brother.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, brother. All right. So let me go to Amber. Amber, you there?
I'm here.
All right. Don't be a stranger. Is this your first time here? Ever?
Yes. But
don't be a stranger.
Yeah.
You said what?
Yes, it's my first time here.
Oh, welcome. But you saw us earlier with Auntie B.
Yes.
Okay, got you. All right, well, welcome. What is your final thoughts around JAPA marriage? Call the police or nah? What are your final thoughts on this?
If it's something that is life or buy, you need to call the police. But if it's not something that is life-threatening, I don't think you should call, because once you do, it sometimes triggers some kind of emotion whereby you guys might not be able to get back from that space. Because that feeling of, so you can do this to me, comes in, and nobody wants to see beyond that, or depending on how whoever the police was called on would react to it. Because it might be like, oh, so you want to destroy me, you want to take it escalate, so you never really know how it's gonna where it's gonna lead to. So I'll say, if it gets to the situation whereby you're scared, you feel threatened
for your life, you feel threatened.
Call, But if it's where you guys are talking and it's something you can de-escalate, there's no point calling. And and then on the long run, if you're always calling so often, it might also make it look like foul, for you, because they'll be like, she's always maybe that, maybe not. But I'll just say call if you feel threatened. If you're not, then just try to maybe get a safe space for yourself, probably that space where you use, and go to another room. Try to see how you can just de-escalate the situation by yourself.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Like I said, don't be a stranger, okay?
All right, thank you.
Talk soon.
Thank you.
All right. Jim, talk to me.
Hey, brother.
Jim.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a little relief to be able to share a little that I shared today. Like I said, our issue is so deep. Yet, I wouldn't want to. I think where we started was calling cops. And let me quickly just cite my own example at that time of the cops. My little experience was I just had the baby, our second boy, and I had C-section the first time. I had C-section the second time. I still have a very fresh body from that 10 days. And he invited his family, his sister. So they came together with their children, like a family of 4. And that was the sister I said I adopted, right? So it was a lot of work for me in the house. You walk away from the house. I'm the only one in the house cooking and doing all of that. And so when we come back from hospital, and then he was telling me that, why would you, and then I don't know, maybe he get angry easily. Why would you drop my clothes on the chair? I'm like, I'm taking care of two kids, taking care of myself as well. You know how taking care of children here can be so very daunting, right? So then the sister was at home, like the full home, and then the sister was like, you should have called me, to attend to him instead of me dealing. I'm like, how do I call your sister, elder sister?
You're our mother, our auntie.
You're like, you are my auntie.
Even if you're younger, it's still auntie.
And did you know how Yoruba?
She's still your elder sister, even if she's younger.
My sister, and coupled with she's my in-law. I said, no, I cannot call you. I have home training. I did not get to America and forget all this. You are just trying to you know how they are trying to dodge their brother doing the wrong thing. Like, you could have called me. No, you could have talk to your brother directly that this girl just gave birth. She has fresh, stuff like that. But it escalated over like a week and all of that, and the sisters and the family had to move out, relocated to Canada. That was why he got so angry, because I need to put a context to why we got to the point that it broke. So that was what happened at that time. And we just come back from the hospital. We're dealing.
And you said he broke something into the bathtub.
So when the sister now left, then he broke the glass. He was walking around the house, got so angry, removing things from the wall, all this decoration, and breaking them inside. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm scared now, because I have little baby. So that was why I called the cops. And remember when I said it called the cops back on me, is the type that is very manipulate. I'm using this word very carefully.
That's okay. That's okay. You need to be unless you just unless outside of just protecting your identity, right?
Yes,
but these things we need to be honest with how you feel, not how they will feel, not what they will agree with, but how you feel.
Yes, and it's very revengeful. So me calling the cops, so like, how dare you call cops on me? I'm going to call cops. You don't call cops for me if I don't do anything. And till tomorrow, I used to ask him, why did you call cops on me?
So wait, he called the cops on you?
That same day, that same time, that moment, when those cops called.
Right, you did say that earlier. He called the cops.
He called back so that we can be even. It's just like it should be.
Oh, he called the cop back just to you call the cop first. Let me get this straight. You call the cop first, and then they call them back
for me, and then they come to me. I'm like, so for what? I'm just here trying to make my kids go to bed. And they said my husband called cops. I said, yeah, that is what he would do. I know him very well. He's very
He was being
vengeful.
vindictive.
Yes, you know, all those stuff. It's very subtle. We are not beating each other, but all those little things can be too much. Well, so that was why I'm addressing the calling the cause, because that was the causes, right? So that was many other things that we've got to the point
of course.
Divorcing. So, but what I would say is, regardless of the situation you find yourself, don't lose yourself. Don't let bitter situation turn you into who you are not, because I lost myself completely. I pride myself in having a good heart, like I'm very kind, to the point that you might be looking at me like maybe I am being deceitful, and that is like
you're just a kind person.
I that is who I am, because I strive to be better. Whatever I do today, if I'm doing it again tomorrow, I want to be able to do it better, right? So that is who I am. And we are in the process of getting all the divorce. He doesn't want to. He believes that family have to stay together regardless. We have to take care of the children. And for me, I said I'm willing to. I can even leave all the 3 children for you to be taking care of them. Like, I'm not the type that will take the kids away from you. I'm not taking your house. I have to buy my own house, so that it will not be like I brought her to America. She took my house. She took my children. Like, I'm not taking anything.
Let me interject. There are. I have a few cases right now where the women have had to do that. Actually, right? They because there's the stigma. They're already hearing a lot of Daddy Freeze episodes, and they are hearing women are stealing. So that's leaving that they want to leave you. They will leave you. They will just leave you with your stuff and your houses, because American women is taking everything, especially if they live in California like Amber. They will take everything. But Nigerian women are saying, I still want to leave, but I'm not going to touch your stuff.
Nothing.
Not all of them do that, but many are doing that. Like, I'm not gonna. So that goes to tell you how painful it is for them to make the decision of having to leave. It's not something that people wake up and
It's so hard. Like, I don't want to, but I have to, just so that I do not, at the end of the day, you don't have the idea how this is hurting my heart. I am trying to retract myself from being this, doing tit for tat. No, I don't want to do that, but it's so stressful.
Because if you stay in that situation, you will have to keep doing that.
I will have to keep. Yes, and I don't want to be doing that with you. The house that we bought together, we have equity of over 100,000 on it. I said I give you everything. I work so hard. I get my own.
But wait, if you give equity of 100,000, you have to also give them the debt on it, too.
And so now we have to. In America law, it's like whatever I have, we both have it. Whatever he has, we both have it. So now that we have 2 houses, we can sign off on each other. Okay. Like, I can sign off of the deed of the first house. He can sign off of the deed of.
As long as he accepted the deed, is fine.
Oh yes. Of course. If he wants to sell the house now, I will sell it and take the equity
and keep all the profit
and keep everything. I don't want anything. I'm fine. I just want to be, and he doesn't want me to go.
Now let me ask you this question: is there any chances ever?
For me, I would say we have tried every other chance. Like, we've gone through counseling. I've separated 3 times. So I believe we.
Did you do joint counseling every single time?
We do joint. We do separate.
Okay. Yeah. And he was engaged in the process. He was engaged,
but he's not changing. There's some people that they are very good with words, but their action is different. Like, their belief, their mindset is just set.
Okay. Outside of that reason, is there a small chance?
Honestly, I would say that. In fact, the way I see myself, I'm so complicated that any other man that will marry me will have to deal with him, because his space in my heart is still there. Just that I can't deal with him because it is turning me into who I don't want to become.
Right, because you probably
to overcome that.
Yes, of course, it's going to take time
to grow out of that.
How long was your counseling for in total? Like, how long?
It's forever.
The complete back and forth, how long was it? You started when, and was it 6 months, 3 months? How long was it?
There's even one that we signed up for that it was a year long. That they cancel us for 1 year. I don't know, mentor us for 1 year. So I'll
Okay,
stay all together
outside of the romantic relationship, right?
Mm.
How's your relationship as co-parents?
Oh, amazing. That is one
Okay.
thing. Anytime you tell him I'm not
That's
doing
all the
things,
chances I
then
need.
he will now become
Actually, those are all the 2 chances I need. Those are all the 2 chances I need. He's amazing, and then the person that's coming have to deal with him. Hey, wala. Let's talk behind the scenes.
Crazy.
Let's talk behind the scenes.
He is an amazing father. I am an amazing mother. We want the best for our children. We don't have any counter when it comes to children. We agree easily. We are not fighting.
Is he dating already?
I can't say, but
Are you dating already?
No, I am not, and I'm not looking. I'm in school right now, and it will take me 3 years. I'm in school. I just want to be busy. I don't want to date at all.
Wait, what? Wait.
Yeah.
You go explain because no evidence.
It's because you said school. Because you said school. That's why. Because you said school. I'm in school right now. I'm doing my doctorate now. So
my attention will be in school. That's why I don't want any.
Yeah, I'm in school right now. I can't have a husband right now. You're right.
Stop the cap.
Here's what I'll tell you, Jum. Just for today, I would definitely say engage me behind the scenes. Take advantage of the complimentary coaching session.
Yes.
Take advantage of it. Let me tell you like this. The solution is one thing. Work on yourself. With or without him.
Yes. Yeah.
We don't care about it must be with him. Yeah. But work on yourself. You deserve a love life that make you feel safe. Make you feel so safe that you won't make school excuses ever again in your life. Okay. All right. You deserve that too. Okay. All right. Cool. Talk soon. Take care.
Yeah. Bye.
Thank you for coming up. Yep. All right. Thank you so much, Jum, for being so vulnerable. That was awesome. That was awesome. You know, that's what I've been saying. I've been saying that forever. But we need to keep talking about this. We need to keep talking. I want to say, hey, shout out to Gracious Greatness again for the $10. All right. Abi Ola, shout out to you. Ultimately, think about the outcome if you falsely call the police on. Be ready to deal with the consequences if you make a genuine call. Think about your next move. Is reconciliation possible? All right. I think ultimately that's a good advice, but make sure you've really processed and find out what false call means exactly, because there's a very blurry line between what a false call is and what a genuine call is. A lot of these issues are emotional in nature, and something you might not be feeling safe already, and you're listening to that voice that says, is this going to be a false call and stuff like that. I want to, the same way I give grace to everybody, I want to give grace. I want to assume that you're making this call for a reason. Something happened and you feel the need to seek help. It could even be you've heard people calling police. Maybe you're in a platform where they always talk about, call the police on him. I'm still okay with you calling the police. It can't hurt. The fear is, there's this fear, and I've heard it a few times on this stage today. The fear is that, can you truly come back from it? Would it make you feel, I think Amber also mentioned that. I understand. Yes, you can come back from it. Yes, you can. Okay. You know what people can't come back from? Their life taken away from them. They can't come back from that. Okay. One simply outweighs the other. Sometimes you have to weigh things out in that manner with extremes. Yes. To say, hey, I don't feel safe. Okay, I want to feel safe. Now, in the story of people literally lying against their spouse, that quote unquote they like, to lie about using VAWA, that doesn't really exist, right? Because how can they like you and then call to lie against you and then create a black eye? See, it's not aligning up, right? That's a separate kind of case. That's mental health treatment type of situation. I don't handle that here. I'm talking to us normal people that we wake up, we feel some type of way. The person is going back and forth. You're trying to get your point across. It's not happening the way you think it should happen. And then you end up in counseling. You try, they're still not listening. Their behavior is baraku. They're not changing, right? You know our formula here. You got to work on yourself first. Okay, most people don't work on themselves. They try to drag the other person to therapy because it just makes common sense to them. They are the one who is calling the, they are the one causing wahala. They are the problematic one. So let's fix them. That's problematic. It's going to backfire because you're not prepared for the new person you're asking for. So, and I know that might sound kumbaya, but trust me, something about you attracted that situation, enabled that situation. You need to work on it. You need to take a decent amount of time to work on it so that at least if we're going to invite that person into some kind of mediation, whatever, you're prepared. You're prepared. And remember, the work you do is for you. It will be useful, it will be beneficial with or without that person. So it's not even about that person. And if that person belongs in your world, they must be able to earn you. They have to be somebody of a certain caliber. They must be a man or a woman of prestige. They must have the necessary skill to carry this along because, again, right, same issue might surface. But this time around, you're well prepared to decide how you want to move your life forward and to live an awesome life with or without any particular human being, regardless of if they were your husband or your baby mother. It doesn't matter. Work on yourself. Listen, looking yourself in the mirror and say, I want to work on myself is a difficult thing. I get it. I understand. Me too, I deal with the same issues. Okay. Let me come to I see some super chats before we continue. Let me see. Gracious Greatness again says, all these ladies have sweet voice. Bro, are you getting wet behind the scenes? What's going on here? Thank you. Shout out to Natu, says MOP doing the Lord's work. Thank you, Natu. I appreciate you. Beyond the Braids, that's Jum that just finished speaking with the $10 super sticker. I appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Let me see here. There's another one that I'm trying to make sure I react to here before we leave. Some other comments I want to make sure we make before we leave. Oh yeah, complimentary coaching session is still open. It's not going to be open for life. The free complimentary coaching session is 30 minutes, and we basically listen to your story. We make sure that our program is a fit for you before we move forward. Okay. The Prestige Marriage Academy is on YouTube. Okay. I posted it earlier on. So if you're a marriage-minded person, make sure you go subscribe over there. Okay. If you're just here for cruise, shout out to you. Man of Prestige right here is always open for you. All right, so let's just keep that at the back of our mind. I'm going to post that again. So marriage-minded people, Prestige Marriage Academy is open on YouTube for you. I drop weekly videos. I think I'm also dropping every other day shorts that has to do with marriage and relationships. Okay. All right, and then we also drop real-life stories. I do change the names, obviously. All right, because our clients, first and foremost, confidential. So we don't mention the names. If you see different names, random name, Sophia, Mamadou, no, I'm just kidding. That's not the real name of the person, okay? But we have to keep sharing some of the story. Let me see who else, what else did I miss? I want to make sure I'm touching everything. All right, so yeah, the other one here, let me see Uncle Beno's comment here. Shout out to Uncle Beno. I see you in the chat, sir. He said, I disagree. If man showed that video to his wife, it's not solely for comparison, but rather showing her how she come across a better approach. Anybody want to speak to this before I speak to it? Okay, I know all of us are great students of the Prestige platform. So anybody want to speak to this, to Uncle Beno's point here? I think it's a fantastic point, but let's talk about it before we leave. Let me see here. Am I missing anything? Making sure I'm not missing anything, that's all. Oh, Mary Parker, shout out to you. She's one of our sponsors. I appreciate you. Mary Parker. Which one do you want me to go with? Mary Parker or Fatona? Because I know you're the same person. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. Thank you. This one, she just thinks she can just come and be breaking rule here anyhow, calling in last minute, like we haven't been hanging out for like almost 3 hours already. Yeah, speak your mind.
No, I was listening to you and I slept off.
You slept off. What happened? You're tired?
I came back from church. I was tired. And my sister was sick during the week, so I was going back and forth. I was a little bit stressed out. So
what do you think? So did you record the video Uncle Ben is talking about? Did you watch that part? You want me to play it again, or did you watch it?
Yes. No, play it again.
Let me play it again because some people might have jumped into the session since that video. This is the video Uncle Beno is talking about. Let's see.
Your husband, especially when you're not very happy with him, could be the difference between him actually listening to you and him tuning off. So please pay attention to how you respond to him. How do you respond to your husband when you ask him to do something and he forgets to do it? Oh, hi, baby. Welcome. You're back.
A few moments later.
Please, did you buy the water that I asked you to buy?
Hey, Godu, I forgot.
You forgot? You forgot to buy the water, eh? This is how you forget everything every time. This thing that I asked you to buy since morning and I sent you a text again to remind you, you still forgot. Now, what are we going to use to eat this night? Eh? This is what you do all the time. It's just so annoying. No, don't do that. Instead, hi baby, you're back. Welcome. Please, did you buy the water that I asked you to buy?
Hey, Godu, I forgot.
Oh, now wow, you must have had a hectic day because I actually sent a message to remind you.
My day was crazy.
Hey, yeah, sorry, Kai. And it's that water that I really wanted us to use this night. There's no water in the house. What do you suggest we do now?
No wahala, let me run down to the supermarket and buy now.
Thank you so much.
Babe, that's okay.
I really appreciate
I'm so sorry
it. I'll wait
forgot,
for you to get back. Thank you.
All right.
How you talk to your husband, especially when you're not very happy with him, could be the difference between him actually listening to you and him tuning off. So please pay attention to how you respond to him. How do you respond to your husband when you ask him to do something?
All right, so that's the video right there.
I think that applies to both genders.
What about him?
No. It's not.
No, I hear you. It applies to both genders. Okay, but this is. I want you to address this, Uncle Beno. I agree with you on that. But Uncle Beno say I disagree because I was talking about everything that happened before people get to that stage. We're just spelling out all the different scenarios that could happen, right? And he says I disagree. If man showed that video, because I made a point that if you show this video to your wife, it's going to create the opposite of what your desires are. All right, so that's kind of absolute. It can create, it's probably more accurately put, it can create the opposite opposite of your desires. Okay.
True.
And then that's what he's saying. He disagrees. If man showed that video to his wife, it's not solely for comparison, because we talk about comparisons here a lot, but rather showing her how she come across and a better approach. Go for it.
Okay, so what I'm gonna say is that Braben, you can't generalize this statement and say everybody will see it that way. And I'll give you a perfect example. I remember there are times that I felt like I wasn't being heard, and then I'll see a video on the internet that's talking about like couples, how to listen to your wife, how you should understand. And I forwarded it to my husband, and one day he just told me, "Don't stop doing these videos to me." That's what he said. So
Natu is one of my clients. Natu has never told me she did that, because that would have been the first thing I would tell her. Stop sending such videos.
No, I have stopped. That was a long time ago. That was before now. That was a long time. No, I did stop. No, that was a long time.
Right.
That was like almost 5 years ago.
Okay.
So
So please, while you're saying that, describe the effect that it created.
Oh, there was a rift, because I'm like, no, I'm just trying to explain to you what I feel at the moment. But what I didn't understand is that we weren't in good terms at that time for me to be able to send that. Times that we're on good terms and we joke and we're laughing, we forward every type of
You're
video
not sending videos when you're in good time.
we send different kind of videos. You understand what I'm saying?
You're probably sending
brain jota
Nas boy at the brain jota.
Exactly. So
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so what Brother Ben is saying, for me at that time, anytime we have if you say something like that, I don't take it like that. I try to look deeper. I don't know if that comes with the perk of being a prestige member, but honestly, I try to look deeper. Do you understand? Instead of just saying that don't send the video to me because you're fighting, you're doing it. But I just want you to also understand, Brother Ben, why I'm saying you're generalizing, because people are different.
Right.
You understand? Sometimes when you're upset, you want to settle issues hot as they hot and let it go. And some people don't want to talk when it's hot because they might say anything. They want to cool off and they address it. You understand what I'm saying? So if your wife is the person that wants to address it hot, you send it to her. She might receive it and say, okay, this man is trying to tell me something. But if your wife allows it to cool off before she talks, it says like you're comparing me. So that wise, it can't work both ways. You understand?
Right.
You can't say, oh, for all women, for all men. No, it cannot. And also to that video that you posted earlier, right?
Which one?
About the woman saying that
the one I just played?
Yes.
Yeah.
Even though there are some people that do that, that's like a little bit overly dramatic. That's not your child. That's why you be forgetting all the time. What do you mean?
Right, the first one, right? And she made some good points on that. Yeah, that I wanted to highlight.
Even though there are people that do that, he's not your child.
It's not your child.
Understand? So sometimes you want to make jokes of it and make the person. Me, I used to joke. I'd be like, "Oh, on this old age, you know, be small thing." You didn't see my chest. He's like, "Yeah." So, like my husband, like generally, if you approach him like in a nice way, something like that, he forget. He'll be like, "Okay, let me go get from the store close by. I'll get it from there. I'll get more tomorrow, or I'll go back and get." Sometimes you're like, "Oh, don't worry." Like, "No, don't worry, I'll get it. I go get it." You understand? But talk to him that's how you be forgetting. Hey, we're gonna forget this for months.
Yeah. She made some good points on the screen. She said attack, criticism, and generalization. When she said you're always forgetting or something like that, right? She put that. Those are all valid points. Those are all things you should be aware of when you are attacking your spouse, even though you didn't mean to, right?
Yeah,
those are all valid things.
Different ways too. It doesn't have to be that. That's how you forget it.
Yeah. Now, to be fair to Uncle Beno's point, right? Because I want to go to Chidinma came back too. To be fair to Uncle Beno's point, if you notice, I also called myself out. I said I can't say like when I said they're going to receive it as negative. It's going to backfire, right? They're going to, if you share that kind of video with your wife, they're going to receive it. That's not an absolute either. It's not always that it will be received negatively. It's more likely that they will receive it negatively, because generally speaking, people don't send such videos if not because they are feeling some type of way. And believe it or not, your spouse already knows you feel some type of way. It will come off as condescension. This is not the if or yes. It's human beings, okay? This is the discombobulation of the human brain. Yes, it's supposed to, oh, that's nice. Oh, that makes sense. I would try that. That's what robots are supposed to do, right? If you can switch it on and then they could just behave the way you like to behave. You're right. That's what it's about. But the human, it's not just women, it's men too, right? I always had to do this. People do this all the time. They say, take a picture. Right? You know what I tell my clients? I said, that video you want to send him, send it to me. But I didn't mean anything. That video you want to send to your spouse to be correcting him, that's coming off as an attack. And yes, you're generalizing. And yes, what they can feel is emotions. You're criticizing them. You're comparing them. You're saying something else out there is better than them. Are you wrong? No, you're not wrong. We're saying that the result you're looking for, you're not creating it. So don't you think that you, remember we're not talking about them now, just you, that you're desiring a better result. Don't you think it might be necessary to change your approach? Well, I know why you won't think that. You think I'm saying you're wrong. You're not wrong. I'm just saying you might want to change the approach. If you happen to be one of the majority that will receive such video as condescending, you might want to change your approach. How about learning how to communicate yourself in a way that makes them feel feel safe, and then they can actually receive directly from you, right? Showcasing that you too, you are becoming a better version of yourself in that same space. How is that? Because let me guess, you are the better one that knows a better approach, so you are sending a perfect video to them. This is how they are going to receive it if they are a normal human being. The rest of you that wouldn't do that you will act correctly. If they send you such video, shout out to you. You're good to go. Everything is perfect. If it's working, just keep doing what you're doing. I'm talking to those that you notice that it's backfiring every time you do that. You never thought of it that way. They didn't watch the video. They watched it and their subconscious rises to the top. Like, so it's the me that's the first one, Abby. But why should they do that? They should just be adults. I know, me too, I'm wondering. They should be adults. Unfortunately, that's the child who you married. So now you have to learn how to walk around that. So that's where I'm coming from. So in the same token that I'm actually kind of like saying, let's not generalize. I shouldn't have generalized on my side too. There's a minority out there that may receive it in good spirit, like, oh, that's nice, that's cute. Actually, that's condescending too, but go ahead. Chidinma is back.
Before Chidinma,
yeah,
real quick, before Chidinma says something, I just want to do a disclaimer. When you spoke earlier and you said that is one of my clients.
That's
MOP
what?
does not discuss it. You said Natu is one of my clients. MOP does not discuss talk about his clients. It was because I've openly claimed
that's because you did. That's the only reason.
Clients, and I have given permission and I've used myself as an example. So please, if you're coming, don't say, he's talking about his kid.
I don't tell. I
have openly claimed it. I'm proud of my journey and I talk about it and I've allowed him to talk about it and I chip in. If I was talking about
thank you for saying that.
If I had not said earlier that being a petite member, blah 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 blah, he wouldn't have said that.
Ever,
please,
never.
Thank
you for saying that.
Don't hold my guy accountable to anything. Please, it doesn't. Thank you very much.
Thank you for saying that. I was supposed to say that. I actually forgot. But yeah, we don't. It's all confidential if you become a client, unless you actually outrightly give me that permission. I don't ask for the permission either. I do ask for testimonial when it gets to a point. Go ahead, Chidinma, talk to me.
Right. So earlier when you had said if a man shows his wife that video, she will literally react in the opposite way, like the opposite of what he intended, right?
Yes.
Which is to make her act like the second version of the lady.
Yeah.
Someone in the comment typed exactly because it will feel like you're comparing me to the first version. That's what Brother Ben is responding.
That's what Brother Ben was responding to. Yeah.
Whole background by saying I disagree. If a man shows, it's not for comparison, but rather showing her how she can come across and be a better approach. I responded to him. I don't think you've seen my response. I responded to Brother Ben.
No, I didn't see.
Said, let me just rephrase what I said. I told him that you cannot disagree with how a woman will feel. Are you a woman? That's literally what I typed.
And I wouldn't. And me too. I wouldn't know if not because I know from experiences and talking to people. As a man, I'm like, I'm just trying to show you something better.
I told and I continued after saying, "Are you a woman?" My last sentence was, "Your intentions will end up in the poro because fine, these are your intentions. Your intentions cannot guarantee her reactions." That's where I think he missed it in what he was trying to say. You can have all the good intentions, but you cannot police another person's reaction. And then when your reaction backfires, what do you now do? If you're in the silent treatment camp, you will say, I can't get through to her, or you're silent treatment. And for me, like you rightly said, direct communication yields better results. If you can't communicate to your wife, how about this? How about you watch the video and use the same talking point to talk to her, but don't show her the video from a third party?
I need you to make it I feel we can communicate a little bit better.
To me, mature and showing you a lack of communication skills, showing if it works for some people well, for them, I wouldn't receive it that way.
No, Chidinma, some of them will claim that they've tried that and it doesn't work. Well, I understand, but still, the more reason why it will backfire because they know you've tried and it didn't work. Right? So you better learn how to communicate and own it. My wife said that all the time. Own your shit. If you don't own your shit, it's going to. You can bring all this right and wrong from the Bible and pull them out together. People feel how they feel, and it doesn't make it right that they feel that way. But that's your reality. Learn how to communicate. Make it personal. Make it about you, how you feel. Then it becomes less of an attack. It feels less of an attack. Yeah.
Said, don't be reading his books and go to your husband and say, Uncle Steve said. Steve Harvey has said that himself. With all his relationship books. Said in one of his movies, I think it's Act Like a Lady or Why Did I Get Married? One of those ones. He said, don't be reading his books and go and be telling your husband, Uncle Steve said. Because
terrible idea.
A man will naturally be defensive. It's literally the same thing when you take a video to your wife. She will be naturally defensive. I don't know why we can't get it when it's flipped to the other gender.
You don't know why? Because we are coconutted, all of us. Wait, hold on, Chidinma. Let me bring Tonia is here. Tonia doesn't come up a lot, so Tonia, talk to me. Tonia. Hello, Tonia.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
Good evening.
It's quiet in your house. It's early in the morning. You can speak too loud.
It's midnight. It's midnight.
What's going on? Happy Sunday to you. Happy Sunday to you.
Happy Sunday, everybody. I was shaking up the comment section a bit, and some people said I was mysterious. Of course I am.
You are. You're on a widow farm, so of course you're mischievous.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think there's a delay. I think she's connected with a delay. I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're connected with a delay, so just speak your heart, and then I'll let you the floor. Yeah.
What can I do to make it better?
Go out and come in.
And call back in.
Yeah. I'll post the link again.
Okay. So I just wanted to react to Beno's video. Hello?
Yeah, call back in. I posted the link again. She's hearing me like 10 minutes behind.
I don't hear any delay on my end, though. Maybe it's you.
It could be, but it's still hard because I'm hearing you real time right now, right?
Okay.
So it still has to do with how.
Chidinma, can you hear me?
I can hear you right away.
Sorry about that. Okay. So should I ride on Ola or should I just call back in?
Try to call back in. So Chidinma, you hear me in real time. She's hearing me 10 minutes later, but you hear her in real time. Hey, Juju be brought out his room. Oh Lord. Anyway, sorry, I did cut you off. So this is what Tonia posted earlier on. I'm sure she probably wants to speak a little bit to that. She said, as a couple, sending positive videos like this to each other helps the marriage if the two persons are able to communicate together, right? For me, the videos are channels of discussion for us, diversity. I like that. You know what I even like more about this? You want to guess about what she posted? Chidinma or Natu? You don't want to know what my favorite word in this phrase, in this complete sentence.
If
did it for me. If made me agree with that. If that if was not there, me and Tonia will get into it today. You know, let's hope she can come back in. Mary said, my husband wouldn't even watch it. Sorry, you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say sending videos like this will help us communicate. To me, it sounds almost like an oxymoron. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe when she comes back, she can elaborate.
Yeah, maybe she'll clarify. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But no, tell me already. How does it sound like
you're communicating through the videos, not directly, but it's helping you communicate at the same time. But
the video comes first and then it will help communicate.
Okay, like watching a video and discussing it later.
Mm-hmm. Tonia, can you hear me in real time now? Let's hope so. No, she cares. She's just dropped. Just tell me what's on your heart, and then we'll continue.
You mean me?
No, Tonia. She's still gonna hear me.
So, good evening, everybody. If you can hear me, is it better now? Right. So what's on my mind is, or what I'm just reacting to what Beno said. I absolutely agree. If is the key word there. If so, if you're sending videos or pic or whatever, it could be funny, it could be airtight, it could be religious, it could be serious to your wife, and she's not feeling it, she's not taking it, she's seeing it as, "Hmm, okay, let me go and look for mine, both. Then you need to really talk about it. Like if it keeps upsetting her, then stop it and find another means to do that. The same thing applies to a woman if you're always sending those videos and he's not taking it. For myself, for instance, each time my husband sends me video, I'm like, gang, gang. Like, if I'm busy, I don't watch it because it's something I need to digest. I can bet you I'm going to enjoy it so much. I'm going to take something out of it because it doesn't make it a habit sending me videos. I think I also do the same. I don't make it a habit just sending and sharing every things online to him. And most of the time when we listen to these videos, it could be from any TikToker, Facebook, YouTube, top on the list is always Kingsley Okonkwo's videos or Pastor Bolaji, and so on and so forth. The list is endless. Like it could just be anybody sharing it. It could even be an 18-year-old, but we talk about it. We pick the lesson from it and really discuss. It makes us see things on that angle, where the video is coming from. I've never been offended for once that a video was sent to me and I think you're talking to me. Rather, when it's sent to me, I see myself in it. I'm like, okay, see that approach, the one you replayed again. I'm like, okay. When I was watching it, I said to myself, okay, I can do better. So that approach is going to help me and also help my husband. That's all I see in it. I'm not quick and snappy, but they pepper us too much. Sometimes pause, think, take the feedback. Have I always been like this? Yes, mostly. But one thing that has helped me even better, even more, to not be quick and brash to react is Man of Prestige. Really, really, it's not that deep. Always, it's not that deep. Take it easy, and it has helped me. I'm not registered for the marriage coaching with Man of Prestige, but I can tell you, just replaying and watching the videos and sending people, referring people to MOP, even my own daughter is with them. I have really, really benefited from it, and I will keep benefiting from it. So I can tell you that almost 14, 15 years of marriage. How many years is it? Who is counting? We are not counting anymore. I now understand what it's like if there's communication for people. You're not struggling, you're enjoying it, and that's how it should be. So that's my take there.
Thank you so much,
let
Tonia.
me just speak briefly about Bro Kido earlier on. I was so touched. I really loved the story. I wasn't triggered at all. I have no reason to be triggered, but I'm glad he answered the question. When we asked him, are you saying you've not done Kerouac abroad? When he said he hasn't, see, we believe it or not, believe whatever you want. Each of us, sometimes our environment and our life, we like to see, somehow we just think, it's not possible. Well, if it's not possible for A and B, well, that's not the story for C and D.
Right.
So Kido has said his own story, but I believe him just because I've met lots of people like that in my life and I have no reason to doubt it at all. And on my own, I'm also very disciplined, so I know it's possible. But that's it. That was a beautiful story, by the way, from Kido. Thank you so much, Ola.
Thank you so much, Tonia. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. Chidinma, what do you think about that?
I mean, she has a point, but I'm just wondering, are the videos the couple watching evened out? Like, let's say Pastor Kingsley Okonkwo, for example, that's a good reference because he has videos that seem to be addressed to talking to men, husbands, and some videos that seem to be addressed talking to wives, women. If we watch both, like on and off, and it's not just only watching for the wife, like we talk to the wife, talk to my wife, tell her what she's doing, or tell him, then that's okay. And also, what kind of conversations are happening afterwards for me can determine if I think it's a valuable tool in a marriage.
Right.
And also the attitude of the person giving the videos. Are they having like hawk eye, eagle eye, waiting to see your reaction? And hey, you didn't want to listen to me. Oh yeah, now let me see if you will listen to him. And sometimes some men will turn around and say, "Oh, she didn't listen to me, but now that Pastor K has said it, she's now listening," forgetting that he's the one that brought the video.
Right.
So you find yourself in a lose-lose situation. So I think it's a very delicate situation.
It's
and
delicate.
Maybe case by case basis.
Yep. It's one of those things. It's one of those things.
Kudos to them. They ain't broke, don't fix it. Let them continue doing what works for them. But it's something that requires a high level of emotional and social intelligence.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not something that's pointed out a lot, because after all, I want you to be sharing my videos all around so I can blow. so that's an oxymoron. Why are you telling people not to share videos when they could share your videos and make you blow? I know. Trust me, I am not the YouTuber. I am a coach. So I pull out everything. But before I say my finals on that, I want to hear Natu. Natu, what are your thoughts so far with what Tonia just dropped? Natu, are you still there with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, what are your thoughts so far?
I agree with what Tonia said. What works for A doesn't work for B. And I think before she jumped in, I said earlier too that if I get a video, I'm not going to take it personal. But I'll look deeper into it on what the person, because I believe that communication goes in many ways. So people sometimes might not be able to have the right words to convey the message that they want to convey to you, but they might see something that is carrying the message they want to say to you, and they feel like you hearing it from what they just saw, you might be able to understand what they're saying better. So maybe that video that they're sending to you paints like a picture of exactly what they're trying to say and the scenario. So I really don't take stuff like that personal when I see it, honestly. I try to look deeper. But it doesn't work for everybody. And also depends on the situation. You understand?
Right.
So if fire is burning and you go to bring kerosene to off the fire, you add more fire to the fire. Do you understand what I'm saying? So all in all, I think it boils down to knowing the person that you're dealing with. Because we've seen videos of people that will say, this person's partner does this for her, but my own will never do it because I know who I'm married to. So you lower expectation. But there are other things that your partner is doing for you too that the other person's partner is not doing for them. You understand? So it's really like different for a lot of people. So like Tonia said, for me it's not that deep, honestly speaking. So and if people would learn to learn from that, and if people are not willing to learn from that, the partner is not willing to learn from that, just go with whatever they are willing to go with. However they want to get their message conveyed, or you understand what I'm saying. So honestly, that's what it is for me.
Okay, good. We have Uncle Beno in the studio. Uncle Beno.
Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus.
Stop the cap. You know you love you some Uncle Beno.
Stop the cap.
Yes we do. Yes we do.
Don't mind Sister Natu.
Brother, happy to miss you.
Sister Natu na my G. Let me just park so I can just.
Did you say you're at a gig? You said you're at a gig, Gabby?
Yeah, I went to do a photo shoot for a client. So
well done.
Yeah. What do we go do now, Baba? We need to hustle. So basically, I just wanted to clear one or two things real quick. And thank you, MOP, for at least bringing that issue back, the one in the video. I quite listened to what everybody said, and it's perfectly okay. I'm just saying from the perspective of a man that sometimes when there are problems in marriage, and as a man, you're feeling that your wife is behaving somehow, you're trying to explain it, you try to point it out, and it's common at times that when you try to say, madam, I don't like it when you come across like this, they might feel like you are trying to teach them.
Yes.
You know? So
exactly.
I see that at times if you try to bring a third party into it, it might make sense to them.
that's why I'm saying that that video is not actually covering everything. She just made an example of two extremes, you know. And like you always say, there are nuances and stuff like that. But I just don't buy the idea that if a man send that kind of a video to a woman, it means he's comparing. Sometimes he's not comparing. It's just him trying to say, okay, see what I was trying to explain. Can you see how this woman demonstrated it? Maybe this approach is better than...
Explain, because...
I'm listening. I'm listening. No, you said you're just trying to explain now. Sorry, Mungbo.
Yeah. No, it might sound funny, but you know one thing I've always said? If people...
No, it's not funny, just to be clear.
No,
I just want to make fun of it so we can learn some good points. It's not funny because this is causing serious issues within couples. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know my stand. I've always said this on occasions, and sometimes it come across as, oh, you are using divorce as a threat. No, I usually say that, look, it's not every man that's gonna be in that feminine energy, or how do you people describe it with your grammar? That whatever you say, you just say, I agree. Okay, sorry, baby, let's just do it.
No, but I don't agree to that, right? Have you listened to me long enough to know I don't agree to just saying, okay, baby? I don't agree to that. I think that's terrible.
You know? So there are some men that they might not...
No, Uncle Beno, I needed a real answer. Did you think I would advise people to say, okay, baby, to everything?
To women
no. I'm just saying it because of our ladies listening now. It's not you. You have always bring it 100%.
Okay.
No, it's not you. I'm just saying it that men, they are different. You know?
No, I understand. Sorry to interject, right? It's very important that men understand that I don't ask them ever to apologize when they don't mean it. I don't ask them to pander to their wives just to get past, because it's to bite you to come back and bite you in the butt. I also don't ask them. There's a third one here. I don't ask them to just anything that looks like quick fix is a terrible idea. In fact, the one major thing I don't ask them to do is to explain. Right? It's ultimately how you move as a man. It does all the volume for you, all the heavy weight for you. It's the same reason why sending this kind of video can backfire, because that video that you are sending is loaded, is pregnant. And I'm happy that you started the way you started, Uncle Ben. Right? Because before, Tonia brought a good point up. The picture that Tonia painted is a couple that are in good place, in a very good place. Right? Of course you can send any video in that space. Right? You could even send maybe she snore loud at night, and you send a video of somebody snoring loud at night. If you're in a good space, she will laugh about it. It's not that deep, as she said. Right? But typically the reason that you brought up Uncle Ben is the reason why people share this kind of videos. They have failed at communication. There's a communication breakdown, and they're now trying to use this as a tool to get the point across. And that's the conversation that I would like to have, you know, which is why I'm enjoying your submission, right? So if you failed to communicate with your wife, not necessarily your fault, you don't mean any bad, right? It's just that the wife you married, she don't hear what you they say. You've said it, you've even tried the I that I said earlier, right? And it just seems like she's getting more and more disrespectful by the day, right? She knows what she's doing. If she receives such video from you, right, you are right also that maybe there's a way that what's her name, wives round table, there's a way she said it. Maybe she moved her mouth small like this, and that was how Jesus is going to get her that day, and then she will repent. It's very possible, but the key word is possible. It's unlikely. It's more likely that she will interpret it as so I'm the disrespectful one, Abby. You know? So maybe it's not even more likely. My question to you, Uncle Beno, is that let's say she's the minority that receives it that way. So what kind of nonsense, stupid video are you sending me? Send it to me. Listen to this comment. Then I want you to answer the question, Uncle Beno. Mary said, Mrs. Mary Parker said, my husband wouldn't even watch it. Because it goes both ways, by the way. It's not just man to woman. It goes both ways. My husband wouldn't even watch it. He has a filter attitude. He will not read or reply to every text. Being on MOP platform is helping me so much, especially being in an interracial marriage. Most people actually filter it out because they already know where you're going. You know, so they're not even going to give you basbos like that. Some of them that still have your time, they will give you basbos. That's a positive, right? That they still have time for you. I don't know if it's a positive, but my point is that they still want to engage. They still like you like that. They're like, what's all that you're sending me? That's why they're saying that. But there's the other one, which I know is a minority, where we're in a good space. We just tend to share video back and forth. So my question for you, Uncle Beno, let's say you've used the II man of prestige method, and you now send this video, and she look at you funny, like, what kind of stupid video? All those pick me people, right? And that was our reply to you. What would you do at that point?
Good question.
I will explain the video.
You go explain.
You go explain.
Sorry.
You know what? You know what? In the
Sorry.
MOP,
No, I want to hear you. Elaborate what you mean by explain. I want to hear you.
Let just always bear something in mind.
Yeah.
That what works for you don't work for another person.
Agreed. Yes.
Let us know that. Even as a coach, you also you know already. One approach doesn't fit. If you bring 5 women here now, one approach will not work for all of them. You
That's
bring
correct.
5 men here, one approach will not work for all of them.
That's
so
very
where
correct.
I'm coming from with that video is that I just wanted to let sisters know that you don't have to see all these things as if, what do you mean? Why would you send that video to me or something? Look, you want to lose your man, be that. Let's just call it what it is, and I will explain.
Yeah, explain.
Okay? Later, explain again.
No.
Explain.
Explain. I didn't hear. Yeah. Explain.
You see, that's why I said that anybody that doesn't really know me, you will always feel like, this guy is triggering me. Me, I just like to tell people the end of what might end up with whatever situation you had. So here it is. If a man,
me and you get paid for explaining, so we go both explain tire here. So continue. Yeah, explain.
So the thing is, if a man tries to come, especially in this abroad, most time it's going to be you and your wife. It's going to be you and your husband. Many times. And if you have issues that your husband doesn't agree with and is frowning at it, he might even be doing the wrong thing, like we said. Many times, do you know how many times I forgot to do something that we help madam, help everybody at home? Just because I went to hospital, I go just forget. It's a scenario like this. If I forgot, I came back after I've driven maybe 8 hours in a day, do my coverage, another 8 hours. I came back tired, and you expect me to do something, and I forgot to do it. And then the approach you now bring is, you forgot again. You forgot again. You always do this. You always do this. The first thing that will come to my mind is that, are you kidding me right now? So all the hours I've been on the road, walking, making money, so we can be okay. It doesn't count. Is this thing you want me to do that I didn't do? That you are now coming with this? I'm just being honest with you right now.
No, that's fine.
As Beno real. And that's why I thank God for the wife I married, that she figured it out. If you bring that approach to me, you puff petrol for fire, be that.
Yeah.
You feel me? Now, if I say, okay, I'm the man, let me take the lead here. And then I find time to tell you, okay, babe, I don't like it when you come at me this way. It's sending the wrong signal to me. Can you do it better way? And you don't change. It's still the same thing. Anytime I forgot to do something, you still approach me like that. If I come across this video, I will send it to you with a text. Babe, watch this video. You see the two approach? Just pay attention to it. Now, if you are now angry, why would you say nonsense to me? What kind of rubbish is that? Well, they serve you your divorce letter be that I don't send. Period. That is why I said that people say, Uncle Ben, you are threatening divorce. No, we are different as a man. Some of you are married to somebody like me right now. I don't know you all, but some of you are married to somebody like me who is willing to go to any length to satisfy you, whatever you want. But when you have issue with certain things, you are still saying, hey, I'm the woman. You will lose him. I swear, as I do like this. When I was in my back boss with my madam, I used to tell her that, babe, I love you. God knows that I love you. I love my children to the moon. But if we continue like this, you will go to work one day, you come back, I'm gone. And when I'm gone, I'm not even going to stay in America. I will call you from Nigeria that, don't go and find missing person. Are you feeling me? I'm that kind of man. So there are some men like that. I'm just saying, women shouldn't see everything. Oh, are you trying to say this? I get it. We are men. We will be wrong. We will do many things that don't please you.
Wait, Uncle Beno, don't worry. You have supporters here. Well, let's talk about it, right? You asked a question. You said, or a statement. You said, what works for somebody does not work for the other. Okay, let me address two things. Number two, you said women shouldn't. Let me make it clear again. Okay? It's not only women that should learn this.
That's an advice, so I'm just saying.
No. But it's very important. No, that's fine. But it's trust me, I'm with you. Okay, I don't disagree with you. I never really disagree with you. The only thing I might disagree with is on the solutions. These problems exist. That's why we're talking. All right. You said women shouldn't just think. What I am telling you is, I've had to educate women. When you are in that funky place, those videos you are sending is creating more drama for you. You know what they do, Uncle Beno? You're right. I always wonder why. Right? I always wonder why it's backfiring. Right? That's why I'm saying what I am saying. It's not even just men or women. It's when you are in this very nasty bass place, using these viral videos to communicate often makes matters worse. It comes off as condescending. It comes off as, like you said, being a teacher as opposed to actually demonstrate. There's one thing I'll tell you that works. This is the second part I want to use to push back against you a little bit. There's one thing that let me give you. I can hear you now. You don't hear me anymore. He needs to hear this. Uncle Beno, you did hear?
I did hear.
Okay.
Hold on, no MOP.
A call came in.
I wanted to ask something real quick. If somebody send your video as a coach,
yes,
to a wife to address similar issue like this, is it right or wrong?
I'll play. No, wait now. I have answer. Wait.
You're right.
You're right. Yeah, make your point.
It's a question, no.
I answered now. Listen, anytime I play that video, I meant it. No.
You need to dodge asking some questions.
No. Anytime I play that video, I mean it. I promise you. I mean it.
You know, people are here now. And the point you are making.
No, but you're trying to make a point, right? So I want to hear the point. Yeah, you're right. The person is right.
You say people should send that kind of video. If a man or a woman should send that kind of video, it might look as if, you are sending a viral. And I said, if somebody sends your own video now to a wife,
you say, is it right or wrong? I say it's right.
There's so many issues here. A lot of issues you address it here. So there are some men that they might be in a place that they'll be talking.
No, wait now. Uncle Beno, wait.
Your video too.
Is his voice louder or me or mine is louder? Wait, Uncle Beno.
Both of you are getting quite loud.
Okay, let me push this, because this thing, whenever I'm listening, sometimes it's too loud. Let me push this back a little bit. See, that person, the answer to your question is the person is right. I want to hear the rest of your thoughts. If that person sends my video to their wife, just off of the information you gave me, the person is right. Where's the rest of the thought that you're having?
the rest of the thought is just the same thing I was saying about the video you shared. That's just it. Like,
okay, all right. So I get it.
When we talk and we feel like, I know they talk this thing the way this woman will understand them. Then you came across maybe a pastor's video. If the pastor could be man or woman that is addressing the same thing, you can say, oh, maybe if I send this to my wife, you know, for instance, now you are giving away free services now by creating this content. Somebody might say, oh, maybe if I send this to my wife or my husband, he might get it that is coming from somebody who has proper knowledge of what we are having issue on. That's just what I'm saying.
So Uncle Beno, stop right there. I agree with he might get it. If that person doesn't get it and they feel offended, do not be surprised is the whole point of what I'm saying. Don't pretend like you don't understand because you've heard MOP once upon a time told you that this can backfire, right? Because what you said I agree with. It might work. I also said it another way earlier. I said maybe the way this guy shape him out is the Jesus that person needs that day. Yes, it can, but the can is the key word. This is English class now. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? The can is the English word. If the person do what most people do, not just women, is the point I was making. If the person do what most people do, receive it as a negative, as condescending, as, right? First of all, rewind yourself back and stop pretending you didn't know you had issues in that marriage. They're interpreting based off of their experience so far, and they've disconnected from the content of what you're sharing with them. They're receiving it as an attack, the same thing that young lady was talking about. Right? Is it your fault? No, it's not about your fault. Is it right? If you think it's right, it's right. What I'm saying is that the result you want? Is that your result right? If it's right, keep doing what you're doing. You keep repeating the same result. If it's off and you're confused, maybe it's time to learn something new. Human beings, the mind does not know all this extra scenario that we're saying, what is right and wrong. The mind feels how it feels based off of an overall experience. If you guys have been feeling some type of way and it's been funky, and you notice that it's negative every time you send videos that are supposed to be positive, pay attention. Pay attention. Everybody is right in terms of, now you shouldn't receive it that way. You should just be an adult. Me too, I agree with you on that. Guess what human beings become when they enter romantic relationships? Children. Welcome to the real world. So if you're aware of this, you move a little bit different. You move with a little bit extra wisdom, right? I like when you said you will send a text, right? That conversation that you're having with your wife sounds like you guys are still in a good place, right? You're adding some context to it. You say, babe, this is what I was trying to tell you. You know, I don't know if this makes sense. Now she's not receiving you as you're being condescending because she see you're still actively trying to communicate. But every time you see a video about a woman who is just a proper woman who is not disrespectful, you send it to her. About you go get more disrespect out of her. That's just how it's going to work. Until you get it right. That is, there's one thing. Let me leave you with this last one thing. Then I want to hear any pushback. There's one thing that works for everybody. Listening, actively listening to that person. It's a difficult process. Try to understand where they're coming from. Empathy is difficult because sometimes I'm asking a man to become a woman small to hear where a woman is coming from. It's a very difficult thing. It's easier said than done, right? Specifically to your own spouse, your own husband, before you try to shovel Dr. Kingsley Okonkwo's video down their throat or MOP's video. Listen to where are they coming from outside of they just want to be evil or disrespectful. Right? Because if you don't, you're right. You're going to start threatening each other with divorce. It's only a matter of time. Because it's a roadblock. Right? So you ask me if it's right. Clearly, you're getting a roadblock. That's wrong in every sense. You're creating no, your action is not wrong, but the result you're creating is wrong. You have to pay attention to that. Well, I'm paying attention. This woman is just evil. Okay, I agree with you too. You know, I'm with you. You know how you can take a donkey to the water, you can't force them to drink, right? But I tell you, you will be open, you'll be more open-minded when you hit rock bottom, you'll be more open-minded. That's just the way it works, you know. So Uncle Beno, I don't know if that helps.
I have a question for Uncle Beno, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Uncle Beno. So
Evening, my sister.
You said something about showing how the video might be a way of her listening to a third party, maybe when she's having some sort of blockage, listening to you as her husband, something like that. I'm paraphrasing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she'll receive it better from like a neutral third party, like the lady in the video, whoever else you came across their material and you want to share with her to convey the same message she wasn't receiving directly from you. Now, on the issue of third party, if the roles were, I know I'm doing like about this, if the roles were to be reversed and she suggests therapy to you, maybe for an issue you guys are having difficulty resolving, or some other third party input, are you also going to be open to that as a traditional African man?
Is that your question?
Is my question, yes.
Okay, good. That's a very good question, to be honest. You know, let me just be vulnerable a little bit here. It's not like maybe I wanted to share, but let me just be vulnerable a little bit. In my marriage, we've been at that point before when my madam suggested we should talk to a therapist.
Okay.
And I told her, based on this issue, that you want us to go and talk to a therapist, I am not going. But I want you to go. Whatever is the cost, I will pay it. When you go there, you talk to the therapist, come back. If the therapist tells you that, oh, your husband is doing too much, or your husband has gone past his boundary, based on this conversation, just tell me whatever you want, I will buy it. But you go, I'm not going. You feel me now? And there are two reasons why I said I'm not going. Backgrounds. If you suggest a therapist to me, I'm saying it on public platform now. If I'm married and I have issue with you as a wife and we're having basbos, and you say, oh, let's go and talk to a therapist, the first thing I will ask you, that therapist, is he a Nigerian or an American? That's the first question I'm going to ask you. And if you tell me, oh, he's a good therapist, he's not a Nigerian, I'm shutting it down immediately. I'm not going. Are you still with me now?
I'm listening, yeah.
The reason I'm not going is because that therapist will never understand where we're coming from. Everything the therapist will say is just going to be based on this is how it's supposed to be because we're in America. Okay? I won't go. I'm telling you, it's a waste of money. But if the therapist, you tell me, oh, he's a Nigerian or he's an African, he's been working with African people or something, yes. Now I know that the therapist, we have at least something to work with. When we table the whole matter, he will know where we are coming from and where our issue may be. I've seen many women in this America. Like I said, let's go to therapy. One part that divorcing me, it didn't work. And that's because if you are married to an African man, we have values, we have cultures, we have tradition. And whether we want to accept it or not, those values, culture, and tradition still determines how we do, even when we embrace the Western culture, because we are living in a Western world. Okay? So, if you ask me, will you go to a therapist? I will ask a lot of questions, and then it depends on the matter that we are taking to a therapist. I don't spend stupid money. No. If I knew that what we are having ongoing is a communication issue, and it's an issue that requires that both of us, we have to look at it and agree. It's not like we just have to listen to each other and work together. But you don't want to work with me because you feel like it has to be how you see it. You are not saying let's go to that. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just tell you, auntie, marriage not be do or die. Waka make I waka, we go get peace. I'm telling you honestly, this America, this Western world or something, both husband and wife better chill. Thinking I can turn this person to do what I want, or I can influence them to, they work. That's why they break up every time here. Therapists will work, everything will work, but do you calm down and have conversation with your partner first? Do you even listen? MOP, you talk about active listening here all the time. Do you even listen to hear what this man is really saying? But whenever the man talks, you are.
But what you just said kicks against that, Uncle Beno. What you just said kicks against is the direct opposite of active listening.
Okay.
You should ask why now. I want you to practice active listening.
I know. That with you. You are the coach. I'm just
no.
The typical Nigerian
So Uncle Beno. Uncle Beno. No, that's fine. No, it's not just Nigerian. No, it's not just Nigerian. No, Americans also think that way. An average person think that way, right? When I'm advising you as an individual, if you bring an issue to me, and I'm advising you as an individual, and I say active listening, and you go, are you two listening actively to me? That's the direct opposite of active listening. I always say, if you recall, Uncle Beno, I always say active listening is very difficult, right?
Of course.
Because you're not allowed to ask that question. Are you two listening to me? It's a very difficult thing. Because what it means is that you're listening to that person to understand them, not to respond. Right? And if you have to come back to the conversation tomorrow, 3 days from now, it requires lots of patience. Right? If you have to do that, it could come from any side. A woman can practice it, a man can practice it. But you are engaging active listening must understand that it requires a lot of who you are. It requires patience. Right? So once you come in, you two, are you listening to me? You failed it. That's your first failure at active listening. Because if you understand how beneficial active listening is, the rewards comes with they will listen to you. That's part of the rewards. They will listen to you.
If I got Bourbon's answer to my question, he's saying it depends on the type of therapist, right? If it's somebody he feels is culturally related to him and his spouse's culture, like Nigerians, Africans, something like that, number one. Or number two, if in his own assessment the issue does not require therapy, then he won't go. So he decides whether he will go or not. Basically, his answer is no, he won't go to therapy. That's the summary of all this long.
Not just that, and I want Uncle Beno to correct us if we are wrong. Yeah. Not just that, the fact that he said no, he won't go to therapy is the same exact thing as a person who find it offensive when you send a video to them.
That's why I asked the question.
It's the same exact issue. Remember, if you say you're not going to therapy, it's not a matter of you're wrong. You're coming from a particular perspective. The fact is that that person is trying to drag you to a therapist, and you are receiving you feel some type of way about that therapist, especially if they're not a Nigerian, somebody that won't understand your culture, right? You're not taking that so well. Something that in the general term is supposed to be a good thing for your marriage, like the video, but somehow you receive it negatively. Does anybody see where I'm going with this? Uncle Beno, you did it. Anybody in the chat see where I'm going with this? The idea is something. Water. I gave you water, and you said, "Why are you giving me water?" Did I say I'm thirsty? Because you don't trust that person.
Hello, MOP.
Yes, I'm listening.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me now? Did you hear the question?
No. Someone was calling me over and over again. I have to call them back.
Ah, great, because I can hear you now. So the question is, you saying no to therapist, you had your reasons, right? But bottom line is you said no. It's the same thing as the person who said no to a video that was supposed to therapy positive for marriage, video positive for marriage, but somehow something is happening behind the scenes, and you said no. It's the same exact thing. Do you see that? Uncle Beno say, I see it, but I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to answer you.
Why are Why are you running?
Let me drop the link. Let me see. He probably got ejected out because that person
he got
kept
out
calling.
of the studio. Oh no.
Yeah, he's completely out of the studio.
Okay.
That's why I said I have to be super patient with this. This is not about right and wrong ever. Obviously, that young lady is not wrong. It's about let's dig in a little bit deeper. After spreading all these viral videos all over the place, why are people suffering inside of marriages still? Some of them with the biggest coconut head are the want to spread videos faster viral. They're very quick to send a video out, and they're the one with the biggest coconut head in all of it. That's what I want to have a why is it still not working, even though we all know right and wrong? Why is it still not working? If it's working, all you have to do is keep doing what you're doing. It's working. But if it's not working, let's have a conversation around it. That young lady said nothing wrong. However, your story, when added to that, can suddenly create wrong emotions. Uncle Beno, you're back?
Yeah, my other phone died, so I used the other one.
I said, hey, why are you running? All right, Uncle Beno, the question, I don't know if you heard it before he died. You saying no to therapy. Therapy, we agree, is good for marriage, correct? Do you agree to that? Mm-hmm. Never mind the stories, but therapy is supposed to be good for marriage. Mm-hmm. Generally accepted. That video, that auntie's video, wife rounds tables video, is good for marriage. You said no. You are just as good as a person that said no to that video. Do you see where I'm going with this? Mm-hmm. So can we tell you the same thing? You shouldn't receive therapy wrongly.
It's not, well, like I said, you can preach this till tomorrow. It's like you are not listening to why I said I might not go to therapy.
You're right. I didn't listen to your why. No. Uncle Beno,
please.
Baby step, Uncle Ben. Baby step. No. You're right. I did not listen to your why. That's the point I'm telling you. I did not listen to your why. That's the point I'm making.
So if you don't listen to my why, then you can preach it from now to tomorrow.
No, I'm not preaching.
I agree.
I'm not preaching. Baby steps. Okay. Now you know that I'm not listening to your why. Can we listen to the why of the person that will see that video and feel negative emotions?
Of course.
That's my point.
That we are basically saying the same thing, but I don't know, you guys, they analyze, grammar, you play till Natu go school. We are saying the sme thing. All me I'm saying is this. If somebody sent you a video like that, if it's coming from a man, I don't know how women feel, but I'm just saying from my own brotherhood angle. Mm-hmm. If your husband feel like, okay, we've been having issues around this thing, and I finally see somebody who is fair, because that video is fair and balanced, although she used too extreme, but she showed a situation where the lady was being disrespectful, and she also showed another situation where the lady also was respectful. Okay, so if your husband feel like, okay, whenever you go like this with me, I think you are being disrespectful. Now look at this video. This is what I'm trying to say. And then you feel up, the lady she's angry. She's like, why are you sending me all this nonsense video and all this thing? Great. You asked me what will I do, and I said I will explain. Babe, I sent the video because this is what I've been trying to communicate. Now, if she still flare up, she's still angry, I get it. I won't send video again. Whatever follows after that, you deal with it. We approach issue differently. This is just me. I'm not saying generally. Another man, we approach it a different way. For me, the way I approach issue is, we have a problem, let's fix it. I'm willing and I'm ready to meet you at a point. Tell me what and what you think I'm not doing right and what you want me to do. But don't tell me in a disrespectful manner. It's not going to work. Are you feeling me now?
I feel you.
That's just all I'm saying. Yes?
Sorry.
Yeah, talk.
Remember I asked
no
you a
problem.
question earlier. I remember I asked you a question. So, from what I'm hearing you say, correct me if I'm wrong. If we, let me say we, as in a
lawyer,
have a problem
okay.
in a marriage, right? and the husband tries to communicate to the wife, she's not hearing, and he comes across a video. You just said to you the video looks fair, right? You've made your assessment, the video looks fair,
right?
You should use 2 examples in your assessment. That video should be able to communicate to your wife the same thing you were unable to communicate.
Very simple.
For whatever reason,
yeah,
right? Now your wife is now on the other shoe. The tables have flipped. She is having difficulty communicating to you. She brings a suggestion. She has assessed that the therapy will be good, but you now also add your own assessment instead of going with it the way you would expect her to go with the video. No. What you do is now do your own assessment and start checking: is it African? Is it this? Is the problem worthy of therapy? Is it this? Is it that? Before
the wise, right?
Into like her own assessment that the therapy is fair and will help the marriage doesn't work for you. You have to bring in your own assessment before you agree to therapy. But if it's a video, only your assessment is enough, and she should watch the video and hopefully take the lesson from it. I don't know if you see why there is a discrepancy here. That's what I was trying to bring out, Uncle Beno. Are you seeing the difference?
The 2 examples you make does not match. I'm sorry.
I brought the example because you mentioned use of third party to help solve issues in a marriage or pass across a message.
Right, in the form of a video.
Right, so that's why I brought it. Okay, then another third party.
No, that's why I said the example you make, because I know MOP referenced the same thing earlier. It doesn't match.
Right.
Sending a video is not the same thing as seeing a therapist. Can I ask one quick question here now?
You didn't tell us why it's not the same thing.
That's why I want to ask a quick question here.
Okay, all right.
Is it every problem you have in marriages that you take to a therapist?
Of course not.
That is it.
Okay, so let me ask. Can I answer that question?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let me answer that question. Ladies, listen to me carefully, because Uncle Beno is saying this is about ladies because he's looking at from a standpoint of a man.
Yes.
If your husband sends you a video, the reality, if I haven't said this tonight, I haven't said it, is that it's an opportunity for growth. Okay? All the conversation we've been having so far is just to get us to understand if you receive it as some type of like it mixes up with your emotions and you feel some type of way, your emotions are valid. You have deeper issues, we need to get to it and deal with it. However, that's an opportunity. That's a person who cares, right? In the same breath, I've advised this so many times over and over here. If your wife comes to you and asks you to go to therapy, Baba, you're a lucky man. Ask her, like whenever you don't pretend like you didn't know. Wait now, don't pretend. I don't wait. I'm answering. Wait, it's very simple.
The question is simple.
I'll be sure to.
Every issue we take to a therapist.
No, I will answer that. You see, the fact that, and ladies, same thing go for you, right? If somebody comes to you, your spouse asks you for therapy, right? You're a very lucky person. That's a person that cares, right? Now, you that you're wondering, let me answer Uncle Beno's question now. You're wondering, why do we have to talk to therapy about every issue? You're such a lucky person. If they feel that issue, regardless of how many times, needs mediation, therapy or whatever, right? Even if it's a therapy, you better embrace it. The next time they won't tell you. You see that threat that Uncle Beno is thrown around here, right? You'll be on the receiving end of it. It'll be too late, right? You'll be like, I never expected, I didn't know this was coming, I didn't know it was this deep. Oh yeah, it was that deep. Not for you, obviously not. It wasn't that deep for you. It's deep for the other person, the other human being involved in that. So the answer to Uncle Beno's question is that it depends, right? Okay. If somebody is asking you to go to therapy all the time, clearly there are deep issues with your marriage. If you dismiss it,
I disagree. Women use this. We did this America together. It's not everything. As a man, it's not everything you take to a therapist.
No. You didn't allow. You didn't allow. Robert, you didn't allow MOP to land. No. Let MOP land.
Let me land. Yeah. Thank you. Let me land. Thank you.
Right. Women use
Drink water, Uncle Beno. Here's the thing, right? If for every time you interject with me, right, is actually additional reasons why what I'm saying is also valid, because I think what you're saying is valid, right? If you're a woman every time just want to go to therapist, the more reason why I'm correct. You have serious issues in that marriage. It's only you that don't see it, and because there's another human being involved, you go collect. It'll be too late. Now, in terms of should we face women advise them don't go to therapy for every issues? You might be right, you might be wrong, but it's the same advice as don't call police every issue. Who am I to be determined when it's the right time for her to call police? If she doesn't feel safe, don't you think you're not safe? I'm just saying, it's very easy to just look at things from your standpoint of view. The whole idea of empathy is to calm down, drink water, and pay attention to the other side. There's another human being involved at all times. If you don't see it, you're going to get caught off guard. If you're using rules such as it shouldn't be, that's fantasy. Sometimes somebody is caught up in a funky place. They're not telling therapists. Every issue they're telling their best friend, that person advising them wrongly against you already. It's too late. And they are trying to talk to therapists, unless they are collecting money from you to go to therapists all the time, right? But that's another conversation that we can also have. If it's a matter of your finances are getting burnt with the therapist, that's another conversation. We can have that as well. Oh yeah, Uncle Beno, go ahead, give me your pushback.
No need for pushback. You said every issue should be taken to the therapist, so I agree.
No, Mama P said it depends.
That's what I'm hearing, because I asked a question. Is it every issue you take to therapy?
Are we hearing different things?
Yes, we are hearing different things. It suits you as a woman. It suits you as a woman.
Thank God for witness.
Oh my goodness.
No, it suits you as a woman the way it sounds. The way MOP.
How do you know what suits me? Are you a woman?
If your woman is saying let's go to therapy, you should thank God. I agree 100% with that. But what type of issue are you taking to therapist? That's simple.
What's the minimum? Let's ask you the question. What's the minimum type of issue you think should be taken to? Like, give us like an example of a minimum.
No.
Like this, so should go to therapist.
Be a Nigerian therapist.
wait. It's not funny. Wait,
see,
Uncle Beno, what's the least amount of issue you think like this issue at this mark? So it's okay to go to therapist. At this minimum, don't go to therapist.
Look, obviously everybody said go to therapist. I agree. Maybe we no argue, maybe we no drag this, but I'm just speaking from a man's.
We don't trust your agreements.
That is why it's good that everybody has their own views. I'm just saying, and the earlier we consider everyone's point of view, it might help at times. What kind of issue did you say let's go to therapist?
Ravel, can I tell you what type of issue?
Let me throw the same question to the ladies. Let's throw the same question to the ladies.
I'm not before you throw the question. Let me answer.
No, that same question. That same question. What's the minimum maximum issue that should go to therapist?
The minimum and maximum issue is when you people cannot sit down and make a dialogue and agree on something. When you people cannot come to an agreement, then it is time. It doesn't, even if it's one spoon, one pinch. The moment like a couple cannot sit down and agree or have a conversation without butting head, or have a conversation without coming to an agreement, understanding, without even active listening, you need a therapist. That's what I have to say.
Uncle Ben, do you agree with that?
Thank you, Sister Natu.
Sorry, Uncle Beno. I have a brother on the stage. Gbajumo, how far? How you doing? Sorry for the hold up.
I'm alright. So,
thanks for calling in.
To make sure,
don't be a stranger.
I did just want to barge into your conversation, and I wanted everybody to speak before I was thinking of.
Yeah, my fault. I usually clear the road. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, or to make some points. Yeah, you see, I want to align with Uncle Ben in some certain area. Now, reason being, and that sister that spoke last, she made a valid point too. Now, in a lot of marriages and relationships, the key problem is communication. The tone at which we talk to each other is very, very important. Is a 50-50 thing. We meet halfway. If I let you be today, if I align with you today, the next time I might not align with you, you should be ready to shift from me and align with me. It's not every matter, it's not every issues we take to the therapist. I want to believe
it's not every issue you take to the therapist, right? That's what you said. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm listening.
But what that sister said, the point she said, the best time is when you guys cannot agree, you cannot have a dialogue, a proper and sensible communication. Then therapy could come in. However, if what would now happen after you go to therapy and you still didn't find the solution? Would you not say another time you go to the therapist? Uncle Ben made a point which I want to align with. The therapist you're going to meet, does the therapist know about African cultures? Does he know about our way of life? Does he know how we talk to each other? Does he know about I'm not talking about some of the cultures of our cultures that are not practical anymore. I'm talking about, our way of life. They would not understand. They could read meaning to certain things, which is normal, is our way of life. Is not a, both parties agree with it. You understand? But if you now go there, they won't understand. The therapist is there to make their money. Don't let us forget. And what do we want to get about going to the therapist? We want solution. I won't go to a therapist and waste my money if I believe that there won't be a solution. So every time I have to start spending money to go to the therapist, the therapist will be willing to have us there and make his money. So we need to assess the situation properly. And different situations require different approach. Allow me, give me room, I'll give you room. Give the other person room, and the person should give me room. We need to be flexible. And that is what life is all about. And nobody knows it all. Nobody is an island. There is no one size fits all in every situation. It is case by case. Every case is different from another case. For the fact that so and so picked up the phone and called the police and this. There are things that will happen thereafter. Are you prepared for it? I'm not saying it is good for us to be violent. Violence is a no-no. There are ways you can even still walk away when it comes to violence. Having dramas. There are a lot of ways. You just need to sit down, map out your strategies, think outside the box, what you want to get out of the situation, be matured about it. That is my own point. I don't know if anybody has got any question. I'm here to learn. Then learning. Let's learn, unlearn, and relearn. We are all learning. I'm learning from you. People can learn from me. People can learn from Uncle Ben. I can learn from you. That is how this world revolves. It's not. It's not. It shouldn't always be. Oh, men are this. Men are the problem. Or women are this. Women are the problem. It is both ways, and we have to be neutral when having this kind of discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gbajumo. Gbajumo, hanging for a second. If you don't mind, you don't have to answer any of the questions. Can you tell me your age range?
Between 45 and 50.
All right, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate you. All right, anybody have something to say to Gbajumo? Who is that?
Yes, I have.
Who?
Chidinma.
Chidinma, before you go, Uncle Beno, please hang in tight for me, right? Let me go to Amber. Amber sites came back. Beyond Braids came back. I don't know what you guys are trying to do to me. You want to eat eba and fufu and what's going on here? Yeah, Amber.
Yeah, that's what we want to eat. Don't be you servers.
Amber, talk to me. Did you have something to say about what Gbajumo just said?
I really didn't hear what he said because I just
You just joined in. Okay, let me let Uncle Beno go first. Then I'll come back to you. But hang tight. Uncle Beno, talk. I know. Oh, you want to go first? Oh yeah. Chidinma,
Let the ladies go first, please.
Thank you. Okay, so he was basically saying, if I understand correctly, that we should be open-minded. Basically, kind of like what Uncle Ben says sometimes, that not one size fits all, and everybody's opinions are valid and stuff like that. Which, for the most part, most of us also say. He said, "What if you go to therapy and it doesn't work? Then what? Will you keep going to therapy?" That's the angle I want to address. Sometimes somebody typed in the comment section that sometimes you won't even know what the real issues are until you go to therapy, which is true as somebody that has been in therapy for years on and off, personal therapy for personal self-development. You might not know that you or your spouse are dealing with childhood trauma that is actually bringing in issues in your marriage.
Jum, your mic is not connected. Go and come back, okay? Go ahead, Chidinma. Sorry.
Sometimes
okay, you're here now. That's all right. Go ahead.
Sometimes therapy will just handle the very issue you and your spouse are dealing with at the moment. The therapist might have questions to bring out deeper root cause analysis.
MOP, your background is who's in know.
Okay, I'll mute it. Go ahead.
Yes. Right. So, in the process of going to therapy, let's say, for example, the therapist starts asking you questions about your childhood, and you feel it's invasive, and you lock down, you don't open up, you don't want to share. And you come out tomorrow and say, well, therapy didn't work. I mean, because you didn't want to open up. Maybe you just wanted to address just that issue. And it's the kind of therapist that feels, let's come to the root first before that. You might see it as a waste of money. They're not addressing the issue. They want us to keep coming back because they want our money. Whereas they are using standard, tested, and successful methods. This is a therapist people actually maybe checked their reviews, see that they have excellent reviews, they have worked well and helped couples resolve their issues before you both decided to go there. But now, because you don't want to be vulnerable or open or make good use of their services, you come out and say, we went once and it didn't work. I'm just trying to bring in why some people might say we went once and it didn't work. That can be a reason people say that. Especially if it's somebody that already sees therapy in a negative light. Like if you've already made up your mind that women use it to be manipulative, or it's a Western thing, it's not our culture, or whatever other filter we have about the word therapy, we will find it difficult to agree that it works. I don't care, even if you find a native doctor to do the therapy for you, as long as he's wearing the cap of a therapist, a cultural man, you will still say it doesn't work. So,
have you finished?
No, one more thing I wanted to say. One man of press she said earlier is, if someone brings in any solutions, whether it's a video, a therapy, whatever thing, that person is still trying to make the marriage work, and we should be open to it. That shows the person still cares and they are still making an effort to make the marriage work. We shouldn't immediately kick against it, whether it's a video or whether it's therapy. And I think I agree with that position. I've finished now.
All right. Sorry about that. Uncle Beno.
I think the other gentleman wanted to say something. Please let him go.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I beg to differ with the part of your submission, the submission the lady made. We shouldn't be quick to form an opinion about what we believe or a certain thing. I only asked a simple question, and the question was, what if you go to the therapist and it doesn't work out? Would you keep going? You shouldn't be making excuses for whoever didn't make it to work. If I'm going to the therapist, I'm ready to spend my money. I want value for my money. So I'm not going there to waste time. I must be open. And I will be willing to make things work. That's me personally. But if my spouse goes there and he or she's not being open, then it's not my fault. And there has to be an agreement before we go there. We are ready to make it work if we go to the therapist, because we're spending money. And for me to spend money on my relationship, I value that relationship so much. Exactly. So if I go to the therapist, I would not go back there, because I'll see it as a waste of money, a waste of resources, and a waste of my time.
So sorry, I missed something. You said if you go to the therapist,
it must work.
Can you hear me? You said if
and
you go to the
work.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, man.
Okay, Gbajumo, sorry. You said if I go to the therapist and there's a phrase that completely skipped that I didn't hear, and then you said I won't go back. Can you repeat that? If you go to the therapist, whatever you said between that.
If I go to the therapist and it didn't work out, I'm not going back there. Because
okay, so let me slow us down a little bit. What do we mean? I'm saying either you or anybody who can maybe I didn't hear it. What do we mean by it didn't work out? What didn't work out? What results were we looking for that did not get accomplished?
The result if the result we are trying to get is not forthcoming, I'm not going back there, which is having a good relationship, addressing the issues, maybe it's the marital issues we are having. What's the point of you now telling me another time that we should go to the therapist?
Okay. All right, that's fair.
I'm wasting my money and time.
No, that's fair, right? It's just that result is quite vague, right? If somebody comes to me, man or woman, doesn't matter. If they come to me and say, this is what I'm looking to achieve, I can't achieve it, right? They're coming to me for help, regardless of what label I call myself. I call myself a therapist, counselor, coach, doesn't matter. As long as you deem me a person that can help. You come to me, you said, this is what I'm looking to achieve. And I say, okay, this is point A, this is point B. This is the roadmap that we're going to take to get there. You're going to do the work. I'm not going to do the work. My work is done. I'm giving you a roadmap plan. I'll give you support. And we're going to see ourselves through that journey, right? If you get in the middle of somewhere, let's say 3 days down the line of a 10 days process, and then you go, it doesn't work, I'll be just as confused as you are, right? Because we're still in the middle of it. It's a process that goes into whatever we call it worked or it didn't work, you know? So it's too vague to speak from a standpoint of it didn't work or it didn't work. In the case of a marriage, right, you can have one issue. That one issue, based on that one issue, you guys are at the therapy talking about these issues, right? It was resolved, but then 2-3 weeks later, she's asking you to go to therapy later on. If I were a person, a party in the relationship, right? Again, it doesn't matter what gender side I'm on. I would hope we're both adults. If I were a party in that situation, I would be curious to know why. I would do troubleshooting, if you will. Why didn't it work? If I were a normal human being, it might not work because maybe I'm the coconut head. I'm the one claiming that the other person is stubborn, but actually I'm the one that's too stoic in my ideologies, So there's too much going on there that we can't really speak to. That's why it was hard to answer Uncle Beno's question in the first place. Like, what issue is too big or too small to take to therapy, right? And you acknowledge that the answer she gave is valid. If both of you cannot iron stuff out, back in the days, you might take it to the elders, right next block in your village, so that they can help you iron it out, because you guys are actually disturbing the peace of the street, right? It's just a matter of labels. Today we call it therapy or whatever we call it. It's regulated. What? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So I just want to chip on what my brother the last speaker just said. I feel like in general in life, right? Whatever goal that you have, you want to map out a plan on how to be able to get to that goal, right? So if you're going into marriage and you want to enjoy marriage and not endure, you want to map out a plan on how you can work on your marriage and make it work. Now I'm going to make an example with education. Now, if you want to go to school because you want to become a doctor or an engineer, and this is your plan, I want to go to school. Secondary school is 6 years. University is 4 years. In between secondary school and university, there is JAPA or whatever exam that you have to write to pass. Okay, now you go to school, you don't pick the teacher. The school assign the teacher to you, right? And that teacher has his own method of teaching. He has gone through his own background of training. You don't know him. You're coming from a different background. The teacher is coming from a different background. You people are merging. Now, whatever approach that teacher is using to teach you, it's either you're getting or you're not getting, or you have to add extra work to it.
Right.
Now, some people might decide to take extra lessons. This is where the issue of like getting coaching comes in. You take extra lesson because you want to see how you can match this thing and make it work. Because waiting up about they talk for class, I know they do grabber. Let me see this lesson teacher. The way I learned math in secondary school, my math teacher didn't teach me math. It was my extra lesson teacher that I got math from. Because the way the man explained his math and everything, if you want to forget, he said the way he explained the formula is how you take to remember it. But that much that comes to our class, I don't know what that guy is doing in the class. We shall have a math teacher. So now you map out these strategies, then you do tutorials with your friends. All in the sense that because you want to reach that goal to graduate without repeating the class or a carryover. Do you understand? Now you don't pull out and say, you know what, I'm not going to go to math class again because I don't understand this math. I'm quitting math. No, if you're going to do engineering, you need math.
Exactly.
You have to do it.
Or you can go and learn handwork.
Yes, even if you learn handwork, the teacher will teach you handwork.
Which is fine. If you want to go and learn tailor, that's fine.
If you're not getting the man's handwork because you are paid for that handwork to be teaching you, you will not leave him. You talk with your friends on how to be able to get it because this is your guy. And you know how Nigerian handwork teachers are. The way they do, they give you punishment and everything for free. The reason why I'm bringing this scenario is that I have been in a situation where we've gone to therapy, we were using a white therapist. After 2 sessions, I'm not going to lie to you, we weren't getting it. The day the man just charged my husband, my husband just called and told him to cancel it because it's not working. Was that the end of therapy for us? That was not the end. But the point I'm making is that when we put from that one, we did other back work to see what we can work with. Do you understand what I'm saying? And in that other back work that we're doing, I decided to enroll for my own personal development, which I enroll in Man of Prestige. I talk about it all the time, not running away from it. Why am I doing that? I'm doing that because I have a goal and I'm trying to see something work. Now I have to see on my own part what I can do to make that work. So if I want to pass that jam, I will add to what I'm doing in school. I'll add with personal reading. I'll add with tutorials with my friends, and I'll add with extra lessons. All in the name is because I want to get that goal of writing jam once, even though I don't jam 3 times. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So if you people say, okay, if I go there and it's not working, I'm not gonna go back there again. So I want to understand: is it not going back to therapy anymore, or not going back to that person? I've tried a couple of times.
Exactly. Thank you, Natu. Like, what does that mean? That I'm not going back?
I've tried a lot before I landed to where I am. So I will never. If I'm going for treatment, I've done IVF 4 different places. The reason why I didn't go back to the first place because it didn't work. The second place I went, but it didn't work. The third place I went to because someone told me about them and I went to them. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I wanted a child. I'm not going to do IVF once and say IVF is not working. I've seen people that do IVF 10 times. Just
So Natu, sorry. So it brings us down to how bad do you want it?
Exactly.
Right? Whatever it is that we're talking about, how bad do you want it? If you don't even want it that bad, the conversation ends. We are all happy. All of us are happy now. Right? All of us are happy now.
Yeah.
I can't be telling you what you want. A major question I ask, what do you want? It's a question that almost doesn't have an ending to it. But it gives us an idea of where we're going. What's the path we're going? Are we getting closer? It's like it gives us an idea to get some kind of benchmark or something. So I don't disagree outrightly with Uncle Beno and Mr. Gbajumo that if something is not working, you should do something about it. But the idea I'm not going back there. It sounded like okay then, I just threw my hand in the air. I wanted to know like a little bit of specific. Go ahead, sir.
Like for me, like when people say school is not for me, anything that you want to do in this life, you need school for it. What kind of education you have to get for it? You need some level of education.
Some kind of education,
informal, even if it's informal. If you want to be a comedian, you have to study past comedians to see what they've done and what has worked for them. So you have to get some kind of education that applies to whatever you're trying to do, whatever goal you're trying to achieve. If you go to hospital for treatment, you're not going to stop seeing doctor because the treatment is not working. Even the doctor, sometimes you see with the doctor and reassess, this medication is not working for you, we're going to try this one. Every IVF session that I've gone to, they have to review my previous session and see what were the protocols. And say, okay, we're going to change your protocol this time to see if it will work.
Are your doctors Africans, Nigerians?
Say that again, please.
Do they have to? Do your doctors have to be Nigerians and Africans, or they can be?
Oh no, they don't have to be. For me, I was going basically with specialists. Are you talking about the therapist?
No, your medical doctor. Do they have to be African?
No. I'm going with specialization.
Chidinma,
Yes.
you are trying to shift the goalpost too.
I was gonna
shifting the goalpost with that doctor.
I know exactly.
Let me explain to you. When it comes to my doctors and my therapists, they're 2 different things. I'm gonna explain that to you. The last IVF that I had, I went to because the woman was an African woman, and I feel like she will understand me to a certain level. That's understood. For therapy, I have 2 things I'm looking for, and I'm not gonna lie to you. Faith and cultural background. MOP. Stop it.
I'm happy that you talked about the cultural aspect of it.
But the funny thing is that one particular therapist that I've gotten that has worked very well for me, I've had her for over a year. She was a Christian, but she's Indian.
Same with me.
I'm telling you, I love that woman to death.
Are you guys saying that culture matters or it doesn't? What are you guys saying?
It plays a huge role, but also there are some people that have different experiences working with other people. They have opened themselves to learning from other people's culture that they've been able to work with it. My therapist that I don't have her anymore because of my insurance, she has worked with a lot of Nigerians, and when it comes to faith-based and culture, she understands the game very well.
So I do think culture matters. I do think it's a big advantage when a council can understand the context of your culture and the nuances in your culture. I do think that the nuances of our culture is a big part of this call your police or not call your police topic. You guys will see when I drop that video on next Friday. It's a big part of it. It's a reality that a lot of people enter this system and overuse it, right? Because if you're going somewhere, you have to kind of understand where you're coming from, right? You can't just blindly follow into Oyinbo people's system and be using it. I can't be having a conversation with you as 2 Yoruba people or Igbo people, right? And then you're telling me I'm too loud. But really what you're trying to say is that Nigerian people are too loud because somehow you think you're more Oyinbo than me now. Right? And honestly, we're just disagreeing, right? Yes, I raised my voice, right? If you want
I
me
see
to tone
something.
down my voice, I can tone down my voice if you want me to tone down my voice. But if you come condescending, the same thing I was saying about that video will happen. I will take it as an attack. I might overreact to you accusing me of being loud when I'm actually trying. I have a point of contention I'm trying to explain to you, right? So it's a big part of the conversation, you know.
MOP, can
Yes.
I say something?
Yes, Uncle Beno, yeah.
I'm about to say something now, and I know my sisters will go drag me at the backstage. No wahala. I full ground. Look, if you need a therapist to mediate between you and your wife, or you and your husband, let me just tell you, both of you have no business getting married. You still need to go and grow. You need to go and educate yourself very well about marriage before you step in. Yes.
Can you say that again? Repeat it again. Let me hear it.
Well,
Hold on.
Opinion.
No, but let me hear it now. Uncle Beno, repeat it so that I can hear in the back.
Oh, you missed it?
Yeah, I missed it.
Yes.
This is what I said. If you and your husband or you and your wife need a therapist to make your marriage work all the time, you have issue, let's go
That's
to
not what you
therapist.
said
This one, come on,
before.
let's
That's not
go
what
to
you said before.
just it's still part of what I'm saying.
It's not.
No,
It's two
that's not
different.
what you
No. Ladies,
Stop the
listen
cap.
to me.
No,
Ladies,
Mr.
listen
Ben, they are
now.
two different things.
Ladies,
Oh yeah,
listen
let him
now.
say the most recent one is the most valid. Let him say it, please.
It's true.
Yeah,
What
go.
I said earlier is this. If you and I are having issue and I'm willing to work with you and I'm expecting you to work with me, so we can both shift our position and make it work. And you insist that, I think the way this matter be, let's go to a therapist. I said I will not go because the therapist you are suggesting to me, if it's not a Nigerian or an African person that can understand the cultural traditions and where I'm coming from, I won't even shift. I will gladly pay for you to go and talk to the therapist about everything. That's the first thing I said.
Mr.
And
Ben,
I
you
said, just wait.
Mr.
Is that
Ben,
not
you
how
said,
MOP when I called in?
Okay,
said that
I
if you need a therapy,
let him finish. We'll remind him what he
Wait
said.
now, you
You
people
don't have
said
no
that
reason
when
to
I
be
said this
married.
one, you said that's not what I said earlier,
That
and
was
I'm
what you
recapping
said.
what I said.
We have his
Let him
record, and that's
finish.
what you said.
No, let him
I
finish. We'll
said I
remind
will
him.
not go to a therapist if the therapist is not a Nigerian or is not an African who can understand the culture and tradition. That's where I started from. I said I won't go, and I said if wahala continue like that, I will simply call my lawyer. That's why I said, look, divorce na solution. I will simply divorce you. I don't care whatever the amount is going to cost us or anything. I like my peace. That's where I'm coming from. And then when the conversation continues, MOP asked me a couple of questions and I responded. And I'm saying it now that, look, when you look at this therapist thing, my belief is that as husband and wife, if you are right for marriage, you should know that there's going to be issue. Maybe you are a man or a woman, and you should have known that in marriage, you should have the ability to work with your spouse. It doesn't matter whether man or woman. You should know that your way is not the final, it's not the best way, and your partner's way is not the best. Both of you have to look at what works for both of you, and you adjust. You blend. And I also said it's not every issue you take to the therapist. That's why I'm now coming back and said to me personally, when people feel that, oh, we have to go to therapist, hey, it's not what we have to go, then you both don't have business being married. You are not ripe. That's where I'm
Okay, Uncle Beno, we must get some response to what you've said. Let me see. Jum, who wanted to speak?
It's my turn. No, I've been quiet.
Okay, Jum. Sorry, give me 1 second, Jum. Gbajumo, let's make it concise. Speak to that, bro.
Yeah, you I want to pick a point you said earlier on. You said
I know Hiramo. I said what? You skipped. I said what?
You said it's a process. when you go to the therapist?
To get any kind of results in life is a process.
Yeah, even including when you go to the therapist.
Yes, literally anything. Yeah.
Yeah. So if your spouse now say, let's go to the therapist, and and you get to the therapist and they say you should do the work and you should go through the process. And your spouse now who said, let's go to the therapist, now abandon the process or is not willing to go through that rigorous steps. Isn't that a waste of time?
No, they stopped. What do you mean waste of time? They stopped. They disengaged the process, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not a waste of. I don't know what you mean by a waste of time, but what I'm saying, are you saying that every time you start, they disengage the process, they stop, like every time?
Yeah, if your spouse disengage, the person I said you should go to the therapist.
If they disengage, they disengage. It's worse. It's worse than. So it's worse than a waste of time. They disengage. You guys still have problems. You know what I'm saying? So it's actually worse. The fact that it's disengaged and you guys still have problems is worse.
So it still makes me feel I still support Uncle Ben in that essence that if in the first place I might not even go to the therapist when we are with each other, the spouse is not ready to go through the process of reconciliation or change.
So let me ask you this question. The scenario you're painting, are you happy with it or you're still not happy? You as an individual, are you still not happy with the scenario that you're painting?
As in, I don't quite catch you.
We're talking about a marriage. Typically, right? If you guys have problems and your spouse, your partner stops in the middle of the process, they're not engaging the process again, are you happy? I need you to add if you're happy or you're actually happy that they stopped. They don't bother you anymore. That would determine the answer to your question, if it's a question at all. Are you happy that they stopped or you're not happy that they stopped? It's you that would determine what our next move will be.
Obviously, you won't be happy that the person didn't go through the process, didn't follow the process, didn't want to do the work.
Exactly. So now the answer on the screen, Chinye says, if they disengage, you can continue to work on yourself. If you're not happy, remember this work that we keep talking about is not really for your partner. It's not for your children. Let's all stop the cap. If you're not happy, you need work. That is the simplest thing. Is also the hardest thing for us to really.
How is it for me? It's for both of us.
No, it's not, because you're not happy.
Just for one person.
It's for you.
Can I answer him?
Allah, you have
verification or justify you or give you closure.
Let's take it one at a time. I'm gonna have to put a 3 minutes limit on it right now. If you want to speak to what he said,
yes.
Abby.
All
right. I'll put 5. I will read it behind the scenes. Just behind the scenes. If you see me interject you, we're probably long-winded. Let's put it 3 to 5 minutes. But Jum, go. You wanted to speak to what Gbajumo said, right?
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so first question that I'm gonna ask is Broadband and Gbajumo that is talking about culture. We need to understand that culture in itself is subjective. We can be both from Yoruba, and we have different perspective about culture. And anytime men are referring to culture, we both understand what culture means in Nigeria. Culture upholds many bad behavior that men do.
Control.
And they might control, thank you. And they might not want to let that control go. That is why they are even having problem with therapy in the first place. Let's see therapy in such a way that we learn about universal behavior we are supposed to be kind at each other. We are supposed to love each other. Now we are having problem loving each other, being kind to. This is why we are going there, and we are not there to learn about culture, regardless of this person is from India, from China, from America, from Nigeria. What connects everybody else together is love. Marriage is about love, taking care of each other, and that is what we in a marriage. I'm not going there because of culture.
Is it me or she's getting disconnected?
She's breaking up. She's breaking up.
You're breaking up, Jim.
Why can't you
She's breaking up.
It's not for men, wives.
Jim, you're breaking up. Okay, she got snapped out anyway. All right, so she's saying that culture is subjective. Uncle Beno made a point earlier on, which I agree with. Culture is a part of all of this conversation, either we like it or not, either it's subjective or not. It must come into the conversation, because if at least one person is talking about culture, then we must make sure we had it as part of the context in this conversation. Oh yeah, Jim, are you back? Okay, Jim, are you back?
Am I the one that went off?
Yeah, it's you. You went out.
I apologize. I'm outside of the house, so I'm not using my Wi-Fi. So
make sure you stay stagnant. You are breaking up again.
I think she's driving.
Are you driving? If you are driving, you have to stop. If you are driving, you're gonna have to pull up.
I stopped.
Okay, I can hear you now. Okay, I can hear you now. But stay in one place. Okay,
so
all right.
What I'm saying is, yes, the control might be the problem we are having in the marriage. I mean, the cultural differences might be the problem that we have. We have to come to the place of we have to come to middle. And the example that MOP gave was we call our parents, our family member to mediate. It's like we are in abroad, we are calling people to mediate while we are paying them. And they can give us unbiased opinion and help us at the end of the day. Our family can be biased. Family member, it might be my family member, it might be my spouse family member. They cannot be as precise and give us a solution that we want. But if we get outside, why are we even bothered about that? The mindset in itself is the problem for me, that it has to be about culture and culture. We know our culture is not balanced. It's not 50-50, that women are their rights. Listen to women is very happy with the culture. If we are going to go for a therapy, I'm not even going to a Nigerian therapist. I want to go to somebody that is in between, that what they focus on is how you will treat me right, how I will treat you right. You want respect, how I will respect you. I want love.
So hold on, Jim, let's bring it up. What you just described is exactly the same thing I pushed against Uncle Beno for. You want to go to therapy for what you want and what you want and what you want and what you want.
And that's exactly why we're having problem.
That is not what I'm saying, MOP. No.
And that's exactly why we're having problem. Me, okay, no. For me, what I'm asking for is for both of us.
What's going on, little podcast? Shout out to you, bro.
We're not talking about culture is because we know what culture means in Nigeria. To men.
Okay, so I'll tell you, Jim. Everybody should listen to this. One of our major issues is assumptions. I know we've had certain experiences that makes us generally just assume that we know where everybody is going.
I don't want to generalize.
So let's anytime you like, we all know. No, we don't know. If we did, we wouldn't have a terrible marriage, right? We wouldn't. So there's something we don't know, right? One thing I can tell you from a guy, a professional looking inside, is that culture is a big deal. If one person is complaining about it, you must talk about it. We must come to some kind of agreement. We must maintain a united front about it. No matter how triggering, listen, you're not going to have a happy marriage anyway. Because this thing you are dismissing is a point of contention for the other person. It's the same reason why I tell Uncle Beno that, Uncle Beno, you're saying you won't go to the therapy, but that person have issues. That person you are sleeping, having sex with, you're going to collect in one shape, form or the other, right? So it's the same issues. I think culture, just in general, doesn't have to be a marriage topic, right? Cultural shock, cultural perspectives, cultural shift, these are major. These are major. When you have a man who is used to a certain level of authority in his household, when you have, generally speaking, women expect you to be a man, meaning don't just talk over me. Can you hear what I have to say? I have to feel heard. When you have that, we have to not respect the persons, respect that thing that keeps causing problem within us. We must come to some kind of agreement with it. If we don't, we are all in trouble.
But my MOP, let me finalize what I want to talk, please.
Okay.
Let Jum finish. Let Jum finish. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can go back home. And what I want to say is, talking about, can you hear me, MOP?
Yes.
So
I can hear you.
Talking about when Gbajumo was talking about if it does not work, and what I want to say about that is, if I apply to a school, I pay tuition fee, I pay all of that, the work is still within me to make sure that I pass. If I'm paying for a therapy, my mindset, my goal is to ensure that this therapy actually works. I have to be open-minded. I have to be willing to do what they will say. If I have a mindset of going there with the mind like, oh, it might not work. What if it doesn't work? Of course, it will not work because
it just won't work.
It
just won't work.
It will not work because you're close-minded. But if you're paying, if I go to school and I after the first semester I fail, it's because everything the teacher is teaching me, I'm not doing it. The assignment, the examination, I did not show up. They give me, and this therapy of a thing, they will give you exam. They will give you assignments. They will give you things. You and your partner, this is what you are. If you are open-minded to that, regardless of the culture, what I am still saying is the goal of this therapy is to restore your marriage regardless of the culture, to ensure that both of you are happy, not just men, not just women, regardless of wherever, either it's China, either it's India, either it's Nigeria. The goal is for both man and woman to be happy. And if we are open-minded, we go first session, second session, we go back home, we engage each other, we talk, we are on the same. Of course, it will work. But if they are telling us to if we are there when they are even talking, we are having something at the back of our mind like, oh, it's because they are Oyibo. This is not our culture. Of course, it will not work. It's not a robot. I mean, it's not a magic. That's what I want to say. I don't want to get home.
All right. Thank you.
MOP, can I respond? Because
yeah, go for it.
I have something to say quickly about that.
Let me just respond real quick, please.
Yeah, go.
Okay. I think we've missed the point of the conversation here today.
We've been all over the place.
Yeah, today's conversation is about people calling police on each other, Abby. Is that not how we got here?
Right, but we're almost 5 hours in, so I'm kind of letting it flow. Yeah.
So I think on this therapy stuff, maybe you may have to do another show. I pray it will be a day I'm free.
Let me note that.
If therapy is 4 hours, I'm ready for
That's a good point, actually.
Me too. Please just send me a notification.
Okay, but right now I want to hear what you have to say about it.
Because I see what my sister Jum is saying, and if only our women can just take their time to understand African men, we won't have a lot of this issue. Yes, I hear somebody say, "Oh my God!"
With African men.
Can African men understand their wives?
All African men are not this.
Sorry,
MOP.
I'm listening.
You want to enter that studio? Come with you, MOP.
We go both ways. We both need to understand
for yourself.
Ladies, please let me finish now.
Let Uncle Ben finish. African man. Okay, yes, I'm listening, brother Beno.
Speak for yourself.
I've told you my sisters before. I'm actually an asset to you because I will say my mind, and that may help you understand any other men you are dealing with, where they might be coming from. Just hear me out. Okay, now, not be make divorce plenty, so not be make people they use marriage anyhow. We are still going to stay our mind.
Divorce is not the end of the world.
Do you know what divorce when you go to therapy?
Oh yeah, let Uncle Beno
talk. Let Uncle Beno
Let Uncle Beno speech, please.
I just wanted to address the culture thing that Jum spoke about. You see, as African men, we have our culture and values embedded in us. Now, when we move to Western world, there are some men who can adjust and blend. And there are some who will remain coconut head. It all depends on who you jam first that you married. Okay? Now, I also mentioned here that it's not every issue you take to the therapist. And I think that is where everybody kind of like, say, no, therapy. So let me give you an instance.
Yes.
If you're... Anyway.
We love you, brother.
Let me give you an instance. We'll be talking about these house chores, cooking, helping around the house, and all that. Now, you have an African man who from young, he has been told severally, he has been raised that your primary duty is to provide and protect your family. Then we now come to this Western world whereby for the first 5 years, unless God bless you, you are a PhD holder or something, all the jobs you will be doing, you maybe highest you get paid 70K in a year. And being an African man, you don't want to do 50-50. So you are working your butt off, taking care of almost everything when it comes to bills. Now you go to work, you come back, you are tired. Your wife is with the children are stressing her all day long. She is cleaning the house, doing everything. She is also worn out. Now she needs help. She now comes to you and be like, you don't even do nothing in this house. All you do is you just come back, you eat, and you go and watch TV, you sleep. You are not even helping me. You are not doing this, you are not doing that. The first thing that goes to the African man's mind is, you are nagging, number one. Number two, are you disrespecting me? What do you pay in this house? Are you getting me now? That is for a man who don't want to do 50-50. And another man who have understand the Western life will quickly catch it that, oh, really? These kids are really stressing this woman out. She need help. So even if I'm tired, let me just see at least one or two things I can do around the house. Now, if you are married to a man that you are stressed out, you want him to help you in the house, he's seeing you as you are nagging and everything, and you people, you don't have issue in many other areas, but when it comes to this helping you around the house, it's a big deal. And God forbid, if that man was the kind of man who was raised in a home whereby women do everything, all they have to do is to go to the farm or go and hustle, make money, take care of the bills, you're going to have issue. So you now want to say, let's go to therapists. Let's go to therapists. You are not happy in this house. I can't take it no more. Let's go to therapists.
No, that issue has never gone to therapist. That's not. There's an underlying issue. If you hear a woman say let's go to therapist, there has to be an underlying issue. We pick our battles.
No cap.
Sister Natu.
We pick our battles. Bro, if you are taking care of the bills, you are taking care of me. How do you want to fight about cleaning, sir? Explain to me. No. There's something underlying it. I'm a woman and I'm telling you. Married to an African man.
Sister Natu, let me now ask you this real quick. I agree there is something underlying.
Hello,
give me an example of what is underlining in the situation I just painted now.
Okay, so what might be underlining is that it's not about cleaning. Probably you're just paying the bills and you're just living, you're ignoring your wife. You're not acknowledging her. You're not probably addressing some of her love languages that is draining her emotionally. There are a lot of things attached to you, brother Ben. I can't fight you over cleaning. I cannot fight you over cleaning, sir.
You see, that's why I like the fact that I allow you to talk your mind now. I just painted the situation now. You don't act like
maybe that time that you're not even that time that I was saying you're not able to clean, you are chatting one girl on the phone, and I peep and I saw you were chatting again.
You are still adding more. You are still adding more to the issue.
You just have to agree that cleaning cannot go to the therapist. It has to be an underlying issue.
It's not. We are here to learn now. You remember I asked the question earlier. and I said, is it on every issue you go to the therapist? So now look at the scenario I painted now. As a man, all the man saw is that you are nagging because you want me to do your wifey duty. That's what comes to average African man's mind.
No, brother, I understand what you're saying, but the point I'm making, I know, I'm coming. The point I'm trying to make to you is that go and ask any therapist. There's nobody that will come to you because the husband is not helping them in the house.
Exactly.
Yeah, in my comment, say,
let us hear Uncle Ben now.
Let's Uncle Ben finish. Note that point, Natu. Note that point of obviously you're feeling like, hey, wait, there's got to be other issues. You can't just
because
be right. Note that point.
They've been listening.
Uncle Beno, continue.
Therapist a lot of time now.
Continue, Uncle Beno.
Okay, now I'm just telling you that as a man, that's what we see. That you are nagging. You want us to do your own work. I've been working all day, doing everything. And mind you, you are also working. No, it's not as if maybe you are just there whining, but a man might say that you are nagging. You are nagging. What kind of nonsense is this? I come back home, I don't even have peace. I don't have rest. Now, you can't tell a man in that mindset to say, hey, let's go to therapy. So we have to talk to a therapist. Me, as a man, and I'm thumping my chest for it. I not go follow you, go nowhere. However, listen, please. However, just like Sister Natu pointed out, if you are saying, hey, you don't help me, when you come back, you are on the phone, you are chatting away. Now, my brain will tell me, there is a problem. You definitely have issue with me engaging in something else. It's not as if maybe I came back, I was tired. Please listen now. Look, anyhow I want to paint it, like I've said several, I don't like to brag. I've seen a lot in 14 years plus of marriage. I don't see plenty. And I'm going to say it, whether we take it or not, well, it's left for us. If you are now saying, when you come, you see that the trash is full, you don't help, the children are upset, one is crying, you don't do anything. All you do, you sat there, you are on your phone, you are chatting, you turn on TV, you are watching games. To me, as a man, I now see the issue. You feel me now? I now see the issue that, okay, Tonia, this time that I'm using to chat, this time I'm using to watch game, taking the trash out is not big deal. You know, helping her fix a couple of one or two things is really not big deal. It's different. And that's why I said, when a man who comes into marriage, if you don't understand that there are going to be issues and you have to adjust, as a man, you are not ready to be married. That's where I'm coming from. When I said earlier that anybody that comes to marriage and you are saying, hey, we have issue, let's go to therapy. You are not ready to be married in the first place, because you should come with a mindset that we have issues. But we have shout out to Samson.
Shout out to Samson Shagun for this point. This is a great point. Continue, Uncle Beno.
You know, so you have to understand that, okay, we're gonna have issue, but we have to adjust. It's as simple as that. So talking about culture and therapies and what my sister Jumju said, an African man that takes care of business and everything. Okay, every time that they do, I know say you people are inchy, when they inch. No, I will still say it. Okay.
I will tell him like 1 hour. I need to talk, I beg.
All right. Let me Uncle Beno, grab some water real quick. Gbajumo, let me hear your point on this issue so far.
I've been raising my hand since now.
Sorry, you go after Gbajumo. Let me hear Gbajumo.
I'm even lost in my thought of mine.
Okay, let's come back to you then. Let's come. Okay, you have something you want to share? Okay, go for it.
Yeah. You guys didn't understand what I was trying to say earlier on about therapy. When you go to the therapist, you know, and I still align with some of the points Uncle Ben have been making. And also, I've noticed something. When communicating, when having discussions, it is not proper for people to be interjecting other people, and these are the kind of problems that couples have in marriages. Allow your spouse to make their point. It is very important. Communication is a driving force. It's a big issue. I want to make it clear to people here now. If you can understand each other, if you can allow other people to make their points, if you can agree with other people sometimes, and not try to say it's your own way every time, you don't know it all. You might not even need to go to the therapist. Seriously. A little change here, a little change there makes a difference, goes a long way. That's what I notice. It is very important. It is not a gender thing. Ladies, it is not a gender thing. It is about being mature. It is about shifting the goalpost. You're not fully agreeing with your spouse, but you allow them at that point in time, so that the next time your own spouse too should be willing to shift the goalpost and allow you. Communication is the problem. Let us address our communication style. Therapy is not always the solution. That's my belief. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that point. Natu, speak to that.
Okay, thank you for your submission, sir. Let me explain to you why communication is difficult and it will always be a problem. Because people are coming from two different backgrounds. We have two different upbringings. People have seen, if you remember Pastor Jerry Eze's wife, when she was giving a story about herself and her marriage and how she almost ruined her marriage because what she sees as communication in her house, what her husband grew up to know that is chaos. Do you understand? So sometimes when she's talking, you say you are screaming, she's like, we have not started talking now. Which one is I'm screaming? I'm just trying to tell you something. But that's what she grew up with. And that's why when we talk about therapy, and this is the area where we say therapy is not all about the marriage or the relationship every time. Mostly it has to be for you. Because there are some things that you have to unlearn and relearn. That's majority what therapy is all about. Because you're coming from, that's why I'm talking about school all the time. When you go to school, you want to add other avenues that you can see to make sure you get to your goals. Tutorial with your friend, extra reading, having talked to your friend, extra lesson, all the rest of it. Because you want to make sure that you get to your goal without having a carryover. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is why communication will always be a problem. And I got married at 34. At that time, I was living in America 7 years already. I was by myself. I had my freedom to do everything that I wanted to do. Do you understand? So do you now understand the challenge it would be for a woman like that when she gets married to be able to, like, I had problem being vulnerable. I have problem being like, it's not like the submission like you don't, but like some things that I hold back some things. Because I've been living in my freedom for a long time. Then there you come into my space. And now I'm expected to just hand everything over to you because I'm married. It's a process. And we had issues with that. Do you understand? He had his own issues, I had my own. But those were like my major issue because I was living in my freedom for like 7 to 8 years. I was living in Abuja with my uncle. I had my freedom before I came to America. By myself, I make every decision by myself. But now everything you have to do, like you have to consider your partner. That was another challenge for me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So going back to what Brother Ben said before he came back this last time, when he said that people, if you always have to go to therapy, you don't have business getting married. So you're trying to explain to me a woman that gets married and has a womb and cannot get pregnant does not have any reason to go for IVF or even get married because one of the reasons is to procreate. So So you can't have children. Why are you getting married for? That's what I'm hearing.
Sister Natu,
No. Hold on. If you have kids and can't control your kids and can't talk to your kids and your kids not talking back at you, you have no business being parents. If you drive a car and have an accident, you have no business having a driver's license. That's what I'm hearing from our conversation. Do you understand what I'm saying? So because I had like how many accidents in 5 years? At some point, my husband is just like, I'm just tired of this woman. I'm not gonna lie to you. No. Because even for me myself, it was exhausting. Do you understand what I'm saying? It was exhausting. But the point is that I love to drive, and I love to drive well. Exactly. There was a year that I paid speeding ticket $3,000 in 1 year.
Jesus, Natu, you need to talk to me about other things, okay?
Yeah, I'm serious. I'm being vulnerable now. So what I just want you to understand that we're not trying to paint pictures. These are real life scenarios with people with real life issues, and people are coming from different backgrounds. My husband is a nerd. When I was doing my master's, if I had issues and I was working, the study that I will use a whole 24 hours to finish to read an article and write on it, this man will collect it and send me to go to sleep, and I wake up in 3 hours to do. Do you understand? That's what I'm trying to explain to you, that people are different. So sometimes some people might grab something about marriage.
Natu.
Some people need to say yes, sir.
You know, people are different. Uncle Beno said that. You're saying that. This is where I'm like, Jesus Christ. He made the same point. You made the same point, but yet you guys are trying to land a different conclusion, right? People are different, right? So I want us to get back to this specific point, because this is where Uncle Beno kind of like brought some Kenny here, right? Is it every issue that must be taken to therapist?
Okay. Right? Let me say something before I leave the floor to her. Like I said earlier, if you guys can't come to an agreement on certain issues, you need somebody to mediate. And those issues do not see this issue of cleaning. You say, oh, he's not helping me to clean. Let's go to therapy. If you go to a lot of therapists and you ask them, they're not going to tell that people come up with that issue because of this. If you have your wife that is fighting you that you're not helping her to clean, let me give you secrets, sir. What you need to do is drag her, cuddle her, and say, talk to me. Why were you yelling? What was the problem? Madam, what is it? That's all you need to do, sir.
Wait. Let's slow down right there. Now, before I go to Chidinma or any of the ladies, right? Gbajumo, what do you say to that?
You see, this therapy thing. I think is one of the most abused form of solution in this our topic of discourse.
God bless you, my brother.
Means.
What do you mean by abused?
Other means.
He said there are, okay. So here's where I'm having problem, right, with you and Uncle Beno's point. There are other means, okay.
Yeah.
If there are other means, automatically, I agree with you. Facilitating this other means creates another type of problem, right? You are talking to your wife, you're not getting your point across. Our own solution is to go to therapy, right? You're saying we don't have to take every issue to therapy. Okay, good. I am hoping you have some kind of alternative.
MOP.
Not only that,
you want to go to therapy, let her go to therapy.
And this
let her go and fix her head.
I'm hoping that if you have this, because you're saying there are other means, right, Gbajumo? Can you give us an example of other means and how you plan to facilitate that? Because clearly, Blockhead, they hear what you're saying, right? I agree. She's a child. She should just grow up. I agree with you. But you are the husband now. How do you plan to facilitate this other means once you identify the other means first?
Yeah. So first thing first, I the other lady, I can't remember her name. I'm so sorry. Because I'm using my phone to do this topic, yeah. So Natu said she was living alone in Abuja. She was quite independent at some point, blah blah blah, this and that. We- And a point has already also been made that we all come from different backgrounds, which it is correct. And you also made it known to us that we are all almost all saying the same thing, but in a different way and trying to land to make our point. But the point is, what we all need to embrace is change.
Change. Okay.
We need to change our mindset. Oh, when I press my toothpaste, I press it in at the end. My missus press it in the middle. Oh, why should she press it in the middle? It shouldn't be an issue. There's a lot of tiny issues that men and women they just don't understand. You understand? When you're coming together, you should expect a lot of changes. It has to do with agreeing. It is not a competition.
Hold your thoughts there, Gbajumo. Hold your thoughts right there. I'll come back to you. I want to hear Natu, you said you have an example.
Yes.
Yeah, talk to me real quick. Make it concise.
Like I was saying, and I think I don't know, I felt a little trigger when Brother said if she wants to go therapy, let her go fix her head. When I engage to do my own personal therapy aside with a medical therapist and then coaching on the other side, it allowed me to pull back, to be able to see and to practice some ways that I respond to some certain things. And that has helped me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, like you said, I agree that a lot of times the word therapy has been like abused and misused, but also I would never, I'm trying to look for the right word.
Natu,
run away from the fact that.
Do you remember us talking about that recently? About the word therapy? Yes. Okay, continue.
Yeah. And like you said, I agree. In our last session, you said some people get triggered when they use the word therapy. So sometimes you have to use something else, but not that. And I understand because some people, if you just tell somebody to go and see a psychiatrist in Nigeria, he'll say you're crazy.
See therapy. See psychiatrist. Nigerian man.
You're going to see a psychiatrist.
Even Nigerian women will say, imagine.
Exactly. But I had a therapist assessment. I've had a session with therapy for like psychiatrist for like 6 months, and I'm okay. I was on medication for a while, off medication now. But what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that there's nothing wrong in doing it. There's nothing wrong in seeking help, and there are times that it will not work on both sides. That's why I said when I engage in my own session, this is what I told myself. I love my husband to death. I want to be with this man for the rest of my life. But even if it doesn't work, I want to work on myself so bad that if I get in another relationship or I get married again, I will not have the same pattern. Because guess what? There are some patterns that attract
Uncle Beno with the thank you.
There are some patterns that attract some kind of behavior. And this goes the other way, but I bet you that are saying thank you. If your woman keeps moving a certain way, you have to check yourself too.
I don't like the word too. The word too, let's throw it away.
Yeah,
if you are under the authority of my voice, I'm talking to you.
Yes.
I'm talking to you.
If you say you are talking to someone, it means that it has to be my way at this point. And that's why we want to emphasize on active listening. Sometimes you just want to hear if she's nagging, I'm telling you, if she's nagging all the time about it's more than that. One day she's working in the kitchen, go and meet her, rub her by the back, hold her and start talking sweet talk to her. She forget that you're not helping her. She like, anytime I'm in the kitchen, come and give me moral support, but you're not doing anything in the kitchen. You just went there to rub her head and rub her butt, and that was it.
Yeah. So now,
So for
now,
me,
now,
for
now,
me, coaching, therapy, counseling has gone a long way for me as a person.
You see, let me say this. I want to go to, I think I'm going to Amber after this. I want to hear her thoughts, right?
Well, I need to speak because I got you.
Oh, Chidinma, I got you, Chidinma. Here's the thing. Yeah, sorry. You have to. It's interesting that Gbajumo say we're interjecting each other. We cannot do here, and I ask all of you to give us permission to interject you, because we're just a family.
When Beno said thank you, that wasn't a problem. That kind of interjection.
Yeah, we're just kind of like, I want you guys to feel free.
That's different. That's echo.
Yeah. If it's too rowdy, we'll moderate. That's the point of moderating, right? But let me just say this. The idea, it's funny, Gbajumo, you mentioned competition. Sometimes we're saying it's not competition, but we're actively doing it, right? Because, for example, you are married to a person, you're trying to get a word in, they're not letting you get a word in, right? In your mind, you're always competing. You're saying that to your partner, right? And in their mind, they're like, no, you don't have to let me get the word in too, right? So we have to forget this one on this stage here. We're just catching cruise and talking. In a real life, in a marriage, right? At some point, you just give that person, just give them unlimited, like this is a credit card of talking your brains out. Let me know everything that's on your mind. I want to hear it so I can go and process it. Right? If you don't like the competition, start with you. Don't do the competition. This is extremely difficult because usually you have a point that you want to land. You're trying to tell them something and you already feel like you don't get a word in anyway. But I guarantee you're the one that has been interjecting the process. At some point, there will be dry throat. Like, okay, all right. You can say what you want to say now. They might even still be angry. If you practice this, it works 100% of the time. Now, there's another layer to it. This is a romantic relationship at the end of the day. Brothers, please do not compete with your ladies that she must let you talk. Don't do that. You're shooting yourself on the legs and your blue balls will be here. You are the king. Let her get it out. Let her get it out. Tell me more. What's on your mind? Once she's done, say, okay, babe, I hear you completely. Here's how we're going to do it though. And here's why I think we should do it this way, do it this way. By the time she get it all out, she feels heard, she feels seen. You can penetrate everything. Meaning you can penetrate everything. Okay? Meaning you can penetrate everything.
Okay.
Mind, body, soul. You want to compete with her. She's not the one that penetrates you. Why are you trying to get her to shut up so you can talk? It's going to backfire. I know, quote unquote, we are adults. Let's just be adults. Listen, if that's working, clap for yourself. You're doing something right. If that's not working, there might be something you should learn. If you talk to the elders, they'll be the first to tell you this. They say, Suru laughing, shokobering, calm your butt, your balls, or everything down. Why do you feel the need to land this in? It's emotional points anyway. It's just ideas. If it's a situation,
now.
Wait now, I'll let you go. If it's something that you must, I'll let you go in a minute. In a minute, and I want to hear your point, right? If it's something that you must protect her, that you feel like you guys will get hurt because she's going in and she won't stop and she's about to hurt herself, you're still expected to protect her. It to be clear, we will know there are some cases like that, but a lot of times it's just, oh, you think that this thing is blue, she says it's red, you say it's blue, and they're like, my point is, and then you're wondering why you have blue balls. She would discover it's red. I promise you, if you just calm down. But tell me, what part are you confused?
Oh my God. When will I talk?
Sorry, let me hear the confusion first.
No, please let the ladies talk first. We go come back. We are here.
Can you write that down, Gbajumo? Can you write down Gbajumo? Write down your point. Oh yeah, Chidinma. Yeah, go.
Okay.
Yeah. Speaking of ladies first. Let's practice it now.
Thank you, men of prestige, for allowing a lady to speak. I'm very grateful. I toile for you guys. Anyway.
Yeah, I'll get to it too.
I want to make 4 quick points. The first point I want to make is not all African, Nigerian, Yoruba, Igbo, whatever men are the same. And I say this with all respect, with all due respect. So if I hear somebody saying, we men, you have to understand how we men, I always raise a side eye because I'm just like, first of all, I know how I was raised, and my brother's cousins, my neighborhood, were raised the same way. We don't carry culture on our head. So for me, the second point I want to say to that is, if you are a man that carries culture on your head, please do not try and marry a modern woman and so-called modern woman and try to change her.
Why not?
You will end up in McDonald's.
Get him.
Jesus Christ.
You will end up in McDonald's.
Yeah, continue.
If you're a modern woman, please do not fall on cultural bola. Do not find a culture
by mistake.
Because do not mistakenly fall pregnant on a cultural bola.
Find
you and fall on his bola. Don't be falling on the bola of a traditional African.
So we can't work it out. We can't just talk and work it out.
No.
Value
systems are already vastly different. Your worldview is the way you interpret the same situation. This one is not even an issue of man brain and female brain. This one is an issue of ancestral brain and sci-fi brain.
Wow.
Language to start with, and for communication there has to be understanding. You can't even understand each other when you're not speaking the same language. You're in different centuries. You're not even in the same decade or century. So I'm using playful words, but I'm kind of being serious at the same time.
You're being serious, and that presents a question, Chidinma. That presents a question. We know about the love languages, right?
What Ben said, I'm actually agreeing with him. The love languages, yeah.
Right, we have love languages, right? And all of them. Every marriages will end up in a place where they're speaking different languages. That means conflict. That means they're not understanding each other, right? You are saying
no verse, I beg. MOP, remove this food thing. They make me hungry, I beg.
Please, I'm literally salivating.
Sorry, I'll remove it in a second. So you're also suggesting that there's no solution once somebody hits this block where they feel like they're speaking different languages. That's what you're also suggesting, Chidinma. Is she talking? Chidinma?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
No, I couldn't hear you for a second.
Oh, I said you're also suggesting.
You now, yes, you said I'm suggesting that if somebody hits this block,
you're suggesting that once they get to a place where they start speaking different languages, every marriage will hit that point. That they should just know that they've mistakenly fallen on the wrong bola, maybe a traditional bola by mistake. That's what you're suggesting.
No.
Okay,
that's not
clarify.
What I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is, while you are getting to know somebody, you will clearly see if they are the type of person that carries this African traditional culture on their head. Whereas you may have been raised in a different way, in a more modern, open-minded, not so big on culture type of way. If you know that you are culturally diverse, where you both were raised, please do not say you fell in love, because that's where problem will start. First of all, you will be the kind of person that will want to go to therapy, and he will tell you therapy is what women use to manipulate their men, and therapy and there are better ways, but he will not tell you what the better ways are.
Okay, all right. So that's a major point that I also brought up earlier on. If you have alternative, let's hear it and tell us how you plan to facilitate it. But continue.
Okay, another thing I wanted to say is, like I said earlier, not all African men are the same. I get tired of hearing women, you need to understand how we African men are, as though every single African man was raised in the same way. Every home is different, even in that same village. Some people are watching TV and raising their kids with one westernized views than more other people who are raising their kids with in a traditional view. So please don't be telling us all African traditional men or all women. We are not the same. We should stop the generalization. It's very triggering. And if I were a man and I was raised the way I was raised, and I hear somebody, I'll be like, please don't speak for me. You can't speak for me. Or I'm a woman, I'll also have the same reaction. So please, if you want to speak for yourself and the way you were raised, speak for yourself. Let's not try and put every African man under the same umbrella, or every African woman. It's low-key insulting and gaslighting. The final thing I wanted to say is that example Bro Beno gave was a man who goes outside and hustles, right? And his wife stays home and she's taking care of the house, taking care of the kids. And he comes home and she goes and starts nagging him for help, saying, why can't you even help me? You're not doing anything around the house. You're not doing this and you're not doing that. I don't know why he used that example instead of an example of a man who comes home and sees that the kids are dirty, maybe their diapers haven't been changed, their dishes in the sink, the woman is maybe breastfeeding a baby or cooking, dinner isn't ready, and he comes and starts demanding dinner, starts worrying her, why is dinner not ready yet? Why is this not ready yet? He is the one doing the nagging. That is a real life situation.
Voila.
Go to therapy. Not the carefully tailored, doctored one Bro Ben gave to make it look like a woman just came out and just nagging. Because you didn't help her. No, a woman, from what I've seen, and I'm a woman, would typically ask you nicely for help. Or she may not even say anything, and you are the one demanding why is food not ready? Why is carrier one not ready? Why is this and that not ready? Why are the kids dirty? Why is the house dirty? Because you've been outside, you don't know how she's been slaving at home all day long or working hard all day long. You didn't see what she was doing, and you expected the house to be a certain way or dinner to be ready a certain time, and it just wasn't. And then you start nagging her, and she's trying to explain to you, hey, I was dealing with this, and you don't want to hear it. As far as you're concerned, in your mother's time, dinner used to be ready by this time. She's a lazy girl, she's this and she's that. And she keeps trying to explain to you, and you're not listening. Tomorrow now, if that lady says, please, can we go to therapy? Maybe she wants you to hear from a third party and all that. You think that man will agree to go to therapy? No, he will say she wants to manipulate him so that the therapist will tell him how he's the one in the wrong. And she's right.
Which is what people use. I've already mentioned that here many times, that people use therapy to manipulate each other, to correct each other, and that's why it backfires. I've said that here before.
And you're trying to change somebody, you're trying to change him to be a different type of man. Stop trying to change your house by making the therapist tell him what he is doing wrong instead of using that avenue to work on yourself. So I mean, that's a real example, and I don't know. That's the kind of example, like I said, that will make a woman feel like maybe therapy might be a solution. Not that the man isn't helping and you start nagging right. First of all, you don't even have energy to nag. You're already tired. I don't even know where the energy to nag comes from for a woman that has been working hard on her feet all day long. I don't even know where the energy. I won't have the energy, I beg. So
let me tell you, Chidinma.
Very fake example. It's not a real life example.
Yeah, Chidinma, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, all right. Did you land your point? Sorry.
I did.
Okay, let me. Uncle Beno and Gbajumo. What I'm trying to get you to concede to, if it's possible, all your points are valid. What I'm trying to get you to concede to is this idea that a woman will wake up and she's just asking you for therapy just because. That's what it looks like you guys were saying. You know, I agree to the point that therapy should not be used anyhow. You should have an intention. You should be intentional. You should have a goal. You should plan to actually engage and see yourself all the way through to the results you're looking for, particularly as an individual, before we even talk about as a couple. So that's the point I'm trying to get you guys to concede to. But I'm hearing that it's not everything that you use therapy for. That statement by itself is valid. It's a correct statement.
That's what Broadbent asked us,
But-
and my answer was
right.
no. Your answer was maybe. But guess what he said when he repeated the question? He said, "We
Right.
said it's everything."
No, I never said that because
I think I lost
the state.
you a bit.
You said what? You lost me a
I
bit.
lost you a bit.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm here. Well, the point is, it's like, okay, it's true. Human beings just don't wake up and use therapy for everything. Right?
The network or something.
Oh, okay. You're hearing a delay. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
I can hear you. I
Okay.
just want to say something quickly about what is it?
Chidinma.
Chidinma, my fictional wife.
Go Ben, don't start.
I give up.
Gbajumo is hearing
the last
delays.
lady.
You're hearing delays. Chidinma, her name is Chidinma.
Chidinma. Okay, so what I want to make a point. It is a stupid man that would not help his wife when she needs help. In fact, she doesn't need to say it out before he renders. It's a partnership. You understand? However, even if she now says it out, the manner at which she says it to him is very important. This is some of the points I've been making. The tone at which we talk to each other is very, very important.
Does anybody disagree with that so far? No, right? We all agree on that, right?
We all agree.
I'm
Yes.
100% agreeing with him so far.
Thank you. Very important. Yes. All right, continue.
And I want to say something. No apology if I say I'm African man. There are some of our culture that are dated. We agree with that. But there are some of our culture that we cannot embrace. It's not barbaric. So we need to value where we come from. In fact, we need to sell our culture sometimes to people. I'm not talking of the barbaric ones. You see, so if somebody says he's an African man, it shouldn't be a trigger for anybody.
Thank you.
Hold on. Sorry. Before you continue, can I ask you a question? What would make a person get triggered when they mention that they are a traditional man?
I want to believe that some people believe they only look about the negative side of saying you are African.
Like, for example,
which is not right.
Like, for example,
maybe not helping your spouse. In those days, the men believe they don't have to do anything at home. I'm not talking of when you're back in Nigeria, where you can get help, house help or whatever, people to help, relatives to help in situations. But in the Western world, you don't get help. It is you and your spouse. It is DIY. So you have to step up and help where you need to. You understand?
Okay, so now that's an instruction and an advice to men, right? That's an advice to men, correct? Right? Yes.
Not just men, even women,
right.
Everybody.
Okay, good. So we'll receive that, right? So would you consider it valid if a person feels like they are married to a person that is not considerate in the manner you've just advised? Would you concede and agree with that person, if that person says, I don't do that, I'm a traditional man, would you understand why they might get triggered?
That's not fair. That's not fair to as a man for you to say, I mean, I'm an African man, I don't do that. That's not fair.
Great. Me and you on the same page on that, right?
You have to help.
If a woman has experienced 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 out of 10 men that she's engaged have used that same exact point. I'm a traditional man. Don't ask me for that kind of nonsense. Would you, I'm not saying you should agree to it, but would you understand why they would get triggered when they hear the phrase traditional man?
They don't have to be triggered. Again, it bothers to the way you handle the situation. Maturity is required in every situation, because if you let it trigger you, there will be issues.
So the idea of let it trigger is an oxymoron. Do you understand what I mean by that? Allow it to trigger you. It's an oxymoron. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah.
Like if I call your papa, mama and stuff right now, and then I go, don't let it trigger you. You know, it's like, I'm triggered. It's either I'm triggered or I'm not. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you know that point, that example you make now, for instance, is only applicable in Nigeria. If you let my papa and mama issue trigger you in the Western world, then you'll be in trouble. You maybe it's a place in America, you just get somebody who will just do twa for you. You understand? I say, what I'm trying to say is,
okay, go ahead.
We need to be matured. We need to heal. We need to change our mindset. If somebody says what you don't like, it's not every time you react. Some situations you just walk away.
I agree with that. I agree 100% with that. The issue is that people are not walking away.
You tone it down.
People are trying to change it. They're not walking away. That's the issue with this thing. I agree with that. You should walk away, but people are not walking away. They are trying to change people.
Yeah.
The same thing you're saying. That if you see a traditional man, you don't try to change him.
Having arguments. Yeah. You don't have to change the person. You just go. But what I'm now saying is, the main point I want to bring out is, marriage requires maturity.
It
requires patience. It requires commitment. It requires change. There are situations whereby, as a spouse, I watched this on the social media Sunday. I think it was the missus that was talking. She said there are times both her and her spouse, they wake up in the morning to prepare the kids for school, and the wife wakes up, she's so tired. She tells her husband, I've only got 20% this morning. And the husband say, oh, I've got 80%. The husband wakes up, gets up from the bed, gets the kids ready. The wife that says she's got 20%, she then goes to drop the kids. Another time, it could be finance. The wife might say, oh, I've got 60%. And the husband says, oh, I've got 40%. And they say, okay, let's do it. And they do it. You see, my point is, every situation requires different approach.
Let me ask you a question, Gbajumo, before I let you go. Let me ask you a question. What do you think is the major disagreement on this stage all day today? What's the major disagreement? That's the main disagreement.
Therapy.
Okay, therapy is what was the disagreement about it?
Not as in that is not always the answer.
Okay, that is not always the answer. All right, thank you for that.
Yeah.
But I also asked a question earlier. I don't know, just as your last word for us. Thank you for gracing the stage, by the way. I appreciate you. As your last word today, if therapy is not always the answer, can you at least give me one or two other alternative in and how you would facilitate it if there is a breakdown in communication between two romantic partners?
Okay, so in those days, when there are issues between couples, sometimes I know they say you shouldn't allow third party to come into the situation. In those days, family members come in. They mediate. You can do mediation.
Okay, so mediation.
And when mediating, mediation. The person has to be flexible, neutral when doing it. Maybe, for instance, the husband says what triggers him or what causes argument, and the wife says, "Oh, he's not been helping me in the house chores," and they both improve.
Mm-hmm.
That is the orthodox way. What some people know.
So
sometimes it could be.
So if I change just the semantics aspect of it, the label, from therapy to mediation, would you concede that sometimes you need the hands of wise counsel? If I use the phrase wise counsel, would you agree to that? That it's always okay to use that whenever you need it. Wise counsel, seeking wise counsel.
Yeah, wise counsel. There's a difference between seeking wise counsel, which could be the church, which could be family members, from therapy. Therapy is a professional it could be a professional that has studied that thing that we're talking about.
Okay.
Therapy itself is a job. You understand?
Right. So let's move the goalpost now then. Since I'm rounding up, would you say if I replace the phrase therapy with mediation, let me use mediation, is it every issue that you run to seek some kind of mediation from wise counsel?
Not every issue.
But would
you can consider therapy, but not every time.
Not every time.
Therapy, you can try different avenues, different methods.
So the main point you're making then is that it's not just one way. As long as you seek the help you need,
that's the main point. One way.
Okay, yes. We can agree on that. We can agree on that. Absolutely. You can also be as makeup sex. That one works magic for some people too. So I'm with you. Thank you so much for coming up, bro.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. You're doing a good job.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Uncle Beno.
I'm OP.
All right. So is that the same issue? Is it because of the word therapy? What is our issue going exactly here?
Different from blue.
Is it the word therapy that is our issue here? We agree that it's okay to seek wise counsel, advice, somebody you trust, a trusted person.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Especially for those ones who miss wise counsel when they are growing up. before they get married. So when you get issue, you need wise counsel. And I still stand on what I said earlier. It's not every issue. It's not every issue. You say, let's go to therapy and let's go to therapy. No. If you are both coming into a marriage, you should have it at the back of your mind that there is not like a perfect marriage. You are two different individuals coming together to form one unit, to form one home, right? So you should know that as a man or woman, there are going to be areas where you are not going to agree with each other. You talk about it. You suggest solutions. You both are made. You work it out. Now, just like Sister Natu stated earlier on, there are some issues that really needed therapy. You know, I don't want to go into my own personal issue. There was something happened between me and my mother. It wasn't fight. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with fight or quarrel. It's natural occurrence. And the way the thing was going, everything, if at that point in time, someone say, maybe you guys need to talk to therapists too. Honestly, now me go there for front, they go there.
Why? Because it'll be an opportunity to call her out on our BS.
No. Are you not getting what I'm saying? You see, that is part of the problem. Our mindset always make all right.
Because you don't like it in one area, but somehow you will be at the forefront for this one. I'm curious. I'm excited to hear it. What is this one thing?
No, it's personal issue. I can't share it here.
No. You were telling me something, not the specific.
My wife listening to these shows, and I don't want to go there. It's just like what Sister Natu said earlier, which is personal issue about struggling with some things.
Got you.
That's what I'm saying.
Got you.
Situations like that, when life
happens. So, but I'm not talking about the specifics, Uncle Ben. I'm saying there is one thing that exists that will put you on the front seat. Don't you get what I'm saying there? But then in this other thing, you're like, it's not all the thing that you bring therapy up. Don't you get what I'm saying?
Let me use an example that can maybe make some sense to us here. You know how sometimes some people run to pastors every time they feel like, oh, something is not right. Boom,
right.
They run to pastors. Okay, good. Me as a person, we were once in that circle where I married a deeper life, a very good one, where we say everything. Oh, let's pray. Let's talk. Hey, pastor. And at the point, I'm like, I'm not doing no pastor shit. I'm telling you right now, there was a time a pastor came from maybe Ghana or wherever he came from. He came to Houston, and everybody was like, "Oh, we have to go to this crusade. This man of God is here. Let's go." And the pastor, everybody, bring your husband, bring your wife. We have to deliver. We have to do. When they share it with me, I'm like,
I'm good.
You know where I do? I am not going to no fucking crusade, and you are not going to, my dear, because we have no problem. We don't have anything.
Did she want to go?
I tell you, I said it because sometimes we.
Why couldn't she go? I'm curious. I'm just curious. Why couldn't she go? I know you couldn't go if you don't want to, but why couldn't she go?
MOP. I know I've brought this issue of knowing your person here. And several times, one time before, many of my sisters kick against say, "Oh, you don't have to know your person. You just have to know what."
Nobody on this platform has ever said you didn't have to know your person. Nobody has ever said that here.
I am good at researching. I will dig the video out. That's the one.
Nobody has ever said that, Uncle Beno.
I've said it on this platform. I said it at the backstage, and it was thrown out immediately. No, you don't have to know your person.
Nobody has ever said that. If anybody said that, I would have dismissed it. But it depends on context.
I will go and dig the video out.
Go and dig it out.
I will even try to locate the chat. I'm good at these things. My first job for Nigeria. Now academic research. Forget say I know they see you speak English pro. I will dig it out. I will send it to you. You watch. So what I'm saying is this.
Here's my guarantee. If you dig it out and you send it to me, I will do a whole live stream on it.
Don't worry. I'll find time to dig it out. Just let me round up my exams and everything now. I will send it to you. Trust me.
Okay.
You see, the thing is this. Know your person and how they operate. I've said that before. So using this spiritual thing with therapy now or something, my stand is still the same. Personally, I can't stand any woman or man that anything, hey, pastor, pray, oh, hey, pastor, this one don't come, oh, one wish, don't they? I just can't stand you. If you are my friend, I will cut you off instantly. Are you feeling me now? Because if there are issues, even you go no say, this thing where they happen, it doesn't look natural. I think there can be something behind this thing. Then you move. You know, so coming back to our conversation now, my sister now to mention something there, I don't want to mention it again because that's not what I was referring to. That is a personal thing that she is emotional and feeling about it. If I'm in the same shoe, I will understand it. But when we have issue of let's just reach a solution, you just shift small, make myself shift small, make this thing work for both of us, and you are kind of like, it's like this, let's go to therapy. I won't go to no freaky therapy. I will gladly give you the money to go if you want to go, because now you know they say I am ready and I'm willing to adjust. Are you getting my point now? So that is where I'm coming from. If you are in marriage with somebody,
let me ask you, Uncle Ben. You know I got that point completely. Let me ask you this question: if you want your spouse to do something, it's very important to you. It could be anything. Just think of anything that comes. It's very important to you. And they say, "I'm not doing no freaking nothing. You can do your worst." I'm sure you've experienced that in 14 years, one shape, form, or the other. Do you just let them? Do you just let them be and just agree with them? Is that how that works?
When you say I'm not doing nothing, I'm not changing my stance.
They're not. They're not changing, because now you're telling me the own part that I'm not doing nothing. I receive it 100% because it must be working for you. Let's say your partner says that to you and they say I'm not doing nothing and nothing can happen, right? I'm just curious. Do you also just give them the freedom to, or it depends on what we're talking about? I think you're about to say it depends.
Exactly. It depends on what is the issue. I know people are typing in chat. I can see everything, but I'm still going to say what I want to say. That's why sometimes I'm sorry to say, like I've always said, if you are in marriage, your marriage is still intact. Just thank God. Your marriage can blow at any time. But when you look at people who have marital issues, they divorce and everything, it still boils down to what we are saying here now. My thing is this, and I want everybody to hear me clearly as we're rounding up. If you are married to a woman or a man that is willing to work with you, issue arises, you express your concerns and how you think things should be done, and the person also expresses his concern and say, okay, what if we are just like this? What I'm saying is that is not an issue you want to say, let's go to therapy. Once you are bringing, let's go to therapy, you want it your way.
Uncle Beno, okay? you're describing a perfect world. You told me earlier that people should just know that marriage is not perfect. What you're describing is a perfect world where you tell me your issue, I tell me my issue, we meet in the middle. Wait now. Walk with me.
Don't do coaching right now.
I'm not doing coaching.
Let's just come to reality right now.
I'm in reality.
I know.
Okay. I'm listening.
Why you said we know what's up. There are people who will not shift.
When no. Wait now. See, me and you the talk now. Me and you the talk. I'm just trying to get to a question here. It's a question that I have. I'm not coaching. You're describing, what I'm hearing is that you're describing a perfect world.
I'm not describing a perfect world.
Let me tell you why I think you're describing a perfect world.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. You said, I bring my issues, so you bring your issues. Okay. The picture you're painting for me is that we just meet and then voila. If anything outside of what I just described happens, right, it's divorce. That's what I'm hearing. When I ask you, what if the other person brings their own attitude, right, when it comes to the things that you want them to actually do for you? You say it depends. That also puts a level of grace. When you say it depends, there's wiggle room in that one. That one does not exactly paint a perfect world. At least there's wiggle room.
Give an example. So we don't generalize right now. Just give a specific example. How I will address it, and I will say it.
Okay, good. So she you told her like, babe, I want to be able to do boys trip once every month. I just need to clear my head. Stress from work and all this kind of stuff is happening. And she goes, boys trip. I'm not comfortable with that nonsense. No. Right? And to you, all your boys are about to do it. You're a traditional man. No woman should even be telling you that nonsense, what you can do or what you can do. Right? So, but Otaku, she said no. I know, I'm not okay with it. Right? So, but you are saying it depends. This example right now, would you consider sitting your butt at home and being the daddy you're supposed to be? or would you be like, no, you don't get to tell me what I want to do. That's what I want to do now. That's just an example. I don't know if it works.
The example works. You want to know what I would do?
What would you do, please?
I won't go.
Okay, so you won't go. So, but are you not going specifically because boys trip is not a big deal to you, or you are not going because you're considering her? Which one of the two?
I'm not going because she's not on board with it, and I quite understand. Maybe she's not on board with it, thinking, oh, if you guys go there, you might do nonsense, you might do this. I won't go. That is the maturity Mr. Gbajumo was speaking about earlier.
So let's take it to another layer, right? That same example. Let's just pretend it's a deal breaker for you. You need to go. You are having anxiety, and this is something that's been prescribed to you. I don't know your world all the way, so I couldn't give you a specific example that to you must do it. She's just not on board with it. But to you, I can give you a specific to that. You know what I'm saying? But let's say it's something. You think about something that is specific to you like that she's not on board with it, but you also don't want to break her heart. But you're now in what they call the gridlock. You guys cannot agree, is the point. You guys cannot come to an agreement. Two people cannot come to an agreement is the main point that we're having here.
We are saying the same thing. I just told you what I would do in my own position. That is why individuals, it varies. Let me give you an example. That was
so at what point, because it's a contradiction, Uncle Beno, you're not hearing it. At what point do you bend your own rules? There's always two way in this thing. At what point is the question, because what you've expressed for the past 30 minutes or more is that I'm not bending my rule. If you're not, what you've expressed is that, I don't know if you heard it when you were saying it, you're not willing to bend rules.
No. MOP, you are turning this thing around now. This is where me and you will differ at times.
Okay.
I am not bending no rule. I still told you guys here that when you are walking into a marriage, you should understand that these are two different people coming together, and there is going to be issues. You should be willing to yield.
You're preaching to the choir. That's what I was telling you. You're preaching to the choir now. That's me. What I was telling you. Right? That sometimes you're not going to be on the same page sometimes.
Exactly. And for the specific example you gave me, I said no, I won't go.
Okay, so everything you've been saying has been capped then. So everything you've been saying has been capped.
You are not getting it. I don't know how to say it again, Baba. You are not getting it.
No, but you told us before. Stay with me for a second. You told us before that if you are not bending to what I want to do, right? That divorce. Remember when you were talking about divorce earlier, right?
You see.
What? Give me an example of what that is. Maybe that's what I should do. Give me an example of what that would be.
You gave me a specific situation, and I told you what I would do in that situation. Let me give you my own real life personal example. Now, maybe it will make sense.
Okay.
There was a time a client gave me a job. It's a wedding job. $2,500 coverage. My company, that has always been what I do to make my own small change. And on this particular occasion, Madam said, I don't want you to do this particular job. Let them call someone else.
Okay.
Are you feeling me now? And I'm like, babe, now money, I don't care. I say this person, the person, of course, is someone of questionable character and all that. There's so much drama about the situation. But I told her, this is not money, $2,500. Do you know this is what some people make in a month? Let me go and do this job. And then she explained to me why she don't want me to do the job. She went further and give me her reasons for me not to want to do this particular job. And then I thought about it. I'm like, okay, let me see what I will do. Tomorrow we'll talk again. The next day she was at work and I called her and I said, babe, I don't cancel that job. You know? And me, I always get job from January to December. And so I'm like, babe, I don't cancel that job. I will call up another client and take up their job. And that was it.
Okay.
You feel me now?
So it fits into the same category as the boys trip. It was something you were willing to bend your rules on.
100%. I like money. I'm not gonna lie to you. But when she explained, and that's why I was talking about when you were talking about women talk. Don't tell them, let me talk. That was one of the things I wanted to point out earlier. When one of our sisters was talking here earlier, and she said, me, I like to talk. I speak my mind. And I type in the chat, I said, I can't stand a woman that runs her mouth. Not to that my sister. I'm just saying generally. And we are different on individual level. Me personally, if you are the type of woman, you talk. It's even hard for you to hear my angle or see my own point of view. I can't deal. I won't even marry you. From the onset, I said, once I see that pattern, I don't run. You feel me now? So we are different on individual basis. And I also remember on this same platform here, I told you MOP. In my home, my wife make almost 70 to 80% of most of the decisions. Business in everything, home or everything. I only come in when I feel like, okay, babe, let's do it this way. And why? Because I marry somebody I can trust. I marry somebody I know that have that intellectual capacity to make almost similar decision as myself. So most time when she will make decision, I can't even do better than what she offers. So why should I argue it? I don't know if you're getting me now. Now
I get what you're saying. It's just that again, it contradicts that you're a coconut head. The picture you paint earlier on is that you're a coconut head in your relationship. What you are saying right now does not paint that picture. You are actually very open. You are actually open-minded. You're actually willing to listen to somebody blocking something that you've concluded that is the right thing to do. So it's no wonder why you are married for 14 years. So there's a contradiction, there's an inconsistency here, Uncle Beno.
Let me say something. I think where people on this show today might be getting the feeling, he's a coconut head from. It's because I said I won't go to therapy. I know saying that one, I be, you don't go therapy. Why would you go to therapy? I know. That's the trigger for a lot of people. But let me explain that to you. Like I said, we are different individuals. Me, my own mindset, my thinking is that when I'm dealing with you, I understand that you have your own thinking, you have your own mindset, you have a way of doing your thing. That is where I always come from. Now, if I disagree with how you do your things, by my nature, I will talk. I don't think it's like that. If you insist as an outsider, this is how I want to do. I quickly chip back.
Yeah, but Uncle Beno, that makes two of us. If I don't agree with the way you do things, I'll speak up. You know what I mean? If it's something that's personal like that for me, if it's my business. If it's none of my business, I don't necessarily speak to it because it's none of my business, right? But that makes two of us. So again, let me tell you something that takes a lot of energy out of me. That's something I had to learn how to do. When you tell me we're all different, statements like that, right? I agree with you. I want to stay focused on the part we disagree with. You're bringing that in. No, the point is that I agree with that, but you're using it You're using it to make another point where we disagree. The solutions when it comes to these romantic issues, I have a tendency to disagree with you on them, right? Obviously, we will need to know specifics. If you say, the reason why I know for a fact I didn't disagree with you or know your person is because that's a statement that's just always true. Why are we bringing that into the conversation? You should know your person. That's an always true statement. But when you bring that into, if I say, don't argue with your lady, and you go and say, I disagree. And I say, okay, tell me why you disagree. And then you go, what works for everybody is different. First of all, I agree with that. Can we get back to where we disagree? Why is it that you think some people is okay for them to argue with their lady? Or to argue.
It's not,
you see what I'm saying? You bring up all these extra points that I agree with to support the point that I disagree with.
MOP.
Yeah.
When you say argue with your woman,
with your lady,
that wasn't what Gbajumo was saying. That's why I wanted to. I said that.
But
that's not what Gbajumo was saying. Arguing with
he wasn't saying that
completely.
No, he wasn't saying that. He wasn't saying that. What he was saying, I'll tell you what he was saying. It's something that a lot of men say. It's something that I will have to have all the patience in the world before I land it. I'm okay. I'll be fine. We will get through it. Okay? Women should just be adults. I hear you. That's actually very true. That's another true statement. But that statement is pregnant. What are you trying to say? Are you arguing with your lady and then you're saying she should be adult? You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, we're going to go to Donny Park tomorrow. Donny Park is our water park here. We're going to go to Donny Park tomorrow. Baby, I can't go tomorrow. I have a lot of sessions. I'm not going to cancel the sessions. Can we go another day of this week? Why can't we go just on Monday? Why does it have to be Tuesday? I'm like, I just prefer Monday. Babe, I just prefer Monday. Right? Okay, let me think about it. So we keep going back and forth. This is just as simple. I could just bend my rule for 1 week. I'm bending. I'm giving some grace for 1 week, right? I might decide to do it if it doesn't hurt anything. I might decide to maintain my stance. Maybe like no, I want to do it that way, right? I might decide to do it that way. But it's an argument. But women, they connect all the issues. I completely forgot we had an issue 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks ago. And then she's connecting all of it. And she's now saying, that's how you do that. That's how you do that. That's how you do that. And me, I sit down there. I start to lecture her, preach to her. Say, you shouldn't be like that. You should just be an adult. I could hear Gbajumo clearly beyond what he's saying. I know us. You understand me, Uncle Beno? It is competing with women. She's trying to say something. In fact, she actually hinted it. But no. Let's just be adults. Let's isolate the issue. Think like a man.
Do you agree that is not how every man approach the same issue?
That's why they are getting into problem. That's my point. I'm agreeing of the problems. I'm saying the solutions are not working. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm agree. See, you are saying that's not how they approach the issue. My question is that the way they approach, is it working or is it not working?
If it's working for them, there is no problem.
Thank you. They should keep doing it. But the issue is that their madam are in our back channels and they're crying. They need help.
Well, let them understand their men. It's as simple as that. Let the men understand their women.
Okay, so wait. If you've listened long enough, you know that I deal with the individuals complaining first.
Yeah.
So again, you just said something that I agree with to make a point that I disagree with. Of course, it's not just understanding their men. They should understand themselves first, or why they are attracting this kind of situation. But I was making a point that I disagree with you on. It's not working. That marriage is not working. Let's get back to that part, because I agree with you. They should work on themselves first, right? They should work on themselves. There's no. We don't disagree on that, right? But if somebody keeps working on themselves and you don't do nothing on yourself, let me tell you something. There are options, brother. They will exercise those options at some point, and they will be happy exercising those options, right? But I still agree with you that if something is working, you keep doing it, right? But if it's not working, we have to tell ourselves the truth. when something is not working, that's the part that brothers we need to work on. We have to be able to tell ourselves the truth, even if it takes a while before we get it. You know? So the solutions, I disagree. Right? To just go and learn your man, I disagree with that, because I can't just say that without listening to her story. I need to know what else is going on behind the scenes.
No, that is not what I mean when I say know your man. I've always put it in a balance. Know your man, man know your woman. That's what I've always said. Know who you are dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
That's always been my point. And that brings me to, let me just address this.
Look at this point.
There's a lady here that, oh, is it the one Chidinma is saying?
I'm not sure. Which one? Amber sites?
No, what you highlighted, I saw Chidinma earlier.
Yeah, Chidinma.
Lady, I think Kai or something, a lady was saying something about
Kai Pearls, yeah. Is the man married to himself? Everything is as a man, as a man.
That was like about 2 hours ago when she said that.
What did she say?
When I mentioned divorce, she said, "Oh, you don't just threaten somebody with
Tonia.
divorce."
Tonia, yeah. Tonia said you don't threaten with divorce. We've mentioned that point many times before. Mm-hmm.
You see, that is how people don't get the message at times. I am not saying threatening someone with divorce. I've said over and over and again, and I'll be consistent with it. I'm a consequentialist. When I'm into any situation and I'm dealing with anybody, I quickly understand how can this thing go left or is right. And I always get myself prepared for what's coming. So I try to work on it. So to just address that divorce thing real quick, before we come back to what you are saying, MOP.
Mm-hmm.
What I've been saying is this. Men, we are different. Each man is different in how they approach things. We have deal breakers just like women have deal breakers.
Okay.
Abi? All right. For me, I've said it severally that, look, if I'm dealing with you, I know myself. I will blend, I will yield, I will do everything just to make you happy, do what you want. I will even follow you like Mumu to some extent. Because the way I was raised, I have been taught over and over again that you got to be patient when you're dealing with women. So you bring this one, come. If I look at it, well, it's not too bad. I blend. Oh, you want to do this? Okay, it's all right. But here is my thing. When you are bringing some things up and I have issue with it, I expect you to hear me out. Are you getting me now? I expect you to hear me out. I expect you to understand my concerns. And I also want you to know that it is the issue I have problem with, not you. But once it's getting to a place whereby, I'm doing it this way, this is how I want to do my thing. If you don't agree with it, and are you sabi or things like that?
Right.
For me,
the same language you use essentially, which is if you don't agree with it, right? Remember you said that, right?
This is common. We know now. Wait till they break marriage, pass with that. Why marriage they break? Not be saying the man they cheat. Woman no agree with cheating. If the man won't continue to cheat, now the woman go say I know they do again. Or woman they do something, the man say I don't want, and the woman continue. Not be that man. People go say, I don't reach last bus stop. What are we talking about? I'm saying for me, once we are getting to that point, that it has to be this, it has to be, and I try to.
Let me see if I can help, Uncle Beno. What you're saying is that marriage is not a do or die, right? That's what you're saying.
Simple. Everybody is different.
I think all the ladies here agree to that.
For me, I value my peace more than anything. Okay, I value my peace, and your happiness as my wife is my joy. I value peaceful home. I can literally bend, do anything just for us to be smiling and happy and be playing at home. But once you that's your feminine zone, that is how I want it. I thank God that I married my speckle. Once we are getting to that, and to correct what I'm trying to just reinforce what I'm saying about divorce, I won't tell you that, hey, if you continue like this, I will divorce you. I won't tell you. You will just go, you come back, I'm gone, and that is it.
Okay, so the reason why it's an issue, Uncle Beno, right, is when you repeat it so much, right, it speaks to someone like me, I'm hearing your mindset, not just your words, right? If you know be my client, I no go speak to Amo. It is what it is. We're just having conversations. But if you're my client and you come to me and you keep threatening yourself with divorce, your partner is not even here. You keep repeating it over and over.
MOP, you are
No,
not
wait
hearing what
now.
I'm saying. No.
I heard you
For me
now.
personally, I won't even come to you. We approach it differently.
What I'm saying is that it's conversation. I agree with you. I heard on that, right? Yeah. But you know it's conversation, right?
Yeah.
But we were having a conversation, so it's coming up, right? So let's pretend that you okay?
No.
You don't enter one chance. You okay? All right, good.
No, I enter inside house.
Okay. It looks like you enter a dog den or something. Anyway, so you don't drop off.
No, I'm right here.
Oh, you're there. Oh, okay. So if you I lost my train of thought. She said, listen now. Somebody said, listen now. Amber, speak to me. Talk to me. You came on the stage. She said, because you're a manipulator, you want to leave without giving her closure. Okay, we're talking about leaving, right? If a client, I'm talking to a client, and they have a tendency to bring up divorce, not just in conversation, but as a form of threat. They don't have to say it's a threat. They don't have to agree that they mean a threat. But if I'm hearing it that way over and over again, I will go through that rabbit hole with them, and they will tell on themselves. Okay, and it's usually a disconnect. It's usually a person that's not really sure of what they want, but they might be frustrated. They might be coming from a place of frustration, and this is just a way for them to soothe themselves. Like, okay, all right. I get that you're going to punish that person. They don't say those words, right? But that's what I'm hearing. I'm like, okay, what exactly do you want? So my clients know this. We do a mission and vision statement. We need to write that out. It's not a one-time, it's not a stagnant thing. We have to work diligently at it, right? As an individual, right? What that does is that it puts some level of focus on what we're doing, as opposed to all of the distraction of what I cannot take, what cannot happen, and what should, like, it distracts us from that. When we speak in that manner, we're speaking to some kind of emotional, some defect somewhere, which is why I'm not going to assume if somebody's not my client, I know what they're talking about, just ignore it. But if it's my client, I'm going through I want to know why you feel the need to make this point, like this point so badly. I want to know why, beyond just, you're just not listening to me. Tell me what you mean, like they're not listening to you. Can you give me an example? Okay, and then we take our time on that one example. If we both agree that it's valid enough. Okay, as opposed to talk in generals. The idea that if my madam don't listen to me, there are women in the street, they are on dating shows right now. Doing turn around. Turn around, let's see your body. How many kids have you had? Those things are good for going viral on social media. In real life, if we're talking about people's relationships, right, I will be the one checking that lady. I say, what do you mean? If you want divorce, let's just do it right now. Let's pull the trigger. What are we waiting for? Because now your husband is not present. Why are you threatening me with divorce? Abi, you will do your thing, I'll do your thing. Well, let's just do that. Is that what you want? Let's just go ahead and do it. The same thing I say to the men, Uncle Beno, right? What do you want as an individual? We use influence. We don't use control. Influence is a better strategy than control. Control is not what people admit to that I'm controlling. Obviously, they're not going to admit to that, right? It's the person on the receiving end that will tell you if that feels like control or not. If they say it feels like control, we can come back to you and then you tell me, say, well, I didn't mean control. When they say, well, what I'm feeling is control. Well, kick yourself to the curb then. Hey, we can end the story right there. Everybody will go their separate way. But there's always somebody that's not willing to let go that easily. Sometimes they show it in the form of, please don't run away. Sometimes they show it in the form of, I'll show you shaggy. A person that's saying, I'll show you shaggy is not letting go too. That person is caught up in their emotions just as much. You see what I'm saying? So that's what you're hearing, Uncle Beno, when people pick it up that you bring up the divorce thing. They're like, wait, why you keep talking about this divorce thing, right? If you keep it simple and say marriage is not a do or die, all of us agree to that one. That's easy. You know? Because I think that's what you're trying to say. That's easy. Marriage is not a do or die. But that's actually a fact of life.
Okay, so they have problem with hearing divorce.
No, the story that you told before you gave the threat is why. Let's see here.
No. When you say I gave the threat, you are confirming
Ben
what
chop
people are
30 minutes,
saying.
only him.
No, but that's what. No, but Uncle Beno, that's what makes it a threat. There's a story before you said it, right? That's what makes it a threat.
It's not a threat. I just told you that I deal in consequences, and I try to see the end from the beginning. And I also pointed out here that I won't even tell you say divorce or something. Far from it. You just say your guy don't disappear. I love my peace. Marriage no be we must do them.
So let's Amber is here now. Amber, you can unmute. She said because you are a manipulator, you want to leave without giving her closure, so you run away. Clap for yourself. Yeah, Amber, speak. Can you clarify? She's here on stage.
So now it's manipulation. Not telling somebody you want to divorce now. That manipulation.
She will clarify.
Okay,
yeah, Amber.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ben. I've listened to you. We spent more than 1 hour listening to you saying the same thing. The thing is, what I'm trying to point out here is there's a name for what you're doing or what you intend to do. Like you say, you're going to leave, so you're going to abscond. So you're going to sweep you won't tell her you're leaving and you abscond, disappear, and then tell her you're done. What do you call that? I'm not trying to I'm not trying to insult you, but that's the name, that's the meaning of what you're doing. That's you're leaving her without, so she's now going to be confused, worried, all that, and then you are not nowhere to. Maybe you might not even pick her calls. So why?
Why would I do that?
Why? It's as easy as the option. There are many options, like we stated. You can easily do the therapy. Okay, fine. Don't call it therapy. What's the other name?
Mediation.
Mediation. Is that not easier than you running away? I mean, you want this woman, you love this woman, you stay, okay, she says, okay, let's do something about these issues we're having, and you think the best thing to do is disappear. Instead of you to give a try, mediation a trial. I don't understand what your point of arguing is about. I understand you drove all the way for hours talking the same thing, and you beating your chest like, I mean, as in, when we're listening to you, it sounds like there's something in your chest, like you are, me, I lie, that's how it sounds. I just want you to please calm down and really think about it. It's not like, this is how men think. No, it's how you think. It's not a man thing or a woman thing, or it's a personal thing. So when you go, like when you were asking, when you go, Mr. Gbajumo was asking, when you go to therapy and you don't get a solution, it's not guaranteed you're going to get a solution when you go to therapy. It's the people involved that want the solution that will work their solution out based on what they learned from therapy. You don't like to hear therapy based on what they hear from where they went to find help, where they went to seek help, whoever they went to speak to. Let's not call it therapy. You say you agree with sending text messages to your wife or influencer videos to your wife to caution her, to show her things to do or correct what she does, but you will not seek proper one-on-one help. You will rather send her a video. You see that at the end of the day, all these are channels of trying to resolve the issue. But why don't we hit the hammer on the nail, or hit the nail on the head? Like say, okay, let's go sit with somebody and try to get our issue out. Are we
my
scared
sister,
of
sorry,
Are you
Sorry,
scared of some things that are hidden that we feel that when we go and seek help, they'll ask us about, and we'll now start saying those things that we are afraid, that we are hiding, that we think if we go there, oh, everybody's gonna know.
my
Because
sister.
I
Let,
see no
let me just
reason.
quickly correct something, because this
Okay.
is internet. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I did not say people should not go to therapy. I said there are issues you don't need to go to therapy for. And I said if we have issues we can resolve amicably, and you are insisting let's go to therapy, I will simply tell you, you go to therapy, I'm not going.
Okay,
Please let
that's
us
not
clear
what you
that.
said, and that's
No,
not
no,
how
no,
you
no, no,
said
no.
it.
That's
That's
what
not
I
what you
said.
said,
It
and that's
was
not how you said it, Mr. Ben. I'll tell you how you said
yeah.
and what you said. You said first, you said if there are issues that me and my wife cannot resolve and we need to seek therapy, then we should not be married. Number one.
That
Then
was later
after you said that,
on.
when you continue talking, you now said that if she insists on going, let her go and fix what is wrong with her head. As in, like, why
You are
are you
missing out.
thinking like
You are
that?
missing out the main point
It's
here.
not the main
No,
point.
no, no,
It's
no, no.
what
You
you're
are
saying.
missing it.
Now you are
You are not
tempering it
following the
down and
thread.
making it sound like, oh, it don't hold water. It
My
does.
sister,
If you
you are
tell
not
your
following
wife
the
that,
thread, though.
Mr. Man, there's no way you can resolve issues. There's no way. That's why I probably said that, Mr. Man, because I'm trying to match you to tell you that there's some things you can say to somebody that will make that conversation not work out. You guys will not talk. You need to calm down, hear where everybody's coming from. Everybody cannot be dumb at the same time. I know just calm down. You seem to be talking about this so angry. Okay, forget therapy, but your wife is seeking help. She's talking to you about let's do something. Okay, do something, and then you are saying I'm not gonna do this. I'm gonna no. That's not it. Find out what is going on and let's help. Okay, you've not been around since. We women, we like, okay, our husband come back, we like to see them. You've been out for a while, right? You've come back, we want to see you. But if we don't see you and she pulls a face, don't be upset. She's just trying to tell you that she's not happy that you've not been around. I mean, I'm just trying to point out, you're not saying that, okay, if she comes back and say you have not been around and you not helped with my food, you didn't, it's not necessary.
Oh, you are getting it completely wrong, my sister.
Okay,
Let me
I'm
just quickly
sorry.
point it out. You might, although the video is long, maybe MOP can break it down later. You can come back and watch it.
Which one?
You're
No.
wrong.
Uncle Beno, just respond. That's fine.
Yeah, no, it will drag longer. We've been here for how many hours now? So
Am I complaining?
Go and rewatch. I get work to do now. I just want her to rewatch, and then maybe she will understand what I've been saying all along. I gave a scenario about a man coming back home. The wife has been doing everything, taking care of the children and all that, and then the man come back. He didn't do anything, and then the wife now kind of say, you didn't help me with this, you didn't help me with that, and I said to some men, he might see that as nagging. Or do we all miss that part? And then
a man might see that as nagging, correct?
And then Sister Natu came in, and Sister Natu pointed out that there are underlying issues, and then Natu started adding all other issues. And I came back and I said, yes, there could be underlying issues. However, but at this point in time, all the man is hearing is nagging. However, if the woman went ahead and said, okay, you came back now, you didn't help me with anything, you are on your phone, you are chatting, or you are watching TV, or you are watching soccer, I made it clear. And I said, in my own, if the woman mentioned, oh, you sat there, you are chatting, you are watching game, immediately as a man, you know that something is really wrong.
So let me ask you this question, Uncle Beno. Let me ask you a question, Uncle Beno. Is it right for the men to see that as nagging?
A lot of men see it as nagging, which
is it right?
And I painted the situation how it might come across as. In fact,
it was a trick question. It's neither right nor wrong. That's his emotional response to right now. He can be self-aware. He can choose to be self-aware to say, well, my wife is complaining, let me hear her out. even though it's not a comfortable thing. I'm not in that space, right? And that also means that if he fails at doing that some days, just the I say that here all the time, self-awareness is half the battle won. Just the idea that every now and then you're able to catch yourself and say, I'm not there, but my wife needs me right now, goes a long way. So the days you're not capable of doing that, the book 5 Love Languages is called a love tank. You have enough in there to break the rules. Uncle Beno, all I'm trying to say here is this rules and regulation thing, they work inside of romantic relationship. What works is grace. Lots and lots and lots of grace and patience, as you mentioned earlier on, right? That patience for yourself, knowing that you're not a perfect human being, you will drop the ball sometimes, right? So if she's quote unquote nagging, it's not a crime when a man feels like his wife is feeling like she's nagging. It's not a crime. We've all been there. I can relate. But I'll tell you what will feel like a crime. When child support start to hit your paycheck, that's going to feel like, who did you offend? Right? It's going to feel like, what did I, when you have to drop your babies off at the doorsteps of the courthouse and exchange them. That's all I'm saying here. We need to completely disengage. It was a tricky question, Uncle Beno. Disengage from the right and wrong mindset.
MOP. Now, I need you to say something now.
Yeah.
You are free to say it or not to say it. I get it.
Yeah.
The same situation. A woman has been working all day, taking care of the children and everything, and the man comes back home, and she's now going, oh, you don't even help me with this. You don't even help me with that. You ignore this. You ignore that. Tell us a better way a woman can do that. Or maybe another way that it can be done where it will not trigger the man. That's just all I'm all about. If we can call man now all day, tell man, oh, you will. Let me also tell you, you see this child support we're talking about. You know, fear some men.
Wait, you're threatening again. That's a threat.
No,
let me do the threatening.
Okay, don't you just threaten men. You threaten men.
Let me do a threat. Let me do the threat. Let me do the threat.
Wait, let me land.
Let me do the threat.
We are learning here.
Okay, all right.
You just threaten men now.
Right. Granted.
Hit you. You will drop your son, your daughter in the door. That is a threat too. I just want you to know that there are some men that
fair point, by the way.
There are some men that will happily pay you that child support.
There's no such man. But the first layer, I agree with you. There's no such man.
Oh, you have never seen men that is paying child support and is happy about it.
Nope, they're not. Nope, they don't. Have you watched video Emmanuel said before? Nobody's happy with that. I agree with the first one. Fair point.
Now those lazy one, when no sabi, when no know what.
Wait now. Fair point.
You pay child support, you are taking care of your children.
Uncle Beno, wait.
Why is Tyrese crying? Why is Tyrese?
Don't mind, Uncle Beno. Fair point. The first point you made is a fair.
Because he was stupid.
No. Don't pick and choose. Tyrese is crying because he needs a woman to hear him out too. Okay, let's keep the same energy. Okay, let's keep the same energy. Okay, there are two layers answer to the question you asked. Okay, fantastic question. The first layer is that question is an example of competing with women. That's number one. All right. Number two, right? The same thing, the same answer goes for the women. Always, I said that here earlier on, maybe 3 hours ago. Always assume the best case scenario. Did I not say that here on this live stream today? Assume the best case scenario. It must be he's tired. I was using that to support the young lady, wife roundtable, right? Assume best case. If you are the one complaining, man or woman, do I not say that here all the time? You have the power to influence the change you desire. No be me they turn this thing to both gender war. Uncle Ben, let's not pretend here.
You haven't tell us how a woman can approach that same issue from.
I just answered it. I just answered it. Assume the best case scenario.
Also, can you tell men how to respond when their woman comes to them like that? Because it's not always fight. But it's not always fight.
You dodged the question completely.
I said.
Sorry, did I dodge? Wait, that's before you go. Did I dodge the question? Let's be clear on that. Am I not clear now?
You
didn't give an example. Just like the
Robin,
video
because you didn't hear what you want to
just
hear.
like the video we play earlier. No. What I want to hear, let me put it this way.
I gave 2 answers.
What you want to hear.
I gave 2 answers. First of all, that's how you lose respect. You're competing with your woman. That's number
It's
one.
not competing. We are not talking about that. I said just for the benefit of the female here now.
And I now said to the female,
a frustrated woman, a woman who has been exhausted, working, doing everything. She's angry now that this man came back home.
You said
this man came back home. The man is pressing phone, he's watching TV. What other way can she approach?
So let me take the answer because I want Natu to speak. Let me take the answer to another level. Uncle Beno, who is complaining in the story you're telling me? Who is the complainer?
The woman is the complainer now.
Okay.
No, you're the one complaining that she's nagging.
She's flipping it. He's flipping it. He's flipping it, right? Okay, so Uncle Beno,
man,
to be correct,
I agree with everything.
Wait, and this now. So Uncle Beno, to be clear, you're flipping that example, right? So is the woman complaining now, right? That's what you're saying, right? I want to be clear on that. Uncle Beno.
I know you don't want to say it, so don't worry. Let's just move on.
No, now answer. You said this one is.
Why are you doing what they're accusing you of? You're about to ghost us. Why are you running? What is going on?
I'm not running.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Uncle, I know.
I asked a simple question, you are dodging me. Do we want people to learn or not?
Okay, the answer to that question is yes.
Way for a woman who is frustrated to express herself so that it doesn't come off as nagging. It's a simple question. You don't have to shine away from me. Just say it.
No,
there's no other way.
No, here's why. Your question. I'll answer the question now, okay? And I'll promise you're not gonna like the answer right now, okay? But let me just answer it, okay? The answer is insinuating, the question is insinuating or making a grand assumption that somebody just wake up and just want to nag. That's what he's doing, okay? Now, here's something. That's first of all, your question is doing that. Is pregnant. Second of all, a woman should be aware that you can't come off as nagging. Those generalized videos, those 30 seconds videos, have done all the work we need to do with regards to that. Don't nag. Express yourself. Drink water before you express yourself. Don't yell at the top of your lung. Be nice, be kind when you're expressing yourself. Okay, that's it. That's the answer to that question. If that answer to that question is not satisfying you, then you're proving my point that it's just pregnant. You're trying to make another point, which is to conclude that people just wake up and start to nag. You know they do accuse men of talking too much too, right? And it's triggering. If you're just trying to express your point and your lady is calling you that you're doing you talk too much. Learn how to be a man sometimes. It's also triggering the same way. And you get caught up in your feelings. It's not a woman-man thing. You get caught up in your feelings. You don't want to be called that you're nagging. So the person who is complaining, the person who identified that as nagging is the person who can solve that problem. It's not the person that you're accusing. You see what I'm saying? It's not possible that the person complaining of nagging is the nagger. Do you understand what I'm saying, Uncle Ben? Did that work? Did that help?
You don't see it as nagging.
You don't see it as nagging.
I don't understand it. All you said so far, what I'm hearing is, it's okay if the woman, because she's frustrated, she just go off on the husband. That's what I hear to be said.
But you're the one that just said it. Did you see the underlying word there, frustration? And also,
who is frustrated? Who is the frustrated person? So the woman can fix it. The woman can fix it. If you're saying the man is frustrated, he can fix it. But the woman is not calling herself a naga. That's a disconnect in that.
If that what she's saying is that she's complaining to you, but if you see that as nagging, then it's your job to fix it.
That's it.
If she's talking to you and you don't like her tone, like I'll give you an example of Pastor Eno.
This is why the viral videos doesn't help any marriages, by the way. Don't nag. This is why they don't help any marriages. They just go viral because the person who is frustrated is spreading it, and yet they're dwelling in the funk.
Can I say something?
I gave an example earlier. If you come back from work and you're doing all the work to pay the bills, and you think that your wife is kind of the I told you what to do. You don't need to.
Can I say something?
Use the mic, Natu. I was about to call you the Naga. I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now.
I was saying.
After Natu, Uncle Beno.
I was talking to Barbara. If you have a situation like this, you come back home, you know. Emphasis on you know. You left her with a kid all day. Handling toddlers is not easy, even if it's teenagers. And you know she's tired and frustrated, like you said in your statement. And she just went up because you're not helping her. Instead of you returning the same energy or ghosting her or walking her, you just pull her and say, tell me what you want me to do. If you want to hear, how was your day today? There you get to know what find out and what was triggering that situation to her. She's trying to open up to her husband about what she's feeling or what she wants him to understand. To you, she's married. But if you want to understand what she's saying, you have to give a different approach. That's right.
Big Boy has an approach that Uncle Beno might appreciate. She said, don't wait until you're frustrated before you talk. That might come off as nagging. Does that help, Uncle Beno?
Now she's talking. That is somebody who gets it that is talking right now. Look. Apology to my sisters and everybody. We look at issues differently. Have you seen where sometimes
you don't have to apologize, by the way?
No, because it might come off as this thing again. Have you seen a situation whereby a woman who has been wronged, a woman who has been maltreated in her marriage, a woman who the husband has treated so badly, comes out and she's talking, and people kind of like just nodded. They didn't say nothing. That means something. All I'm saying is this.
Well, like, does that mean she's nagging?
That is not nagging. I'm just trying to pace up, but I don't want to use the word so that it won't trigger people again. What I'm saying is that when you have situations, there are different ways to go about it. And that brings me back to people are different.
Chinye is asking you a question.
Men are different.
Chinye is asking you a question.
Okay.
She said, did you not hear Ola say she can calm down and ask her husband nicely? Did you not hear that?
Maybe I missed that part. But if she's going to ask nicely, give me an example of choice of words she can use to ask nicely.
That would depend. That would depend.
Just give us an example.
Did you hear me in the beginning of the show when I said if my wife tell me, what did Jum say? Jum, what did you say? And I said that would trigger me negatively because that's not what I'm used to. If you say Mr. Man or something like that, I said, no, don't. If my wife used that language to me, I will read it as condescending because that's not our world. That's not the language we use. It depends on the language in your own word. What do you want her to say nicely? What is nicely to you? Some partners just throw banters all day long, and that's what their nice is, right? And some partners, everything is they're walking in straight line. Whatever graceful means to you, kind words means to you, that's what she should learn. She should. That's why I said we've never disagree with you that know your person here, because we teach love languages here. We've never disagree with you on that here, right? If she's the one complaining, I say I'm trying. You just take it as disrespect all the time, and then she's seeking help. We'll teach her. If you are the one calling her disrespect, we will teach you. That's the way it works. That's more effective than labeling people around social media and calling them names. It doesn't work. I've said that to the ladies. The narcissistic labels will backfire. You will hurt yourself. You will attract what you fear the most. All the language that you have told the ladies over and over, they've heard it. It's only men that struggle with accountability on this platform.
Yeah. Before I say the next thing, please, MOP, Help me send your other TC you use in collecting super chat on WhatsApp. My Apple, this thing, the way it's set up, my kids keep on changing my password because whenever they want to use my iCloud, they will just change it. So anytime I want to pay, it will ask me to reset my password. So that's why I've not been giving super chat or anything lately. Help me send that to you. I need to give you super chat for doing 8-hour show.
Almost
Dealing
7
with
hours.
our
Well, with
bad ghosts.
RTB is 8 hours, I guess.
Yeah, it's 8 hours show.
You guys better send super chat or something to help this platform.
See, what I'm just saying
Thank
in
you.
essence is this. You're welcome, Baba. What I'm saying in essence is this. Men are different from one another, and we approach things differently. In the situation, in the scenario I painted, if thank God I'm not that type of man that doesn't help anyway. But if I'm that type of man that doesn't help or something, and you are frustrated, and me too, I'm looking at it that I don't go work since tire everything. You are now stressing me. You know, if I come in, if you remain silent, you just ignore me. By my own nature, instantly my brain will tell me something is wrong.
Right.
So you feel me now? My brain will just tell me instantly, something is not right. This woman is not talking. She's not even chatting or saying anything to me. She's just moody or something. I will know instantly something is wrong. But if I come in and you just go off, you don't do this. I'm doing this all day long. I do that all day long. I did.
What would you do?
I won't even hear one thing you are saying. I will just go to my.
But what would you do?
I'm telling you now. I won't reply. I won't even say nothing. I will allow you to continue like that. I can either go to my backyard, and if you are still continue, I grab my car key. I go somewhere.
Thank you. Now, with what you just said, I'm hearing.
When I come back, I generally go. I can go to my son's room or my any of my, or I can even go to my office. I go sleep on my couch in my office, because.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a follow-up question to that.
Okay.
What are your expectations around that reaction?
The quietness and everything.
No, the way you responded to an obvious crisis. You've identified there's a crisis going on, or conflict. The way you responded, what are your expectations? Let's use as a man. What are your expectations as a man?
Yes, in my own approach, once I don't talk, I don't say anything, I just find one quiet place, go stay, jeje. That is me telling you that I don't appreciate that shouting, yeah, talking in anger and everything. That is just me.
So let me.
I don't appreciate it.
Stay with me, Uncle Beno. Correct me, I could be wrong. So you're responding to crisis with crisis.
That is not crisis. You see it as crisis as a coach.
So correct me.
I'm telling you from different my own as a man perspective, what I will do. I don't, in my own life, I like this. I've said it here before. I don't have that time say you are talking, then I want to be telling you, what do you mean? Don't you see I've gone to work all day long? I don't do that. Once you go off, pam! Oh, you did do this, you did do that. I could remove myself from the scenario first. I just go away. When I come back, anytime you calm down, I come back to you and say, babe, I heard what you were saying earlier, but I'm not in that zone.
That's dangerous.
So wait.
No. So the good one is you be talking and you be talking. Then somebody call police. Remember, we are talking about calling police.
No.
Wait. She should be going off. I should be going off.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Wait now, Uncle Beno.
Give me 1 second. 30 seconds.
Oh yeah.
Rabbi, I understand what you're saying. The point I'm trying to make is that sometimes you don't have to. There's something that my husband used to do that I find it very sensitive. And let me explain to you. When I want to talk to him about something, and he just wants to let me talk and not say anything. If he's like Liz watches something or doing something on his phone, he will turn the phone upside down and put the TV on pause. He might not say anything. You just let me just talk. I say I've heard it.
Sister Natu, are you talking or you are yelling? You are
Parai. Let's just differentiate.
I wanna stick to Natu. I wanna stick to Uncle Beno's example precisely.
Okay.
Right. I wanna stick to that.
Let's assume she's screaming. Right?
Yeah.
You don't want to talk. You don't want to say anything to her, and you just tell her, "That's not for me." Instead of just walking away and banging the door like, "I don't want to deal with that screaming," you just tell her that, "Okay, I've heard you. Give me a second. I'm coming." Just for the person to calm down. But instead of walking away and not banging that door, like, I don't want to be a party to that. I don't think it's helping in any way. Do you understand?
So let me add to it. It might not help. It's not every strategy you use that must help in the instance. I'm not even suggesting that. Sometimes you should just let some things play out, right? We've talked about that when it comes to silent treatment here. You have to let something play out. Just as a man, or as a leader of that situation, because sometimes you as a woman, you are the leader, you're the one complaining, right? As a man, as the leader of the situation, you kind of need to have a plan, right? And he kind of said it, but I don't think he sees it as a plan. He got to a point, he said, once you calm down, I wanted to hear that. That's what I was asking when I said, what are your expectations? Maybe my words are too big English, right? The expectations could have been, well, I expect that she's ranting and she needs to get it out. I'll let her get it out. We'll revisit when she's more calm. I wanted to come, especially as a man, I wanted to come from a place of intention. Like, we're not going to get anything done without yelling like that. But have a plan. Not leaving it, that is not, thank God that's not what you describe, Uncle Beno. But that is not being a man in a relationship. That's literally being a coward. But if you know, especially if you're intentional around, you say, well, she's upset, I'm not going to engage that right now. But I know it's only for a while, right? We're going to address it, right? You go find something else to do. Maybe when she's really upset and she's going in like that, you're not going to get any word in. You just go, and then you come back to it and say, okay, talk to me, what's going on, right? You have some kind of, it doesn't have to be exact words I'm using right now, but some kind of plan to help you, not your wife, help you out of that crisis, because that's your family. If you're just going to ignore, which Uncle Ben did not say he did, if you ignore indefinitely, guess who is in the DM of your wife? No, they always come in the form of some kind of old lost friend. They always show up at the right time too. It's not a threat. I promise it's not a threat. But this is how it plays out. Okay. I'm just saying it's very dangerous for a man to just operate from a place of I could just, I'll leave her to our own. That's cowardice behavior. You should have a plan. You should know the same advice we give ourselves. Let's do it. Give ourselves that same advice. I should know my person.
Are we saying leaving the situation is not a good plan? Is that what we're saying now?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Go hug. Have you seen some women that, especially when the man don't pepper them well?
No.
When they are really bringing out anger.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
No, Uncle Beno. I'm saying
what I want to
repeat.
Wait. You have to land with what I said first. Run of what I said.
Yeah, and you repeat to me what I said. Repeat to me what I said.
No, what you said. What I'm getting. You took a part of what I said and linked it to an extreme scenario. You should have finished with what I said first and then paint the other scenario, because that's where some of these women are getting in. Okay, Uncle Ben, you said this, Uncle Ben. No, I told you. Me in my own approach, I work out.
I asked you, what are your expectations?
When I come back, she's calm. I go to her, babe.
Would it have been better if I said, what is your plan, Uncle Beno? Would it have been better if I said, what's your plan with that? Would it have been better?
Is this not a plan? Is it not a plan?
But I didn't. What you told us is, you came with bars. I'm giving you both. That's what I heard.
That's not well, that's the way you interpret it. But this is reality. This is not textbook or theory. A lot of men,
You are
I've
doing
seen
my
multiple
way
men
or no
that
way.
once the
That's what you're
wife
doing
is
now.
I'm rounding up. I'm rounding up at exactly 7 hours and 6 minutes, right? So let's drink some water real quick so we can round up properly, and let me celebrate this $10. Let me Lola punishment. Okay. $10 super chat. Thank you so much, and thank you, Chinye, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you for the $5 super chat, Chinye. So that early on.
Go be talking to your people.
You said what?
I said you're gonna get bombastic side eye. You left me for 7 hours and go.
No, today is the day. You know, today we're supposed to do the feature with Auntie B. Auntie B had to run somewhere, so yeah.
So you continue.
So I just kind of continued, yeah. So today, not today. Anyway, so let's get some last words in. I'm gonna go with Uncle Beno last. Let's go with Amber Sides. Amber Sides, you're giving your last word for the last time.
Uncle Ben is not supposed to have last word because Uncle Ben has spoken like 2 hours by himself. Uncle Ben don't have any last word. Just be going.
Okay.
Uncle Beno, we answered this question.
What of MOP that spoke for 8 hours?
Are these people 8 hours? So me that I was playing Inyo and Ebati Agusi. Did you see that? That was a whole long period. I was just looking at that food. My mouth is watering right now still. So anyway, yeah, let's go with Amber Sight. Unmute your mic. Let me get your last words.
Thank you. I just want to apologize to Mr. Ben for getting off. As in, I was really like, I don't know, I shouldn't have reacted like that. I apologize about that.
Oh no, my sister, you're welcome.
I just want to say that please, Mr. Ben, also reconsider your thoughts about I mean what you said today. I mean you must not do what we say, but I mean just reconsider, maybe rethink it, maybe I don't know.
That might not go anywhere. It's not ridiculous.
And please don't run away. Please, it's not going
to go nowhere.
Please. No matter what the problem is, it's better to talk it over. Don't run away. Because imagine if she does that to you, how would you feel? You might think you don't have fun. What if she's thinking like that and she does that to you? Where would that leave you? So let's also be be considerate in our thoughts too and actions. So I just want to say good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amber Sites. Don't be a stranger now, yeah?
Thank you.
All right, take care. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, let's go to Natu. Natu, do you have a last word or you have a word for Uncle Beno? Which one?
I have a paragraph. Which one do you want? You want the last sentence of the paragraph? Brother, see, I've even lost my train of thought. MOP, this is not nice. Isha, let me talk that time.
We're 7 hours deep. Uncle Beno, Auntie B is going to yell tomorrow like, hey, I'm not watching that.
She say, Ola, stop it. What I'm going to say is, Brother, right? If any man is watching this, if you have a woman that is coming to complain that she's been exhausted with the kid whole day, that probably is not the first time. We don't complain on the first instance. You understand? I'm telling you from the woman's perspective. We try to ignore and understand. And then when it keeps going on, it's going to get to a place where she can't take anymore, and then you have that outburst. So when you get that outburst, so me and my husband are two different people. My husband does not like talking when he's upset. He likes it to cool down. Then he talks later when he's not upset, so that he doesn't say anything offensive. For me, I want to talk about it so that we iron it out and be done. But now we have to come to an agreement where if he doesn't want to talk at that time, I have to understand and give him that space. Do you understand? And there are times where I want to talk and he just be like, okay, let me just let this woman vent. And just let me vent and talk. And there are times that we butt heads, but we still come to like, do you understand, later to like revisit the whole issue. So this is what I'm gonna say. If you ever, I'm just giving you guys this cheat code now. If you ever come across this and your woman is venting or you feel like it's nagging, before she talks too much, just grab her. Give her one hug and one kiss and say, calm down. What do you want me to do now? What is the problem? I am tired. Can I do this one for you tomorrow? Can I take care of this one for you tomorrow? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, move it. Let me tell you, there's something my husband does when I'm tired, especially when it comes to cooking. He just tell me, leave it until tomorrow. For me, that's like the sexiest thing ever because I don't like kitchen. You understand? But the fact that he's able to understand that part, out of all the misunderstanding I've had with this man for like 7 years, that has never been part of it. The moment I say I'm tired, I get a break from that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you can never say, oh, I'm yelling or nagging, I've been in the kitchen all day cooking, I didn't say anything. No. Because I'm always entering the kitchen when I'm rested. Because I get a break on that side. So if there's an issue, if you feel like she's nagging, then you, the person that is saying that she's nagging, that's your chance to do something about it. Because you're probably not seeing it from the point that she's nagging. Do you understand? So like Allah will say, the person that is complaining is the person that will do the work. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That will start the work.
Yeah, that will start the work. Because the other person does not even know what they're doing at that point. Why? You said it. She's tired, frustrated, exhausted. You said everything. So what do you expect? Any car that is tired or exhausted, they will not change or anything. The car will pack up, like the way our own pack up. Do you understand what I'm saying? So for me, that's my point. I understand that this is a learning point for all of us today. We're all just trying to learn. Sometimes we catch a little cruise. But the truth of this whole matter is we have to learn to give grace. As MOP always teach us. We have to learn to give grace. And then also, it's not that deep. Or lastly, sometimes you say, oh, you are giving too many meaning to some things. It's not that deep. Just take a pause and drink water. Lastly, before I go, let me tell you one story. There was one time we're having like a little back and forth with my husband, and he got a bad news from the office. So because we were like not
the pussy stand Natu on timer, I beg. Timer.
So he got a bad news from the office that their department was going to be closed. So now I was fighting issue. I'm like, this man is doing this, this man is doing this. But do you understand when a breadwinner's job source of income is going to be stopped? Do you understand? So when we resolved everything and we're talking, and he said, babe, department, when he told me when they told him, and I linked it back to the time that he was acting all like not talking, sluggy, sitting down, his hand on his cheek, ignoring, I'm talking to him, he's answering up. I'm like, this guy's answering me up. He's not even responding. That was what was going on at that time. And that's why I said, pull her and ask her, how was your day? What happened today? Something probably happened that's triggering all of this. It might not even be you. Let's start from there.
Let me Natu, let me ask you with a small pushback before you continue. What if she said, don't touch me? Some people don't like when they're trying to express themselves.
Woman said, don't touch me, touch her. Please stop it. We don't act like that.
Really?
When we say no. When we say don't touch me, it's not that deep.
Okay.
It's not that deep for me. When we say don't touch me, it's not that deep. You might even if she say don't touch me, she means it. There's something going on that she wants you to address. Do you understand? There's something going on that she wants you to address. So just ask her. She don't ask her what is it. If she's the one that wants you to give her a little space before you come back to you, give her space and come back to you. Let's show her that you're intentional. Okay, you say I should leave you alone. I can let you come back now. What is it? You want to talk to me now? I'm giving you space to drink water and chill now. Don't you think it's enough? You can put it around with something like, my husband used to tell me something. I'll report you to pastor. I will tell him that you're not.
So Natu, round up with this point. Let me ask you this. What is she responsible for in this particular scenario that you're painting? Is there anything she can be responsible for?
I'm going to say yes.
Since we're generalizing, let's just go ahead and add that.
Responsible of conveying how she feels or what she's going through. For another thing, she might not be capable or have the right tools to be able to tell you in the right way. So that might come off different. or might come off disrespectful, or might
So
come
she's
off
responsible
other way.
to be aware of how she's coming off.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yes and no.
Okay, yes
And
and
that's what
no.
I'm saying. Like she might not have the yes if she has the skills, and no if she doesn't have the skills. You
Right.
understand what I'm saying?
Right. All right. Thank you so much, Natu.
And wait, he said if you touch me and I'm angry, I will spontaneously combust in anger. I know, and that is why I said you might want to give her a little space. People that
You
like
adjusted that. I did notice you adjusted that. Yeah.
Yes, give her that space and then come back. You coming back shows that you're intentional.
Yeah. Uncle Beno's favorite talking point can also come into this. If you know your person, you know they don't like being touched when they are expressing themselves in an angry way. It just means a little space. It's not a permanent condition. It's just what is going on emotionally at that time.
That moment.
And listening actively doesn't mean you become it doesn't mean you become a doormat. It just means you are listening to understand. Yeah. So and everything we just described is easier said than done. So
right. And I feel it go both ways for both males and females. Like all of us want to be heard. Do you understand? And if you go with your whataboutism,
I don't like to tell that to my brothers. I don't like saying that to my brothers because they become weaker when I tell them that both ways. I want them to stay in that king zone. Stay in that king zone.
That's true. That's true. Another angle.
Yeah, I don't want them thinking both ways.
You see that one about Ben keep emphasizing that tell the women how they can explain themselves if they are tired, frustrated. The point I'm making is that you as a man, you want to say, how can we tell our brothers how to respond when their women come up this way? That's what I want to hear from men. That taking accountability, like, okay, I'm the king now. I'm responsible for what grows in this house. If I don't want this energy to grow in this house, how can we go about it? But you're telling me that, how can no, bro? I'm sorry. I'm out.
All right. Natu, thank you so much. We'll talk soon. Enjoy the rest of your evening. All right, Uncle Beno, talk to me, sir.
MOP, sorry, we are really stressed you today. You did a fantastic job, my brother.
I'm disappearing for 1 week straight.
I know if Auntie B get to watch this video, Auntie B go still come and say, brother, come here. Anyway, just in rounding up, I saw a couple of comments and I just wanted to point a couple of things out real quick. Kai said,
Explain because
Uncle Beno, say you have evidence like this.
You started again.
Say you have evidence like this. Why do you want to explain yourself?
You don't want me to clear my name?
Yeah.
No, this is a public platform.
It is.
Point out a couple of things just to make it straight. She said, am I playing the devil's advocate or is that my real self? So I just wanted to quickly iron that before I round up. First and foremost, I said it from the first time when I came to MOP's platform that look, when I come here and I speak.
Oh, sorry, Uncle Beno. Let me shout this out real quick. Super chat by Fina Jonat. Thank you so much for the 3. I think that's €1. I'm not sure what that is, but thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. And MOP, we appreciate you and don't take your time for granted. We love you. Thank you so much, Natu. Thank you. I appreciate that as well. Sorry for the interruption, Uncle Beno. Continue.
Yeah, it's good. We appreciate everybody. Thank you for appreciating MOP. It's not easy to host and all that. Thank you very, very much. So to clear what Kai is asking, the first time when I came on MOP's platform, I made it clear that I have 2 choices. I can stay in the background, just listening, and if I disagree with anything, I can just zone out, which a lot of people usually do on channels. And when I come in to speak, I'm speaking from the perspective of what men might be thinking and what might be happening in some home and how men feel about it. So I'm playing devil's advocate there. And every now and then, sometimes I use myself as an example. And I've always said this, that look, I'm not beating my drum, but if I can stay married to the person I got married to this long, and God has been kind to us, is so sweet and rosy, then maybe what I'm saying can also help some people in their own marriage too. And the point I make here today, I'm coming from the perspective of the main topic today, which was calling police and all that. That's just the angle I'm coming from before we move on to therapy or no therapy. And my take has been that, look, individuals are different as men. I remember one time I made a reference here to Steve Harvey's book, Think Like a Man. That book blew out because a lot of women get to read it, and then they get to see the perspective of men, even though Steve Harvey did not cover a whole lot of issues in the book. Men, we are different. And we, especially that we move from African to the Western world, we often see things differently. I actually plan to do a Beno rant where I want to talk about how Western world is stressing men out. And sometimes how we react, I think women need to understand and to understand us from what that stress and the Western culture and the environment is doing to us personally. So maybe that can help people, especially women, to see us in a different light. So coming to today's topic, I didn't say people should not go to therapy. I emphasize that it's not every time you have issue you can't resolve, oh, we argue over this, let's go to therapy. And I said, for me, if we have issues that we can resolve between us, if you now say, no, I'm staying in my zone, let's go to therapy, it will come across to me that, oh, you don't want to see things from my perspective, right? So you think when we go to therapy, that is the therapist will help me see things different from what I'm telling you that we can both work on. And I also emphasize that in my personal life as a married man, what I do is to recognize that we have to yield. My way, your way is not the way to go. It has to be our way. Baby, what do you want to do? Oh, you want it this way? Oh, I think if we do it this way, it might be better. Then we both look at it and we resolve it. That's just what I'm saying. And when I bring culture, tradition, and everything into it, whether we like it or not, if you are married to an African man that was raised in Western world, in fact, if you are married to an African man that has lived in Western world for 15, 20 years plus, it's a different ball game from getting married to an African man that is just 5 years or maybe going to 10 years in the US. And I don't know, maybe I'm taking too much time, but I'm just trying to...
No, take your time.
Okay.
Let's get your point out there.
Okay. And one of the things I said, I don't know, maybe I mentioned it here before, at a point within the first 5 years of me living in America, when we were going back and forth, me and my madam, at a point I asked her, babe, do you want us to have African marriage, or you want us to have Western marriage, or we should have a mix of African and Western marriage? Whoever is listening to this now, it might be coming off as something else, but this actually helps us a lot in our marriage, because I have my own principles, my own mindset, my own belief and everything. You also have yours as a woman, and now we want to make it work. So that means every now and then we are going to differ on issues. So when we differ on issues, I expect you to state your mind and I state mine, and then we work together. And this is Western world. Talking in regard of calling police and all that, everybody needs a strategy. My own strategy is that when issues start to escalate,
right,
to the point whereby you have to be in my face or I have to be in your face, I simply remove myself from the situation. Please let us understand. This is Western world. When they call police on you,
you automatically have police record. And if the issue that warrant calling police on you is an issue between you and your wife, you are picking up domestic violence. Easy like that.
You said what? Can you repeat that last statement?
If the reason why somebody call police, or you may be your wife, she call police and say, "Oh, I don't feel safe." You know, we have so many scenarios here when people say, "Oh, when my husband smashed mirror," I think somebody said that, I don't know, maybe Auntie B, and say, "Oh, I have to call police." From what I understand with American law, when they call police on you like that, it's moving towards domestic violence. Am I lying?
Well, it's moving towards is different from it is. We have to be clear on things like that. It is absolutely safe to call the police if your life feels threatened. It's absolutely safe. The first thing they're coming there to do, their goal is to de-escalate the situation. If they have reasons to pick somebody up, maybe there's an evidence, maybe you were trying to restrain somebody and there's mark on somebody's neck, yes, you might potentially go to jail. Yes, a police report will be filed. It's not the end of the world. It is better than somebody's life being taken from them because somebody blacked out.
Okay, now in the case of this example of a man punching the wall, breaking glass, even though he didn't touch the woman, what do you think the police will say when they see that?
We don't wait for them to touch the woman. You should go to jail if he's breaking stuff. If you go and sleep in jail.
That is domestic violence. So what I'm saying is, everybody has a strategy. For me, the moment before I enter,
what do you mean? What do you mean? See, when you say that, not to interject, right? Sorry. When you say everybody has a strategy, you are, correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to say that there is some kind of strategy that would de-escalate two people clearly in the process of blacking out on each other. Can you help me here, Uncle Beno? What are we talking about?
Because I say strategy.
You said everybody has a strategy.
Everybody
that's the follow-up to a follow-up to somebody blacking out and they're potentially blacking out on each other. So I want you to go in that lane. Finish it for me.
What I mean by everybody has a strategy is this. Man to man now, MOP.
Yeah.
If you find yourself in a situation whereby you and a madam, you are in each other's face, the situation is getting escalated, you know?
Yes.
Don't you have a kind of plan or something you have already thought about that if I ever get to this point, this is what I would do to make it go away so that it don't generate to something terrible? Don't you have any plan like that?
No. The only plan I have is escalating. We are in the middle of argument. That's the only plan.
So you continue with the argument? Is that what you're saying?
If I had a plan, I wouldn't be arguing in the first place, Uncle Beno. Don't you get what I'm saying?
Now you don't need to bring out that strategy and make it look like, oh, maybe I've just said something out of the blue. Your strategy is you don't want to get to that point where you will be on each other's face. Is that not a strategy?
No, my strategy is no, you're good. My strategy is don't argue with your woman. Is that what you're talking about?
That is also a strategy.
Okay, so what's the other? But you're saying everybody has a strategy. What's the other strategy? I want to hear it. That's what I'm saying.
Strategy. I have my.
It's not my own strategy, but go ahead. Tell me the other strategy.
No, I will disagree with you on this one. Everybody has a strategy. Even with
tell me your own. Tell me your own strategy.
No, don't just throw it away like maybe I just use a terminology out of the blue.
No. I'm on the same page with you so far. Everybody has a strategy. All right. It's not my strategy. It's the only strategy that works when you're dealing with romantic relationships. But I'm guessing you have another strategy that I have not discovered. Share.
See, Baba, your own strategy is different from mine. The brother that called earlier on, his strategy is different. Sister Natu has his own. Sister Natu to say.
Then you're leaving me with no choice to say all the other strategies are wrong. They are all wrong strategies. If you argue with your woman, you go collect. It's as simple as that. If you argue with your woman, wait. If you are arguing with our forefathers, agree with this. It's not even a new age anything. If you are arguing with women, you go collect.
MOB be like saying.
But now, go ahead and tell me. Go ahead and tell me your own strategy.
Out of the ordinary.
No, tell me your own strategy. I dey listen. If you are arguing with women, everybody knows this. The only people that don't know this are the people that are still arguing with their destiny. You know they argue with women. Men don't win arguing with women.
Don't bring argument. That's why I say sometimes when we are talking, you are the host, you are the coach. The interpretation you give to someone expressing something goes a long way. People.
Why won't you tell me what you're trying to tell me? What is the other strategy?
I want us to clear that strategy thing first. You, as a man, you have your own strategy. Your strategy is, I don't want to get involved in argument.
No, there's no my own strategy. That's the thing that women tell themselves, and they are collecting woto. What works for everybody is different. There are principles that are true across the board. If you argue with a woman, you go collect.
I am not talking about argument.
So tell me what you're telling me now. I did listen. Tell me what you're telling me.
In light of the conversation we've had so far, I am saying everybody has their own strategy. When it comes to conflict, when it comes to romance, when it comes to even work, even everything, everybody has a strategy. If you don't have a strategy, you are lost.
Okay, and you say that to say what? And you say that to say what?
Yeah, I'm saying this to say that when it comes to Western world, my own personally, for instance, now, even in Nigeria, I never get a police issue. The one time I have police issue, in fact, I have nothing to do with it. It just come and tell us your side. They say you there around here when this thing happened. That's all. I've never been arrested or anything. So when I come to Western world, for instance, now, I don't want to ever be in a situation whereby someone had to even think about calling police. So
yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good goal to have. That's a goal, not a strategy.
You feel me now?
That's a goal, not a strategy. You don't ever want to be in a position where somebody is calling police on you. Well, fantastic. I'm on the same page with you.
But for me, I see it as I have a strategy to achieve that goal. So what is it, for instance?
What's the strategy? Tell me.
For instance, I don't do argument. I don't do all this. You yell at me, I yell at you. I don't do it.
Okay, continue, Uncle Beno.
I don't tire. I think I will just whatever you say. You are right.
But I agree with you now. You say you don't do arguments,
you are I'm feed now. I can see the chat.
No, it's a big deal.
I'm talking like a mad person now. That's the way it comes forward.
No. We're just having. We're just. No, don't think of it that way. No, don't think of it that way. Don't think of it that way.
Now, we are sharing. Somebody can hear what I'm telling now, and it might work for them. That doesn't maybe I'm stupid or something. I've been in this country 11 years now. I never had problem once.
Wait, why are you thinking that way? You just said your strategy.
No, it's the way you make fun of it. Like I'm saying something gibberish. Something.
No.
That's how it comes to me.
We agreed. So I put an applause, right? We agreed. A strategy to make sure we don't end up in that situation. We don't argue with our women. We agree on that, Abby. So we agree now. It kind of like we beat around the bush a little before we agreed, though. But we agree. So it was what an applause for me. I felt like I should celebrate that.
So what I'm saying is that as a man, I'm not talking to women. I don't know women mind, but I'm speaking for brothers who might hear this. This is America. If you are aggressive or you don't really take your time on how you handle issues, you might end up in police custody. Your own is ruined forever. We know what's at stake. So, and that is why I come to the point that where I always say that, look, as far as I'm concerned in this Western world, though, once it comes to my way or no way, Bass goes, we're gonna. I won't even stay in that situation. I won't stay in that zone. That is gonna get to the point whereby you are calling police on me. All right.
Yeah.
So, and I thank God it's been working so far. I don't argue, as I was saying. I don't argue. I don't drag anything with you. I listen. Say you're part of the thing. I bring also my own. I tell you, I see it this way. How can we make it work? If you insist, It's my way. You have to do it this way. If you don't If I remain quiet, I'm still thinking, okay, maybe we can talk. We try to talk with her, and and depending on the matter,
right?
If the matter is not like the type that can affect my future or affect my children, I say, have it your way.
Let it go.
Let's move on. But if that matter is something that will affect me personally, it can affect my health, it can affect how they make my $1 where I take they survive. I will see easy. I will just disappear. I know some sisters say, oh, why would you just disappear? Why would you tell somebody I'm divorcing you? No. I will remove myself from the situation if I feel like there is no way out of this. You call me or I call you. I'm sorry, babe. I think the way we are going is not working. It's toxic. I want to be happy. I want you to be happy. So please, let's figure how we can both stay happy. And if it comes to that, we are separating or anything, I still got you. You need anything, if you want to take me to church about anything, I am ready. Let's do it. And that's why I was saying earlier that not every man is afraid of child support when it comes to this Western world. Sometimes, if you are dealing with a woman that can ruin you, willingly pay that child support and have your peace. I have a case in point. There was a lady who was calling police on her husband. She was calling police on her husband. One day, we've told that guy that, dude, the way you are going, one day this woman will set you up. You go blame yourself. Even your mama, where you they help your village and everybody, all of them go suffer by the time you go to jail. The day he realized what we are talking about was when the lady actually set him up. The lady knew he drives and he go to work. The lady knew when he will get home. So at that time that he was going to get home, the lady have already done all those things they were talking about earlier, punch herself, tear her own cloth, do everything, and she called police at that point in time. His saving grace was when he left his regular job and coming home, he left his Uber app on. On getting to his street, almost approaching to his house, Uber request came in. He accepted the request, and as he was turning back, now he take him out, tell us, as he was turning back, police were driving past him. Here in Texas, when they call police, not the only one go show up, especially when you be black. The police cruise out well and phew. They went to his house. By the time they there, the person where she say they there. By the time they prove, in fact, when they were doing the divorce and everything, they have to call his work for alibi. Everybody was like, no. At this time, she's describing this dude who signed out. They checked the lock and everything. So what I'm saying is this is Western world. If you are dealing with a woman that you are doing coconut head together, remove yourself in the situation. And I also say to my sisters, the point I'm just trying to make in all this my 8 hours back and forth is this: know how your man reacts when he's angry, and for man, know how your woman reacts when he's angry. When you guys have issue, try to yield, try to work together. All this no. When I'm talking, you are doing it won't work, it won't help anybody. That's just the point I'm making all day long. That's just all I have to say, MOP. So all right. If you bring it back again, let me know. If I'm available, we go continue the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, no Allah. Thanks, boss. We'll talk soon. All right. Thoughts. One last thought. We want to drop a thought in the chat. I would like to address it. If you have anything that you want me to address real quick. Today, I can address it real quick before I continue and end the live stream, the very long live stream. We're at 7 hours and 28. I do this like once a year or so. I think the last time we did this like a year ago. Right. Not to say, guys, drop super chat. Not only that, if you're watching a replay later on, you can always drop a super chat, super sticker. The button is always there. It has a $sign in it. This conversations, I can see further than the typical common sense based rhetorics. So, but it's not that deep too, you know. It's just, you know, if you really want to do what I do, just simplify it. Make it case by case specific. Make it case by case specific. There's something that Uncle Beno just said that I would probably just push against, particularly for my brothers that are listening. No, it is not the end of your life if a police is called on you. That's why people overreact to that whole idea. It is not. Okay? I've seen people that they get pulled over on the road and they go into panic mode because they're pulled over by police. Ha, I didn't want to record like, no, you're pulled over. Calm your ass down before you get shot in the face. Calm down. You're pulled over by police. The best option you have is to just calm down. Okay? And talk to the officer like a gentleman that you are. Hi, officer. Oh, you crossed that red light. I did? I didn't see that. My bad. I apologize. 9 out of 10 times. All right, be careful. Have a good day, boss. You don't give me a ticket. You might say I'm lucky, maybe. All right. But the worst they can really do to me is give me a ticket. Okay. Last we go to court. You say we'll drop the points. Just pay $30 more than what you would normally pay. They won't put the points on it. If police got called on you by a wife who doesn't feel safe, it is not the end of the world, please. Okay, it is not. It's just simply not. I'm sorry. Now, has there been a scenario where things went left? And then yes. But that tends to be the most popular stories too. Go figure. But imagine a society where that's just how it happens, when we know that people engage basketballs from time to time. It's not, that's a war zone, and it's not realistic for you to think we live in a war zone. We don't. Never mind the same thing they say about guns. In that America where everybody enter place with guns, like, calm down. Okay, first of all, not everybody lives in Texas, but even in Texas, that's not exactly how it plays out. Okay, people are going about living their daily lives. Unfortunate stories do end up in the stories where unfortunate situations happen sometimes. It's a similar thing. Okay. But there are certain rhetorics that you listen to that will make you naturally overreact when you find yourself in crisis. When you overreact in the middle of crisis, it tends to get worse, right? So that's first and foremost. Second and foremost, right? I'm not sitting here saying police is your friend. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that if you think police is your friend, it is your friend. Okay, if you think police is your enemy, it's all up to you what you do with it. The point here is that if you're in a domestic situation with a spouse and police is being called, it's completely up to you what meanings you assign to that. Right? You can see that, like, how dare you, right? If you listen to what this brother is saying here in this video that we played earlier on, let me play that video again. There's this video that we played earlier on where we were on Auntie B. I didn't get to play it here. I'm going to play that video one more time.
You didn't tell me you're going to abandon me.
Can you guys hear that?
I uprooted myself from that place. No, I didn't want to come.
Can you guys hear it? Tell me if you can hear it.
I'll continue to pay the house bill. My house will share support with your mommy. To buy the assistance below me, Mashi.
He said he will pay child support on his kids. If you need assistance, I will do it. And the lady is crying that you're not going to leave me and abandon me. He's looking to literally run from the situation. I'm sure he has his valid reasons. Maybe it's too much. Maybe it's he just wants to get away. Again, what he's saying in that moment is just feelings, a lot of feelings, heightened feelings, emotions, right? That's what that is. The same token, right? If you need help, right? Can you guys hear it? Can you guys hear it by any chance? Let me know if you can hear. Okuba said, there you go, you heard him right. That's a man who don't want his future ruined. That's a man who is overreacting. That's the point I'm making.
Living together with you has not brought me any happiness or joy.
We can work it
Even
out.
together with you, you have not brought any happiness or joy. We know. that he's ever exaggerating. You married a person that has never brought joy or happiness to you. He's exaggerating. Okay, again, it's valid. He's speaking from a place of feelings. Clearly, they're not in a happy place. Clearly, she's also confused because she's called the police on him, but then holding him down not to go. There's confusion. That's all we can agree to in this scenario here. And the worst thing you can bring into that scenario is overreacting. Let's keep going. If everybody is overreacting, what do you think is going to happen?
By calling police all the time, loading me.
By calling police all the time, loading me, I know what it means. It just means I want too many. You've called police way one too many, right? But is it really all the time? No. I know it's not all the time. I know he didn't mean all the time. I know he meant way too many times that he would like, right? But the person listening to this on the other side, the impressionable young mind, who is going to end up in a dispute with his wife someday, he's going to listen to this. He's also going to overreact. The moment you say, hey, I need space, I'll call the police. So he say, you call the police? How dare you? How dare you call the police? Threaten me, will you call the police? Well, she shouldn't be threatening, you're right, but she did. Again, overreacting. Overreaction is actions you're responsible for. Our actions, she's responsible for. Now I have to play double. Jesus Christ. Gentlemen, do I really have to play double with expressing these points to you? The point is that you are the leader. You can actually take the mantle. You can change all of this around. You can. You know, so now it is true that men are going through a lot. And I'm going to have a special guest here on next Sunday, August 4th. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. Okay. All right. Again, I don't disagree with all the problems that we have, particularly with the family and the structure, family structure, and the dynamics, culture shock, all this. I don't disagree with that. It's the solutions that I disagree with. The solution cannot be everybody has their own strategy. Uncle Ben already know how I feel about that. It cannot be. We cannot do that to ourselves. We need to come up with something that tends to work for the most part, right? We can't settle for everybody should just do what they like. No, I disagree. We're not going to settle for that. We can come up with something that, because we know there are patterns in these issues.
No, that's not what happened. Police will tell you what.
So guy is exaggerating. Most people that are caught up in their emotions, like the ladies also do, they exaggerate because they are angry. They're operating from a place of emotion. So we need to pay attention to some of this. We need to pay attention to this small poisons, right? We need to pay attention to that, because that's how you avoid this whole thing in the first place. Okay, my wife is acting funny in a way that I'm not familiar with. You can interpret that as, I need to overreact, or you can just calm down and know it's temporary. You can calm down that all of whatever she's doing right now is exaggeration, right? And then lean in and listen. What exactly she's trying to say outside of all of this exaggerated emotions that's going on right now. What is it going to take for a man to do that? What is it going to take? It's going to take a certain level of emotional intelligence, right? What is it going to take for a woman to do that? Same thing. If you're complaining, like I always said, then you have the power to change things around, to influence the change you're looking for. All right? But that brother right there is exaggerating. It's a normal behavior when you're caught up in your feelings. You exaggerate, you get animated, you overreact, all of that. That's what people do. Okay? That's what people do. That's what human beings do. It's not a crime. It's just what we do when we're upset. We exaggerate. We use languages like you never, the same thing that that young lady wives round table was correcting. You always, it's all lies by definition, but it's exaggeration, is overreaction. But if you just calm down, the same thing we advise the ladies to do, if we calm down, maybe, and if we do it enough times, more than enough times, maybe we can change the course, the direction that we tend to go when people are upset, right? So calling the police obviously does not answer all of the problems in a relationship, obviously, right? But it also doesn't end your life, as they like to paint the picture on the internet. It doesn't end your life. It simply doesn't. It can if you let it. Okay? It can end your life, yes. Okay? If you start moving mad in front of the police and they're saying, calm down, calm down. In fact, the police says, calm down. You're going to get arrested. If you don't, they will even warn you. You get arrested if you calm down. And I'm speaking from personal experience, of course, because I told you guys earlier on Antibi show that I've experienced that before. So I'm not speaking from somebody who has never been there. If you want to go and listen to that part in Antibi again, go and listen to it. I have experienced that. Police have been called on me before. How did I feel when that happened? I was disappointed in myself. Okay? I was disappointed in myself. I could have had a little better self-control. I could have also gone another route. Blame her. Sit down there and start judging her. Sit down and start pointing out why she should have never done that ever before. I could have also done that, but I don't think I gained anything from that. I don't think I learned anything from that. I think I learned more and I gained more power from always self-accountability. That's where my power lies, and that's what I teach. Okay, self-accountability is not going to hurt anybody. It doesn't mean it's your fault. It doesn't mean you're to blame. It just means you're making sure you're engaged with the lessons that you need to navigate life better as you move into the future. That's what it means, right? Remember how we like to say it takes two to tango? This is a good moment to say it. It takes two to tango. If I wasn't engaged in that manner, a person would not feel unsafe to the point where they're calling the police. But you should hold the woman accountable too. Good, done. She shouldn't have called the police. What else can we learn from this? Right? As an individual, you as a person, the lesson is not that your life is going to end when the police. That's not a lesson. That's only fear mongering. To shut the other person down to do what you want, regardless of how they feel. The police is not going to hurt you. Okay? There are other nuances to that. Like I said, I'm not discounting that things can go left. Somebody said, like, especially in America where they carry gun, you don't want anything crazy. I know. Okay. I know. It's a very dicey thing. Okay. So I know I'm not sitting here to encourage that police, your friends, you just call them anytime. In fact, the only thing I'm encouraging you is that build a healthy relationship so that you never have to yield to this kind of conversation or be so excited about this kind of conversation from time to time. Just build a healthy relationship. Learn how to build a healthy relationship with another human being. You know, Marital says you're still alive. Yes, I'm still alive. Uncle Beno says, so the woman did right calling police on him every time. I'm confused. Uncle Beno, you don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it, Uncle Beno? Huh?
You get it? Okay. If you don't get it, forget about it.
And his feelings are valid. Yes, those feelings are valid. They are exaggeration, but those feelings are valid. Yes. It's not overreacting. He's saving himself from Madame call police. No, he's talking. He's talking too much. He's recording himself. He's on his best behavior because he was recording himself. Uncle Beno, some of us started Man of Prestige because you came. Some of us know that we used to do that. Who is recording? Why are they on their best behavior? I wonder why. I think you might have missed that part when we started Man of Prestige. Who is recording? Why are you recording? Who is recording? Who tends to be there on their best behavior? The person recording. The best angle always is self-accountability. If you want to be on point with all this all the time, self-accountability. We're not judging anybody. You're not going to go to jail. You're not going to go to jail for saying self-accountability. you only gain more power. You gain more power to exit a situation that's not conducive for you, and you gain more power to navigate life better as you move into the future. You get no power from holding strangers or anybody outside of self accountable. You might claim to be getting some kind of power from building society. You're right. You're right. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
This wasn't about society. This was about us as individuals. Beyonce, you will probably pee on yourself if you don't have paper. Now that's a different topic entirely. That's a different angle. You might also, they might just take you back home. Thank you for your patience, Ola. Only God knows how you do it. Now God do. All right, let me see. That is right. The person recording is always on their best behavior. Yeah. Why was he recording that event? I need evidence. I just need evidence. Sometimes these people are crazy. You need evidence. Remember the story we heard earlier about 8 hours ago? The story of the person that needed evidence to so that they can get the person that gave themselves black eye. I'm like, wait, what?
Explain. Because no evidence.
You're putting yourselves in harm's way because you need evidence. The books are here. You can download them for free at manofprestige.com. This long episodes is something I do purely for the people that are here live. Most people that will see 8 hours will probably get scared and say, I'm not doing that, you know. Right? But you can download this for free. We are going through a promo right now where we're giving people the chance to talk to us for 30 minutes before they determine if our program is for us. It's called the complimentary coaching session. It's free. All right. Our program is not free ultimately, but the complimentary session is called complimentary for a reason. We will talk. We'll listen to your story, see if it's a fit for what we have going on here. We're getting results. We're getting lots and lots of results. And we have some testimonials we'll be posting momentarily. Okay, so if you're interested, if you're marriage minded, any type of status, either you're single, dating, relationship, married, divorce, but you're marriage minded and you want to do this the right way, you want to start now for the rest of your life, we're coming from a place of experience. There's ongoing research, so we're students of this game, my wife and I, and you have the best of both worlds. So you're not just hearing a man's perspective, you're also hearing a woman's perspective on these issues. Our program comes with 24 hours live chat, meaning you can talk to us with anything that's going on. Also, it comes with coaching live sessions, personal one-to-one. You're not dumped into a group with anybody. At least we're not at that stage yet. So take advantage of it. All you have to do is just hit us up at, you can send an email. Do I look tired yet? I'm not tired though. I'm just trying to round up. You can hit me up WhatsApp only, +1 732 305 8577 on WhatsApp. It's not WhatsApp only, but I prefer WhatsApp text messages, obviously. You make it easier for me because if you text me directly, I will still bring you back to WhatsApp anyway. And also you can send an email if you're more comfortable sending email. Okay, if you're in Nigeria, you're in Zambia, you're in Africa, you're in a place where it's kind of difficult for you to get on a Zoom call, send me your full story. I will not be calling you with my own resources for you to tell me a story that we can't finish. Okay, send me your full story first. Okay, if you're in that kind of place, if you're in the UK, Canada, USA, or you have easy, smooth access to Zoom wherever you are, you use a credit card easily with no problems, then you're my guy. Then we should talk. We give you a free complimentary session first, and then we can talk. All right. Everybody, go and have a good evening. Shout out to all of you. We're literally 12 minutes away, and some of you are just there, just listening. Some of you have slept off already. I know. 12 minutes away from 8 hours. I'm running away from you guys for 3 weeks. Hopefully you've been enlightened, educated. I'll see you on the next one. Peace. We offer evidence-based relationship and marriage resources and coaching to help you navigate the difficult times.
Don't just wing it. Learn the principles that work.
Download our 2 free books and book your complimentary coaching session now at manofprestige.com.